Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Buongiorno. Also, here together the Sophia. Welcome to Sophia Gardens for day 2 of the LV Insurance County Championship match between Glamorgan and Leicestershire. The game will be resuming on time this morning at 11 o'clock. Glamorgan Cricket would once again like to thank all of their sponsors and partners for their continued support. This side is extending a very warm welcome to everyone who is here at the stadium today. And many thanks to everyone here today, as well as to our partners and sponsors, for their support over the past couple of years. We know it's all been a very difficult time for everyone, and we are so grateful for your support. Diolch yn fawr iawn. A warm welcome as well, once again today, to the players and officials who've travelled here from the East Midlands, as well as to our two match umpires, Alex Wolf and Rob White, together with match referee Mike Smith. The official Glamorgan website, www.glamorgancricket.com, contains details of how to purchase tickets for all forthcoming games here at Sophia Gardens this summer. That includes the international T20 game here, when England meet South Africa on Thursday the 28th of July. And also on the official Glamorgan website are details of the various ticket packages as well as the matchday hospitality packages available for all forthcoming games. That includes those in the Vitality T20 Blast as well as the Welsh Fire games later on in the 100. Copies of the 2022 Glamorgan Yearbook are available for purchase via electronic means from reception. Reception is situated on the ground floor of the Thatcher's Pavilion. And copies are also available for purchase from the Glamorgan Club shop, which is run by Missouri Sports and situated opposite Gate 2. Now, as there's currently no public access beneath the Castet Palace stand, you can access the club shop by exiting through Gate 4, strolling down the lane, and then re-entering via Gate 2. The shop, once again, will be open until around about 5 o'clock this afternoon, and, as always, it's selling a wide range of cricket equipment and other items, including replica Glamorgan kit. And the Royal London One Day Cup, once again, is there, the cup that Glamorgan won last year, and you, if you would like to, can have your photograph taken with it. Score sheets as well as copies of Michael Logan's testimonial brochure are also available from reception. Now, as far as refreshments are concerned, food and drink can be purchased using electronic means from the kiosk situated in the concourse area underneath the pavilion seats. There's also a mobile unit adjacent to the pavilion. And don't forget that drinks and snacks can be purchased from the vending machines situated at the rear of the indoor school, which is situated on the ground floor of the National Cricket Centre. And members can obtain tea and coffee every morning in the Lewis Lounge between 10 and 11, and each afternoon from 3:30 until 4:30. Once again, the CC4 Museum of Welsh Cricket will be open today. It's situated on the first floor of the National Cricket Centre and contains a number of displays celebrating the long and
3 for Labuschagne gives Glamorgan early advantage. Late on day 4 last week, when handshakes had been shared and results confirmed across the country, Glamorgan fought all the way to the line, close to victory, but eventually sharing the spoils with Derbyshire. While Harris and Van der Hookton blocked out Lackmal's final over, Leicestershire were already en route home, beaten with relative ease at Lords. Leicestershire's openers were put in by the hosts, but it was the Foxes who flourished in the first session of play. Past 50 without too much to concern them, Glamorgan still yet to find their first breakthrough. And the pair couldn't be separated. The Glamorgan bowlers doing all they could, but in the overs before lunch, the visitors were inching closer to 100, and Lazard was just a boundary away from another half-century. He'd have to wait, though. Lunch called with the score 82 for none. The first session belongs to the Foxes. They'd endured a morning session without success, but Glamorgan finally had their first wicket after the break. Labuschagne turned one past Evans. He was stumped by Cook for 29. Leicestershire hit back. Azad up to 50 off 106 balls with a single off the Aussie. And then beyond 100, Rishi Patel into his work quickly with a beautiful drive straight back past the outstretched boot of Nisa. He looked full of confidence. Labuschagne pumped over the leg side for 6. And then their luck looked to be in 2. The 50-run partnership sealed when Hogan's delivery brushed off Patel's pads all the way to the boundary. Azad took them to 150 with a single off Harris, but his innings was about to come to an end. The first run was simple enough, the second his downfall. Northeast with great work, Azad run out for 64. They made it to tea without further damage, up to the break at 168 for 2.
Once again, we are delighted.
Kimber didn't last too long after tea. Late to set off for the single. The hesitation enough of a window for Nisa, who made no mistake with the throw. Mulder announced himself in the same way his partner had. Labuschagne and then Salter skewered 2 and over the ropes. Patel too found 6 off Salter, down the wicket to the spinner and up to 50 in the process. Scored off 105 balls. After such a ballistic start, Mulder fell rather tamely. LWW to Labuschagne, who then made it 2 in 2. Scott Steele bowled to the first ball he'd faced all season. Off went the Aussie high-stepping on a hat-trick. They were ready with the appeals when Swindles flicked the next delivery into the leg side for 2 to bring up the 200. No hat-trick for Labuschagne. It was his international colleague who broke the partnership. Swindles bowled by Nisa for 22. Patel took them past 250 with 2 off Nisa, but he'd fall soon after. Harris dropped 1 in short and wide, but Patel couldn't capitalise, dragging on to depart for 82. And Mike managed just 17 before he went in the next over, bowled when Whale found some prodigious swing. Wright stuck with Parkinson through to the close. Advantage Glamorgan after the first day at Sophia Gardens. They'd been made to wait for their chances but snapped them up when opportunities arose. The visitors, 285 for 8 at the end of the first day of play. It's delicately poised though heading into the second, but the Foxes will have to rely on their tail to wag if they're to reach 300.
Yeah, the wickets this week, how do you reckon the day went?
Yeah, I think it was a really good finish for us today. I'd probably say from the position we are, we've probably taken the day there in the last session. We probably take, 280. That wicket looked like it was a pretty good wicket to bat on. There wasn't too much, not much pace. There's a little bit of nip there with the second new ball, but really happy with how we finished up today.
Especially at 150 for 1. People in the media box were saying, why on earth did Glamorgan choose to bowl? What was that decision about?
It's really tough here to pick what the wicket do. Sometimes the wicket looks really, looks like it's going to do more and does less, and sometimes it looks like it's going to do less and does more. From a personal standpoint, I think, when you do put a side in, you get a nice look at what's unfolding in the game, and you can adapt like we showed today. So, they were 150 for 1, kept the score down pretty good, and, we were able to take a few key wickets there through the middle and then able to put more pressure on as the game went on. And, you finish the day with, probably winning the day just. So I always think, in a 4-day game where, unless there's going to be severe spin or uneven bounce, you probably put yourself ahead of the game by bowling first.
Not very often that the first wicket of the game comes through a stumping. You must have enjoyed that one.
Yeah. Once again, I don't get many stumpings, so it's always nice to get a wicket early in the game. And Cookie, I sort of was a bit blocked off. I couldn't see. I thought he may have missed it, but he sort of just took his time and then took the bail. So no, that was a very satisfying one. But all in all, I think the key part for us today that really held us together was the economy rate that we went at. We really held them together, and we were able to bowl leg spin and attack a little bit more in leg.
Very good morning and welcome to Sophia Gardens for Day 2 of Glamorgan against Leicestershire in the LV County Championship Division 2. And an interesting Day 1 that ebbed and flowed. Leicestershire resumed this morning on 285 for 8. Richard Ray of BBC Radio Leicester is with us. Richard, what was the Leicestershire view on yesterday's proceedings, or the words that you can repeat on air anyway?
No, absolutely. Reading between the lines a little bit, disappointment, essentially. They laid a very good platform in the morning. They should have really have gone on, take advantage of what I think both sides agreed ultimately was a fairly flat pitch, a little bit slow perhaps, but essentially a good wicket on which to bat, and they didn't take advantage of that, not for the first time this season. In fact, for the 5th time this season in 5 innings, really, they have not managed to put together any sort of score that puts them in any sort of position to dictate the game from this point on. There's still a couple of wickets to fall, and Callum Parkinson, Chris Wright, Bjorn Hendricks can all bat, so maybe they will get past 300, push towards 350. If they do, it'll be a little bit more respectable, but that's all that score would be on this track. And I think David Lloyd and Glamorgan in the end must have been pretty happy, possibly not at lunchtime when no wickets had fallen after putting Leicestershire in, but by the end of the day I think that was a pretty good day for the home side.
Yes, Marnus Labuschagne saying that they were certainly happy with the final session. Pointed the economy rate earlier as a factor, though, in that Leicestershire never really sort of got away from them. And also admitted it was tough to read the wickets here, even in the home dressing room. Sometimes they thought it would be a wicket that'd do a lot, and it doesn't, and the other way around as well. So that's an issue that Glamorgan will need to correct moving forward. Not quite as pleasant as yesterday, weather-wise.
No, a bit cooler. That said, the sun has just sort of broken through. There's a fairly low-lying cloud cover over the ground, so it might just swing a little bit, but it is cooler, so who knows. And it was perfectly pleasant out this morning, going up to the barrage, and indeed coming through the park as well to the ground. So no floodlights, as you've reminded us, so whether the light will be a factor later in the day remains to be seen, but certainly forecast is dry. There was a few spots of rain at one stage this morning, but that's all there were, a few spots, so plenty of cricket will be played today.
Have you been roaming far and wide then?
Just up to the barrage this morning. So around the Taff Trail is sort of closed in parts. So
really?
As you get towards the coast, where they're doing various bits and pieces of work on it, and around the new blocks of flats and things like that. As you get up towards, there's that huge building on the side of the barrage that is for sale now. It looks like an old sort of trade building, massive place. Is it Penarth? Would that be Penarth up there?
It's towards Penarth, as the far side of the barrage. Yes, it's ever changing. Don't ask me.
Every time I come here, things have moved on, or something's closed, or something's being built.
We're going into the announcements. There we are. All and sundry are being welcomed to the playing arena. Nice to see a group of youngsters forming a guard of honour as well for the teams to come out. It's always popular among the kids to do that, and to get at least half a day at the cricket before they're carted off back to their school. There's all sorts of educational things you can do with cricket, I'm told.
Good for maths and stats, isn't it? What you would imagine.
Yes.
Not that it seems to have improved mine.
Bit of geography.
Yes, absolutely.
So 285 for 8. Leicestershire realistically will be happy if they claim a third pointer, I guess.
Yes.
Maybe up towards 350 on a good day if the tail enders come off.
I suspect if you offered them 350 now, they would take it. With just a couple of balls, potentially might do for the innings.
Yes, we're talking about Joe Root and Ben Stokes playing county cricket, or in the case of Ben Stokes, not playing county cricket. And saw Michael Atherton in the Times this morning and managed to get a whole lead article about Ben Stokes not taking the field at Worcester as the first few Durham batsmen cashed in with the runs. 339 for 3. Durham resumed that, with Borthwick and Beddingham preventing a sight of Stokes happening. Very good morning, wherever you're listening. Good afternoon, good evening, or good night, if it's the case with you in various parts of the world. And we're getting underway with Nisa bowling down leg side, and Cook does well to take going across to his left. The not out batters overnight: Callum Parkinson, the skipper, who's on strike, is 8 not out. Chris Wright is on 10 not out. And the only man to come is Buren Hendricks, the South African fast bowler, who is a left-hand bat. So a wicket apiece for Nisa, Harris and Wheel, and 3 for Marnus Labuschagne. As Nisa bowls, and Parkinson blocks that one on the onside, and there's no run. We're in the 17th over with this particular ball. As Nisa, with his usual scuffing away at the crease, making sure that he's happy with the landing area for his bowling action. A couple of sleeveless shirts around the Glamorgan fielders, but it is a little bit cooler. The crowd accordingly a little bit lower as Nisa bowls, and Parkinson drives back past the stumps, but Labuschagne scampers round from a wide mid-off position and does the fielding. Very short straight boundary here at Sophia Gardens at this Cathedral Road end, because they've had to use an additional physical sight screen in addition to the usual large tarpaulins over the seating area, because the pitch is away to our left. As Nisa is in to bowl to Parkinson, who gets a very defensive bat on that, and the ball rolls just half a dozen metres out on the onside. So as a result of the physical sight screen having to be used, that means the boundary is brought in around about 5 metres. So certainly it's a short straight shot, shorter than usual. The straight boundaries are always short here at Sophia Gardens. As Nisa is in and bowls, and there's the first run of the morning as Parkinson deflects it away towards square leg, who is deep. Andy Gorvin, the debutant, is out on the boundary for a possible pull or hook shot if Nisa decides to dig one in. The pitch is towards the pavilion side of Sophia Gardens, and therefore it's not a hugely short, but a reasonably short boundary on the offside at the moment for Wright, facing up to Nisa at 286 for 9, and that's defended again. Back to the bowler, so just the single off the opening over of the day. In contrast, away to our right, the boundary rope is good 30-35 metres in from the grandstand, which is still undergoing construction work. So the two Australian Michaels opening up. Michael Hogan still looking for his first home wicket this season, albeit as economical as ever in this innings. He's bowled 19 overs, 0 for 45. Nisa now 17 overs, 1 for 28. Even more miserly. 286 for 8. Parkinson on 9, facing up to Hogan. As the workers fixing in a few more new seats into the grandstand, away to our right. Hogan in to bowl, and that's edged between keeper and first slip. It's gone for 4. I'm not sure it actually carried. There was no visible movement from Chris Cook or David Lloyd. Played with soft hands, and it pitched almost halfway between them, virtually halfway between them, bisected slip and keeper. And I don't think it would have carried to Cook, but they seemed somewhat surprised by that. 290 for 8. Hogan bowls a shortish delivery that's turned away down towards backwards square. They'll run 1, and that's all. As Parkinson moves on to 14, the total on to 291 for 8. So the first false shot of the morning. But strangely, neither slip nor keeper could get anything on it. Hogan then, pounding in towards us and bowling, and Wright defending that one, back up the pitch. And there's no run. It's rather odd, that edge, wasn't it? The slip and the keeper just seemed to look at each other as it bisected them.
It was. It was well short of them, wasn't it? It wasn't a
was
chance
just about short of Cook, yeah.
But again, it perhaps confirms the impression that we were given about the slowness of the pitch. It's not quite coming on, and they've got to stand a little bit closer.
Hogan in to Wright, who plays that firmly enough out on the offside, and it's one of those situations, I guess, where the tail enders are grateful to be comfortable batting, but knowing that they will be bowling on the same strip.
Exactly that, yeah.
At some point, probably later this morning.
Did leave out a seamer as well. It could be a long, hard day in store for the bowling attack. They'll be hoping not.
As Hogan turns and pounds in, bowls and beats the outside edge of Wright's bat through to Cook this time. So in terms of the Leicestershire attack, you've got Wright, Hendricks and Mike to bowl seam. Any other seam?
Mulder is, of course, is an all-rounder as well, so he bowls medium, occasionally medium, sort of brisk. Looks to swing it away from the right-handers.
Yep.
He's a batting all-rounder, really, from what we've seen so far, but he'll have to bowl a lot of overs, potentially, in this game.
As Hogan is in, and that's played out gently by Wright on the offside, the Saltrop point. No run. Obviously, the captain, Callum Parkinson, will lead the spin attack with support from Steele.
Essentially, yes. Obviously, it being Steele's red ball debut. Be interesting to see how he gets on, how many overs he does actually bowl in the end, if any. Colin Ackerman is very reluctant to bowl himself, which can be a little bit frustrating. Obviously, he's an off spinner, Parkinson a left arm spinner, but Parkinson certainly the main spin weapon. He's taking guard at the moment. Michael Nisa to continue from the Cathedral Road end of the ground, and he comes past umpire Wharf and bowls. Parkinson is forward, edging along the ground all the way through about fourth slip down to third man. Hogan picks up and throws on the bounce to Cook. Parkinson takes 1. He and Nisa exchange words. Parkinson is one of those, he's told us on BBC Radio Leicester, he said if bowler talks to him or the batter, whichever situation, he said he's always up for a conversation. He said it just fires him up, gets him going. Nisa is in to Wright, who goes back and defends on off stump and blocks it out towards mid-off, picked up by Marnus Labuschagne. Long-sleeved sweater for him.
Yeah, I think Steele has featured in Durham's squads against Glamorgan. I can't quite recall whether he's actually faced them before.
There's a couple of Durham Steels. Oh, there were Cameron Steele as well, wasn't there? So it's easy to confuse the two, or was in the past, as Nisa turns, runs in hard and bowls full and goes past the outside edge of Chris Wright's bat. Lovely delivery. That looked to move a bit, and there's a certain amount of head scratching out there. David Lloyd at first slip. Let's have a look. Whoa, that one went. Yeah, lovely delivery. This is still a relatively new ball, remember. We are only in the, 99th over with it, with the innings, so...
Should be a bit of life.
Lots of life, hopefully. It should be kind of ideal, shouldn't it, really? Lacquer off, 20 overs old. Nice and hard. Nisa is in down the leg side. It takes a little bit of a bounce, maybe flicked the hip of Wright. There's a semi-serious inquiry from the slips who'd heard a noise. Nothing really from Nisa, who turned and looked rather, didn't really even raise an arm at the umpire. Let's have a look at the replay. Yeah, looked to flick the hip, or the sort of thigh pad of Wright. Went on down the leg side. Taken by Cook. Diving off to his left. Two-handed, so it was slowed up on the way. In goes Nisa and bowls. Goes past the outside edge again. Good bowling from Nisa this morning, and even he is starting to look a little bit frustrated.
There is a bit of movement, isn't there?
Yeah, just held its own. Didn't hoop as the delivery 2 balls earlier did, but it did a little bit. Did certainly enough, more than enough to defeat Wright's uncertain prod forward. 292 for 8. Can Leicestershire get to 300 for the first time in a first innings this season? In goes Nisa, and outside edge is beaten again. It could have been that Wright just tucked his bat inside the line of that one. I don't think so. And Nisa turns, hands behind his back, and walks back to take his cap from the umpire. Super over from Michael Nisa, not rewarded with a wicket.
Thank you to everyone who's commented so far on Twitter. Fox's Cricket 22 for Richard, and Nick Webb 2017 for myself. As Steve West suggests, it's feeling a bit like the last game at Derby, where Glamorgan eventually got a first innings lead. As Hogan in to bowl to Parkinson, and the captain plays that one easily down to Gully Andrew Salterfields. IJ says, good touch at Sophia Gardens to recognise members who donated their subs during COVID, which is something several counties have done with a thank you board. There's one on the indoor cricket school away to our left. You know you're at Glamorgan when most of the board is made up of Jones, Davis, Evans, Morgan, Williams, etc. As Hogan is in to bowl, and played up to mid-on by Parkinson, and there's no run.
I think there's been one at each ground we've visited so far.
Glammy podcast saying pressure will be on Glamorgan to negotiate these overcast conditions and get big scores for first innings lead. Well, if it does happen, it might take some time. I don't think there's any point in batsmen going at things hard on this pitch. Hogan bowls down leg side, and Parkinson tries to work it to fine leg but doesn't make contact. I think it's a question of patience as for both bowling and batting sides.
Yeah, agreed. I was talking to Rishi Patel last night about that, saying how many shots that were when the batsmen were looking to hit the ball straight ended up going out towards mid-off or mid-on. And he said, well, it's a function of the slowness. It wasn't quite coming on.
As Hogan is in to bowl, short delivery and a hook shot played by Parkinson. Now, did he get something on that? Cook didn't take cleanly. It got to one paw on it.
think he did, yes, he did.
And that is a technical chance, though it would have been a world-class catch had he hung on one-handed and in the air.
He got there, didn't he?
Yeah.
But it was obviously coming down and going away from him as he did get there, so it was a super leap. Salmon-like.
It was a technical chance, I suppose, but probably no more than that. Right, facing up to Hogan. And playing that one on the offside. Bowler and batter wearing the same number.
I haven't had a replay of it yet, so I think he came off the glove of Parkinson, rehearsing his... he went for it hard, didn't he? Tried to pull it away down to long leg, deep backward square.
Yeah, Cook is a pretty athletic figure behind the stumps, but couldn't quite cling on. Hogan in, bowls outside off stump. Leave from Wright, who is yet to add to his overnight 10. Parkinson has scored all 8 runs to be added in the first 13 minutes this morning. Leicestershire 293 for 8 here on BBC Sport Online.
It's not an easy wicket for the wicket-keeper. We're saying about it's slightly tricky for the batters to judge the pace or lack thereof. But many a delivery is sort of coming through to the wicket-keeper on the second bounce, or sort of getting a bit of a flyer if banged in short. So Cook is he will have bruised hands and arms, I suspect, at the end of the innings. Nisa to continue from the Cathedral Road end is in to Parkinson, who turns him neatly off middle and leg down towards deep backward square. There should be a second, a little bit of confusion between the fielders down there, and in the end, is it Salter who's down there? Got there first? No, it's Harris who's down there.
Yeah, Salter's usually in the point area.
Yeah, there he is. And, James Harris got there just before Gorvin. But there was a certain amount of disputation as to who was going to get there first, all of which resulted in an easy second for Callum. Parkinson moves on to 18. Nisa is in, bowls to him again on off stump, slightly short of a good length. Parkinson, not a tall man, can stay on the back foot and drop it out to the aforementioned Salter at point.
Yeah, the first time Harris and Gorvin will have played together, certainly at first team level. Gorvin played a few one-day cup matches last year. Harris a few brief loan spells back to Glamorgan before.
Nisa is in. Fuller this time, but Parkinson, although looking to drive, doesn't time it at all and dribbles rather out to Labuschagne at mid-off.
Yeah, Harris played 2 championship matches last season on loan, made the move back permanent on a 3-year contract. As Glamorgan look to add the experience, it is, to be honest, an experienced seam attack, but won't have Michael Hogan as of next season.
Springsteen says the live stream isn't working, but we have it on our telly, Springsteen, so I think it is for the most part. We'll check it out. In goes Nisa, bowls on off stump. Parkinson leans forward, plays it with an angled bat behind point. Salter chases back, puts in the slide, but comfortable single taken by Parkinson and Wright. Parkinson on to 19, 296 for 8.
We did check the BBC audio before we came on. And we haven't had any other reports of malfunctioning.
Nisa in to Wright, who looks to, well, sort of waft him away on the offside. Minimal foot movement. Very difficult to describe the shot because it wasn't much of anything really. It was a sort of back foot, front foot waft, and missed it essentially. And it went through low again to Cook behind the stumps.
Yeah, I can confirm that the pictures are on the Glamorgan website because I've just checked it.
I don't know how you're accessing it, Springsteen. I'm not all trying to access it. In goes Nisa bowls. the more careful right this time is forward, just defending on off stump. So Nisa asking all sorts of questions of these two lower order Leicestershire batsmen this morning. To many of the questions they have no answer, but they're not getting an edge. So Nisa a little bit frustrated as he takes his cap and raises his eyes to the heavens as he stomps back purposefully towards his long leg position, because it's the end of the over. 296 for 8.
Yeah. Thanks to Richie Muck for confirming that the live screen is good with him. Chris Drew asks,
Mike Jelf's ditto as well. Sorry, go on.
As that from Hogan, whacks into the thigh pad of right Parkinson and rolls out in front of him. Chris Drew asks, any news on Marnus for next season yet? Short answer, no. But I would imagine that if Australia have test matches here, then Cricket Australia would be very keen for him to start the season in the UK.
Yeah, exactly.
Hogan into bowl to Parkinson, who's forward defending carefully to mid-off. And obviously I can't speak for Marnus Labuschagne, but I would have thought that if he's going to play in the UK, he would stick with Glamorgan unless anyone else has got a very tempting checkbook.
Seems to have been pretty happy here, doesn't he? But, as you say, it just depends on offers from elsewhere.
But he has spoken on a couple of occasions about working with Matthew Maynard, the coach, as Parkinson defends on the offside, no run. And they seem to enjoy a good relationship, both from what Labuschagne's said and from the body language when you see them talking together on the ground. Ben Stokes finally gets to bat in a county match as England captain, as Hogan is into bowl and Parkinson defending back down the pitch, and there is no run.
Worcester press box sits up on mats, presumably.
Yes, they'll have something to write about.
Parkinson scores this season 7, 14, 8 and 49. Missed the game up at Durham, and 25 not out and 9. And now 19 not out, so contributions.
Hogan. Bowls edge to slip. I don't think that one carried either.
No, it was a foot short.
Northeast got a hand to it. They've taken the single. Parkinson on to 20. 297 for 8, and Leicestershire edging closer to the third bonus point. The uncharted territory, the sunlit uplands, as some might say.
Here's the replay. Yeah, well short. Maybe 2 feet short. Did well to get a hand to it, Northeast. Be a bit shaking it now.
Hogan bowls, and Wright will get his first runs of the morning with a clip off his legs, down to fine leg. He moves on to 14, and that is the Leicestershire 300.
Hurrah!
Fox is rampant. 301 for 8.
A third batting bonus point for the first time this season. The third in an innings, I should say. But even so, I think they'll still feel, well, the power to add still, but I think they were, at a stage they were targeting well over 400.
Durham 370 for 4 at New Road. Scott Borthwick's gone for 89. David Bedingham is 85 not out, and England captain Ben Stokes is on 4 not out. Joe Root continues to field.
Michael Nisa is in and bowling to Parkinson over pitches on middle and leg, and beautifully clipped away to deep mid wicket for 4, despite the presence of Gorvin at deep square. The youngster couldn't get across to cut it off so neatly. Was it timed by Callum Parkinson? Lovely shot by the Boltonian. He moves on to 24, 305 for 8.
Yeah, there have been a couple on leg stump from Hogan and then on Nisa, which have been relatively simple to work away for the batters. Doesn't sound like a hugely exciting game at Chelmsford. Essex 249 for 3 after 102 overs.
Nisa is in, bowls outside off stump. Parkinson hops across but lifts his bat over the line of the ball. Did bring in a mid-wicket Michael Nisa for that delivery from the offside. Carlson, and he has got Gorman still out there at deep backward square. Parkinson having shown a readiness to hook. 305 for 8. Parkinson 24 off 39 balls. They've got the run rate up a little bit as well. He does bowl a little bit short onto the hip of Parkinson, who rides the ball nicely, gets up on his toes and just deflects it around the corner calmly down towards long leg. Takes one. Sensible batting this morning. Good batting from Callum Parkinson. The skipper leading by example. Moves on to 25, 306 for 8. And a little bit dark. More dark clouds drifting over. Nisa turns. Is in and bowls. A little bit short, and Wright has a lot of time as a consequence. The tall man to get up onto his toes on the back foot. Drop the ball out off stump. Back down the pitch on the off side. Wheel starting to warm up at mid-on.
And interesting that of the 7 county championship matches ongoing, 4 in Division 1, 3 in Division 2, no side has been bowled out as yet.
Curious. Nisa turns, charges in, bowls to right, who goes back, edges wide of northeast and fine of third man. Hogan can't get across there, so either an extremely fortunate or an extremely good piece of placement from Chris Wright. Well, in fairness, he was on top of the ball. He was playing with an angled bat, but that to thread the eye of the needle in that way requires a certain amount of fortune, but perhaps he's earned it. He moves on to 18, 310 for 8.
Yes, Michael Hogan with a certain resigned weariness as he retrieved the ball there.
Won't improve Nisa's mood any, who is in and bowling to right. He's hit him on the back pad. It's bouncing down towards the gully. There's a start of a shout. Now, was it a little bit of inside edge? No inside edge. Obviously, it was therefore going to miss the stumps by some distance. A leg by is taken. The appeal began, but stopped very quickly. Sort of petered out, rather, didn't it? 311 for 8, Leicestershire. They've got through the first 7 overs of the day without damage.
Yes, which means that it is, you would have thought, going to be something of a battle of attrition between these two sides today. I may be wrong, but you can't see anyone scoring at a vast run rate without losing wickets. The over rate for Glamorgan is level, which is good news. 311 for 8 as Edward Bevan will replace Richard Ray in the BBC commentary box as Hogan bowls, and that's forced into the offside by Wright. I thought he might have got it through there, but it was a smart stop by Carlson in the covers, and there's no run. $311 for 8 as we make sure that Edward is in full voice to address the nation as Hogan bowls a short delivery that's pulled up towards mid-on by Wright and well stopped. But it's all looking a little bit slow, this pitch this morning, isn't it?
Yeah, nothing at all. Well, there hasn't been anything in this pitch, Nick, since we started 24 hours ago. It's one of the flattest I've seen here. And I was interested to hear your remark about nobody is all out, and I'll just talk about that a little bit later.
Hogan in to bowl, beats the edge, and it's got the edge of Wright's bat. He's gone for 18. Glamorgan have a 9th wicket and their 3rd bowling pointers. Wright rather hung out his bat there, and Michael Hogan eventually has his 1st wicket in Cardiff this season after claiming plenty away from home, and just a routine catch for Chris Cook, as Wright didn't play that one hugely well, but he's got 18 and he's steered Leicestershire to a 3rd point. So 3-11 for 9, and Leicestershire may yet be the first team dismissed in this round of championship games. Edward, you
interesting article in the Times this morning about the vast number of runs that have been scored around the country. People getting double hundreds. Dixon of Durham, for example, has got 300s already. And the reason, apparently, is that the seam is smaller this year. Dukes, of course, who make these cricket balls, have reduced the seam, which takes us back into the mid-90s when we had that season when everybody was just getting a vast number of runs. Simply the same reason. I remember Hugh Morris for Glamorgan at that stage got 10 hundreds. And I suppose that makes sense, Nick, because it runs everywhere. The pitches have yet to start breaking up at this time of the year. Therefore, the spinners are not getting much out of them. The seamers really have to work hard. So it's credit, I think, to Glamorgan's bowlers yesterday, because Leicester were 199 for 3 and looking as if they might well get 400 or so. So it's not easy for the poor bowlers.
So Leicestershire may be the first team dismissed, although in Division 1, Warwickshire now 9 down for 288 at Old Trafford. Opener Dominic Sibley is still there on 122 not out, as Michael Hogan makes sure he's got his fielders exactly where he wants them for the left-handed Hendricks, the number 11. And Hogan is in to bowl, hits Hendricks on the pads, the ball rolls down to fine leg, and they will take a single as Chris Cook fields. Alex Wharf does eventually confirm that it is a leg by, 312 for 9.
Yes, and Parkinson, I don't know how good a player Hendricks is, but Parkinson might be thinking now, right, it's time to have a dart and obviously try and farm the bowling as much as he can, because he's looking in pretty good form. Batted like a tail ender.
Yeah, 40 odd in the last match, as he plays that one to cover, and there's no run.
Now then, will they bring the fielders in? The light, incidentally, probably better than it looks from inside here. It always does, but it's very cloudy. No threat of rain until this evening, so apart from perhaps bad light, we should have another full day and a lot of cricket left in this game.
Hendricks has a first-class batting average of 10. As Hogan is in to bowl to Parkinson, who plays and misses, and Chris Cook doesn't take cleanly, but manages to block the ball and prevent a single being taken. 312 for 9. And how often have we remarked on the ball not carrying through to the keeper properly?
Yes, a bit on the slow side this pitch, but I suppose it's the old thing. If Glamorgan bat as well as they can, they should bat for the remainder of the day and possibly into tomorrow. And Leicestershire will rue the fact that that score I gave earlier on, 199 it's 169 for 2 and 199 for 3. They couldn't have gone on, but Glamorgan struck. And if Hogan's going to have a rest or Nisa, which I doubt at the moment, I would bring Labuschagne on to bowl, because they often say that they can manage the seamers, but tail-enders don't like the leg spinner bowling at them.
Caused a bit of chaos yesterday.
Nisa's gone round the wicket to the left-handed Hendricks, and he's in and bowls short, clipped away down towards mid-wicket, and they'll go through for a single.
Nisa, not for the first time in this match, seems to be feeling his side a little bit. He has had quite a heavy workload. Had a calf strain, I think it was, that kept him out the first game of the season, having picked it up in Australia. But he does seem to be
Struggling.
Labouring a bit.
Well, he probably, as well, Glamorgan will hope that he can put his feet up for the rest of the day, get some treatment as he turns and reverts to over the wicket to the right-handed Patterson and beats him outside the off stump. Again, Cook is low down, which perhaps suggests to us also we've seen a couple of balls drop short of slip. Might come up a yard or two. He's holding his he's not so much holding his thighs, he's holding his back there, Nisa. Glamorgan, of course, the sooner they finish this game, then there's a little trip to Durham, which always takes it out of people's backs when they have to be in the car for about 5 hours.
Tell me about it.
I know, yeah. Nisa comes in and bowls, and that's a nice looking shot by Parkinson, and eventually gets to mid-on Whalewell Field. And they amble through for a single, 314 for 9.
Yeah, it looked as though that was coming faster than it did, didn't it? It was hit, I think, hard down into the ground, so it just bounced up over the keeper, the umpire, who took evasive action, and the bowler, and they went through for a single.
Michael Nisa, halfway through the over, bowls, and Hendrick just pushes it away gently onto the offside. Looks as if they're quite happy to accumulate in ones and twos.
Yeah, it's Leicestershire's highest of the season in the first innings. Hendrick's 1 Test match, 8 ODIs and 19 T20 internationals for South Africa. He's born in Cape Town, plays for Western Province.
Here's Nisa again round the wicket to the left-hander, bowls to him, comes gently onto the bat. What I mean by that, there's no deviation at all. The batsman can just get into position and push it away. No run, 314 for 9, and Nisa, if he is holding any part of his body, would be probably advised to go off and have some treatment with just the 1 wicket to fall. 3 points apiece then for either side as Nisa turns, comes in, bowls into the block hole, pushed away to deep gully. That's the end of the over. Leicestershire would like to have got more, I think, and Glamorgan, after that start, would be quite happy with the score at the moment, but I think we mentioned before, yesterday, certainly, and probably today, can you take 20 wickets to win a match here?
That's a good thought.
At the moment, no.
Well, we're not that behind schedule, are we? If you look at 10 wickets a day, and Leicestershire 9 down and 35 minutes into day 2, it only needs a little wobble somewhere, and maybe the pitch will deteriorate during the course. Hogan will try and finish off this Leicestershire innings, 1 for 56 at the moment. He has, as he bowls to Parkinson, who drives, doesn't quite time it. It goes to cover. Carlson Fields, no run. So demonstrating that timing is still proving awkward for the batters. And Glamorgan have got a lot of players who like to come hard, haven't they? David Lloyd, Salter, Labuschagne, Carlson, all strikers of the ball. They might have to rein themselves in a little.
I was just going to say, yeah, perhaps a little too greedy.
Hogan bowls, and Parkinson tries to hoik it on the leg side. It's outside off stump, and it dies again and goes through to Cook.
I can't understand why he just comes up perhaps a yard. Because if a nick does drop short, Hogan's not going to be a very happy man.
Well, there's one that flew between Cook and Lloyd early on. First over, I think it was, delivered by Hogan. 314 for 9, so Leicestershire have at least got some sort of respectability to attack this game with, something to defend. As Hogan bowls and Parkinson plays gently to mid-on, no run. At least Glamorgan's over 8 is back to level pegging, so they don't have to worry about that too much for the time being.
Weather today is cloudy. The rain that's coming into the country is not hitting. Well, it's hitting West Wales about 5 in the It takes the time to get up here, so we could have a full day.
Hogan to Parkinson, who defends to mid-off, no run. I think light is more likely to be the issue, isn't it? It's quite gloomy already. And, unfortunately, they're still unable to use floodlights for more than a certain number of days a year, which are allocated to T20 cricket. And, unfortunately, it wasn't raised as an issue in the Cardiff Council elections, as far as I know. Hogan bowls and Parkinson runs it down to gully. Salter Fields, no run. But I really have never been able to understand why there are restrictions on floodlights when residential housing is a good 100 metres away.
And also, Lord Bute, who owns all this vast acreage of land, said in his will there will never be any houses built around here. So as you say, Nick, I can't understand it either.
Hogan bowls, Parkinson allows it to go through, Cook takes it shin high, if that, and it's the end of Hogan's over. 314 for 9. Hogan 1 for 56 off 24. Nisa going at just 2 runs and over. And we are 4 overs away from the 110 over mark, which is where the bonus points are cut off. So I think we can safely say, unless Leicestershire go berserk, that it's going to be 3 all on bonus points.
Yes, and I thought Nisa might just have a rest, but he is going to carry on. So perhaps he's not quite aching so much as we think. Tough people, these Aussies.
Yeah, Matthew Maynard said he's not going to complain about anything, basically, when they're talking about his toe injury.
And he said to Hendricks then, and nudges it away, and there's a man there in the old leg slip position. And umpire Worth thinks he better have a walk from square leg out to point.
Which I don't quite understand, because Carlson is nowhere near his eye line.
No, he's well behind the popping crease, isn't he?
He's actually more in line with the fielder at point than square leg, so not sure what Alex is up to. As second slip is now taken out and moved to
I think he might be just going to bowl it a bit short, don't you? And if he's nudging away, I just pop it up. We shall see as Nisa is in and bowls again, and that's down the leg side and helped on its way for 4 runs. Well, whether he tried to bowl it a bit short, but there was no response from the pitch whatsoever. And Hendricks pulls it away for 4, 318 for 9. Useful runs this for Leicester. Glamorgan will want to get out there and bat on this pitch. So I don't. You say his batting average is 10, so he certainly can hold a bat.
Emphatic way to get off the mark.
Here he is. Here's Nisa. Him past umpire White. Bowls. That's short, and that goes through to the wicketkeeper down the leg side, Chris Cook. There's a helicopter hovers above the city of Cardiff, away to our right.
Hendricks is willing to take on these short balls. He tried to hook that one as well, a bit late on the shot.
Yes. I always think, well, one straight ball would be far better than an attempted bouncer.
Labuschagne is working absolutely furiously on the ball, really.
Plus he wants to bowl his seamers.
Polishing it.
Nisa into the left-handed Hendricks, and he plays forward and pushes it back down the pitch.
He was asked actually about bowling Seymour spin, and basically his answer amounted to well, it depends on the weather and the conditions.
He just wants to bowl. He just wants to be in the game throughout the day, batting, bowling, fielding, appealing,
polishing.
There's Nisa in and bowls again to Hendricks. Oh, gets a ball which he pulls his bat away at the last moment as it goes through.
Again, it was dug in. Again, it didn't really get up a lot and went past Hendricks, barely more than waist height. So there's something of a plan here that they can get the number 11 out pulling or hooking.
or stepping away and playing a bouncer defensively. It might just carry the lead select. Last ball of the over as Nisa bowls, and this again played defensively. So Leicestershire just want to take occupation of the crease, which if somebody does get out, I think perhaps it might be better for them if they want to try and have a bowl, because there are cloudy conditions. It would be far better if they tried to play some shots. It's can't really see what they won't get the bonus point. If they get to anywhere near 350, they'll just try and attack a little bit more.
No, there's only 3 overs left now. 32 to get.
Yes.
Not happening. Ben Stokes is just starting to build his innings for Durham. First county innings as England captain. Stokes in to bowl. Parkinson defends.
Stokes in to bowl. Oh, that'd be nice.
No.
Probably see that, would you?
Well, who knows? We might see it next week at Durham against Glamorgan. Do you think he'll play 2 matches in a row? Or
I wouldn't have thought so, because of his susceptibility to, he's got this finger. I know it's much better. What if he pulls a muscle a couple of weeks before the first test against New Zealand? Jimmy Anderson played the 1 game, didn't he?
Yeah.
Broad has played 1 game. The senior citizens.
As Hogan bowls and Parkinson defends, so you don't think he'll be firing bullets at Glamorgan next week?
Well, it could be, you never know. Does he want to bowl 15, 20 overs and tire him? Lots of... you probably want to have meetings with Rob Key, and if the red ball coach is confirmed...
Anyone who's in charge?
Well, it's typically...
Anyone chief executive? As Hogan is in to bowl and driven gently by Parkinson to mid-off. Barry O'Brien, I see the former Glamorgan man, has stepped down on health grounds from his role as interim chair.
Have they got any committee there now, VCB?
Perhaps we ought to volunteer. Perhaps we ought to stage a coup at Lord's. Send the BBC commentary team to march on HQ.
Slow progress, certainly.
Hogan in the Cardiff gloom is in to bowl to Parkinson, a short ball that he pulls and will get a single as Nisa fields in front of the members area down to our left.
Not a lot happening here at the moment. It's just accumulation in singles and just occupying the crease.
34 added the overnight total for the loss of just 1 wicket. Right caught behind off Hogan for 18. Hogan round the wicket to the left-handed Hendricks, who runs 1 down past second slip. It's more work for Nisa, who fields just inside the boundary, gets his throw in. Cook misses it. They want an overthrow. This could be problematic. Labuschagne throws hits out.
What a throw.
A third run out in the Leicestershire innings ends it. Parkinson has gone as Leicestershire looked for an overthrow. It was scruffy cricket all round, apart from Marnus Labuschagne, who hit the stumps from 15-20 metres away, and Leicestershire are dismissed.
I think after this
320.
game, Leicester should take lessons in how to run between the wickets, because every one of their run-outs has been shambolic. Not taking anything away from Labuschagne, because he had 1 stump to A-0, as did Nisa yesterday. But they didn't seem in any trouble, the 10th wicket pair. And as I said, they've only added a few runs, and I just didn't quite understand the tactics there. But there we are, 390 in all out.
It really didn't look at any stage like a run. That second one. What happened was that Nisa's throw was lowish around Cook's shins, where a lot of deliveries have ended up. Cook couldn't take it. It was well backed up by Labuschagne. They belatedly decided to go for an overthrow, and Alex Wharf, actually, I've got that the wrong way round, because it was they must have gone back rather than tried the second in the end. It was Hendricks who got the sing. Oh, This Leicestershire business, no, they were looking for a second, that's right, because Hendricks ran it down to third man. 320 all out, the extra run has gone on the board. Leicestershire's running has scrambled my mind. 320 all out, so Glamorgan will begin their reply in 8 minutes' time or so. We'll take a brief break here on BBC Sport Online.
For those of you who like to keep your score sheets up to date, I'll give you the Glamorgan bowling figures in just a moment. So Leicestershire, as I say, all out for 320 and 107.5 overs. Buren Hendricks was unbeaten on 5, and in that total there were 30 extras comprising 13 byes, 7 leg byes, and 10 no balls. Here are the Glamorgan bowling figures. Michael Neeser, 22 overs, 7 maidens, 1 4 46. Michael Hogan, 24.5 overs, 4 maidens, 1 4 58. James Harris, 12 overs, 1 maiden, 1 4 41. James Will, 13 overs, 5 maidens, 1 4 39. Andy Gordon, 11 overs, 2 maidens, 0 4 27. Marnus Labuschagne, 17 overs, 3 maidens, 3 4 65. And Andrew Salter, 8 overs, 1 maiden, 0 4 24. Reminder, ladies and gentlemen, that at the start of lunch at 1 o'clock there will be the first of this season's members' forum taking place in the Pyramid Lounge and the panel. Under the chairmanship of Phil Steele will include Dan Cherry, Mark Wallace and Matthew Maynard. I can also bring you up to date, as I'm sure you're aware, Glamorgan's second 11 starting their T20 campaign today. I can bring you up to date the back-to-back matches they are playing against Cardiff UCCE at the Llwynarthen ground, the home of his favourite cricket club. There are 2 games. The first one is underway, and in the 18th over, Cardiff UCCE are 151 for 4. In addition, there's also a game taking place at Newport Cricket Club at Spitty Park. It's again a T20 warm-up involving the Western Storm, who will be playing here the week on Saturday. Their games today are against the Southern Vipers. The Western Storm won at the toss. They invited the Southern Vipers to that first, and apparently in the 16th over, the Southern Vipers are 136 for 1. the batting for Glamorgan, the captain David Lloyd, and with him Andrew Saunter. And to open the bowling for Leicestershire at the river end, Chris Wright.
Welcome back to BBC Sport Online listeners and to viewers of the Glamorgan and Leicestershire web streams, where Glamorgan are off in pursuit of Leicestershire's 320 all-out in the first innings. Both sides take 3 bonus points. As Lloyd and Salter are the batters, and the first ball is driven back past Chris Wright, and Lloyd is up and running with a couple. I think Wright might have got a fingertip on that to take some of the pace off the ball. 2 without loss.
Very cloudy at the moment. I don't think there'll be any thoughts of coming off the field, but it's not pleasant. We are told the next 2 days are going to be summer.
Well, that's when it is this year.
No, we can't grumble, Nick. Come on.
It's been relatively dry, I suppose, so far this season, apart from the hailstorms here. Wright is in to bowl to Lloyd and beats him. It's a no ball, though. So even had he got an edge, it wouldn't have mattered. Through 2 Swindles, it went. 3 slips.
How long did the new ball help the Glamorgan seam bowlers? Basically, not at all. But I think if you're a swing bowler, it's a little bit different. Hogan and Nisa like to hit the deck and get it coming off seam-wise. But
so the veteran Wright then charging towards us. Bowls, and Lloyd's turned a little bit square by that one as he looked to again play it straight through mid-on, but the ball squirting out to cover, no run.
That did swing. Yes, where did he start? I think Middlesex, right?
Middlesex, Essex and Warwickshire, yeah, correct. Round about 4 years each at Middlesex and Essex, 8 years at Warwickshire, now
useful bowler.
4th year at Leicester.
How old is he?
36.
Yes.
Running in towards us from the River Taff end and bowling to Lloyd, who checks his drive, plays gently to mid-wicket, and there's no run. The slip cordon is Rishi Patel, Leicestershire's top scorer with 82. He is at first slip. Louis Kimber at second and Vian Mulder at third. A youthful Leicestershire side.
An interesting position to the right. Not gully, not third man, but
yeah, deepish gully. Deepish
yeah.
Gully. But walking in as Lloyd drives through the offside. That'll, I think, run away for 4 to the extra cover boundary. The pursuit is in vain. Glamorgan moved to 8 without loss.
I reckon Glamorgan will, in the back of their minds, want to try and score rather quickly, not dash away and lose wickets, because they know it's not easy to bowl a side out here. And they have a lot of time, of course, with these 2 days, plus hopefully most of today. Rain apparently is in the north and supposed to hit West Wales at around early evening.
8 for naught. Lloyd has 6 of them. Wright is in to bowl edged and caught, and Lloyd goes. That just about carried, and David Lloyd goes. Chris Wright has an early breakthrough for Leicestershire. They are 8 for 1, our Glamorgan, as that one did swing, and it was brilliantly taken by Swindells in front of slip, because it wouldn't have carried to Patel at slip.
No, that's a good wicket for Leicestershire, and as you say, a very good catch, because it was going down on him. We'll just look at this again, and he caught it one-handed, inches from the turf, moved off the pitch, and excellent catch. Catches. So David Lloyd departs, and that's a good start, a very good start, we would say, for Leicestershire to get a. And the ball certainly is moved off the seam there, the new ball, pitched exactly, and Lloyd just playing a little bit across it, departs, and it's 8 for 1.
Yeah, I did make the point that Glamorgan have people in this top order who like to go hard, and maybe it's not the ideal day in which to do that, as Marnus Labuschagne will come down the stairs, hopefully not falling down them as he did on one of his early Glamorgan appearances.
His first.
Had to have treatment for wrist problems, but that really would have been catastrophic for him and for the side if he'd missed that game. Anyway, he's striding out to the middle, busy as ever. Punch of gloves with Andrew Salter, who is not in the best of form, top scorer of 29 so far in that century partnership with Lloyd in the first innings at Derby, but Wright will be really encouraged by that early breakthrough.
Yeah, he beat Lloyd early on in the over and bowled a first good over, because had he nicked it, although it was a no ball, that was a very good delivery. The second, and as was the one that dismissed him. Now,
here comes Wright then to bowl to Marnus Labuschagne, who hit 130 and 85 at Derby and 50 not out at Trent Bridge, but was dismissed relatively cheaply here twice by Shaheen Shah Afridi in his previous home appearance. Only 2 home championship appearances for Labuschagne in this spell with Glamorgan, as Wright is in to bowl to Labuschagne, who plays that one defensively to mid-on to end the over. An eventful first over. A no ball, a boundary, and crucially for Leicestershire, a wicket. Glamorgan are 8 for 1 in reply to 320.
Yes, Labuschagne in very good form, but he has been out. If you get Labuschagne out, it's invariably LBW, because he tries to play across the ball and play it on the onside, and he does bat well out of his crease, and was not told off. He was told by the umpire up at Derby that he was not allowed to stand there, and we've seen that on numerous occasions.
Hendricks to start up from this Cathedral Road end, and I'll give way to Richard Ray.
Hendricks then to bowl with 3 slips, a cover, an extra cover, and a mid-off, and he is bowling to Andrew Salter, and he comes, oops, and nearly topples over as he's coming over the wicket, left arm seam, and I don't know quite if he hit the stumps or not. No, he just faltered in his run up as Richard comes back, and nice to see you, Richard, again.
And you. It's always,
last year good. We had half a game in Royal London up at your place while Nick was confined to barracks. Hendricks then, in past the umpire to the right-handed Salter, bowls to him and he's forward, plays it defensively back up the pitch. And I don't know whether you saw that delivery, a fine delivery there, that an even better catch, I thought, down by Swindles, taking the ball inches from the turf.
It was a great catch by Harry, wasn't it? Almost between first and second slip when he
in front of
got to it, yeah. So that will boost his confidence no end, because he's been a little bit inconsistent behind the stumps so far this season.
Here's Hendricks from this end, comes in, bowls to Salter, and Salter leaves the ball outside the off stump, which again, and I said it about the Glamorgan wicketkeeper and slips. Why don't they come up a little? Because it's dying on them. The catch was dying on Swindles, and that one he took low down by his ankles. But who am I to tell wicketkeepers? Nick, of course, is a wicketkeeper for his club. He would know.
And I learnt something about Nick today. I'll tell you, come to the bat in a minute.
Hendricks in, bowls, and Salter leaves, and this one does carry to
That's
Swindles.
the problem, isn't it? Some of them just skid on through a little bit. But Nick's also a Welsh international cricketer now. Wales international, 50s, yeah, absolutely. So he kept it last year, apparently. He was required to step in at the last moment.
Had a good side.
I think he was a bit of a ringer in a way, because I think it was actually an older age group who was short.
Right. Hendricks bowls and Salter tries to drive that. His feet weren't anywhere near it and went through to Swindell's. Well. I shall
so he has a Wales cap. He can claim to be a Wales international. He can genuinely claim to be a Wales international.
And he's set foot on turf. He's crossed the white line. He's played.
Yes, absolutely. He took a catch and he finished 8 not out. So he has made a contribution as well.
The quiet little so-and-so.
I'd be boasting.
I would too. Hendricks in bowls, and it went through to the wicketkeeper. No ball. Second no ball of the innings. The score moves on up to 10 for 1.
He's struggled a little bit to have an impact. Certainly not had the impact Leicestershire would have hoped from their overseas bowler, Big Buren. He's got 3 wickets for 380 runs at an average of 126.
He's well built and carrying a bit of timber, Richard.
He's very strong, and he charged in all day, but hasn't quite managed to strike.
Here's the last ball. Oh, it's not the last ball. It's in canvas, and it's played away on the onside. It might have just hit the pad, I think. Umpire Rob White, what are you telling us? Yes, it hit the pad on the way to square leg. That was the in-swinger coming in. And of course there will be an extra ball for the no ball. 11 for 1. David Lloyd, the man out, caught by Swindell's wicketkeeper, off right for 6. 1 boundary, 1 bouncer, and 1 no ball and a wicket in that over from right. Labuschagne takes guard, and there'll be 3 slips anticipating an edge here. As Hendricks comes in past the umpire and bowls, and he just played down the line, and a little ahs and oohs. That's the end of the over then. 11 for 1. Labuschagne and Salter have yet to score.
A little twitch at it.
Yes, it just nibble.
But you made a good point earlier, Eddie, about the swing that the Leicestershire bowlers, they are more swing bowlers than seam bowlers. Yeah. They're not right. Occasionally brings one back off the seam, but essentially he's an out swing bowler. Hendricks, obviously, with his left arm, looking to bring it in to the right-handers. But they might therefore get a little bit more movement through the air than the
Glamorgan cloud cover is good for them today.
Yeah. It is a bit cooler, but there is good cloud cover, so it might just swing for a while. Right. 1 wicket to his name already. We'll continue from the river end. Over the wicket he comes to Andrew Salter. Bowls. Salter is squared up, looking to work that one away through mid-wicket. Sees it come almost off the leading edge and run out towards backward point.
Brief time that David Lloyd was there, he had leading edge, a 2nd or 3rd ball. So it must be just going a bit through the air for right.
Yeah, he's
getting a little movement off the pitch.
Is that a haircut, Chris? He usually goes for the sort of slightly floppy fringe.
Well, I need one as well. Thanks for reminding me.
But he's got it a little bit shorter at the moment. Right is in. Bowls to Salter, goes past the outside edge, swings past.
Yeah, good bowling by right.
Yeah, they're struggling at the moment, these Glamorgan batsmen. Even Labuschagne, very early in his innings, of course. He's only faced a couple of deliveries. Just the 2 for him, 8 for Salter, yet to get off the mark, either of them.
Perhaps his haircut has done him a bit of good, makes him lighter to get to the crease. I can't go for a haircut these days. We've got to get to work and get home. He's closed, Mr. Barber.
Right is in and bowls, bounces and leaves Salter and goes past the outside edge, and he holds the pose for a while, Andrew Salter. Oof, that was a super.
Absolute beauty.
Absolute beauty, as you say. Just dipped in and dipped out again.
At 36, he's so experienced. He knows what pace to bowl on this sort of pitch. He knows where to land it. I'd certainly have a 4th slip.
6, yeah. Well, bring backward point into gully, perhaps. 6 wickets at 32 or so far this season for Chris Wright. He hasn't really fired as yet. Maybe this is his day. In he goes and bowls to Salter. Thick outside part of the bat. Tentative half push forward. Guides it out towards backward point, where Sam Evans is the fielder. No run. 11 for 1 remains the score. If they can pick up a couple before lunch, Leicestershire will feel they're back into this game. But certainly, if they can get Labuschagne before he really gets established, could yet be interesting.
Well, they're glad they can get him in the first over, where if he came on and it was 50 for no wicket and the ball has more or less lost its shape.
Right is in. Bowles goes past the outside edge again. If Salter's bat, it wasn't a fuller delivery, it was a slightly shorter delivery. Salter stayed on the back foot, but it did plenty again. Goodness me. Wright is getting good movement out there. Had a fair old lick as well, probably sort of late 70s.
Yes, I mentioned earlier on, you don't really can judge the light when you're in here. It's most press boxes because of the windows, but it does look rather gloomy.
Little bit. Right in. Bowles goes past the outside edge again of Salter's bat. That was, I made it 5 times out of 6.
Yes.
Oh no, because the first one was he was squared up, but did get thick outside edge. So 4 times out of 6 he beat the bat, and well, didn't take the outside edge in the way that he wanted to. 11 for 1 at the end of a very testing over for poor Andrew Salter.
We've said that Salter always has batted 7 or 8, and when he got a lot of runs in the pre-season opening, they thought, well, we'll try him, but I'm afraid it hasn't worked out. And when I'll just break off as Hendricks starts a new over, he'd be bowling to Labuschagne. He's over the wicket and bowls, and Labuschagne is forward, gets right behind it, plays it back down the pitch, and there's no right. Eddie Byram, I think, was penciled in to open, but he's at a little operation. I won't go into the details because you may be preparing for lunch, but he won't be back until the second batch of championship matches start. So either Salter put up his hand and said, I'll have a go, or he was picked to play. Hendricks bowls, and this comes back in with the arm and played away onto the onside square leg.
Patel is a big ooh and ahra at first.
They're everywhere, every side. You middle it, don't you? And you play around the covers, and there's an oohs and ahs immediately. Every side in the championship. I think it's to give encouragement to the bowler more than anything, and to tell the batsman, my goodness, he's moving and doing everything.
Interesting, because Azad is normally at first slip, so he's been relegated down to long leg.
Yeah, it's Hendricks bowls, and that's wide of the off stump, but still the oohs and ahs are going on. Accurate bowling from certainly Wright, and Hendricks just keeping it there or thereabouts.
Nixon calls it theatre. He says, good to create a bit of theatre out there.
Yes.
But I would think most first-class batsmen are fairly inured to...
well, everybody is, you know, just take no notice. Hendricks walks back to his mark at the Cathedral Road end, bowls now, and that's a gun barrel straight and pushed back down the pitch.
Another no ball.
Another no ball. So that's the third we've had, and we're only in the fourth over. 13 for 1. Very tentative start for Glamorgan, having lost Lloyd in the opening over. Hendricks walks back to his mark, tossing the ball from one hand to the other. A green 18 on his back as he comes in and bowls, and that's well outside the off stump. Goes through to the keeper. Does help, doesn't it, when you've got big numbers behind, especially for the opposition. And we do not have any scorecards here now, which is a little disappointing for spectators, because I used to love when I was growing up.
There aren't any available in the ground at all?
None at all.
Goodness.
I think it's something to do with the environment and saving the nation. In comes Hendricks, bowls to Labuschagne. Labuschagne is forward into the gully region. Score remains at 13 for 1. We don't have bottles of water up, you know. We have the press button if you want a glass of water, because of course they don't want the plastic around, which it's fine.
But I thought paper would be recyclable, but or card or whatever.
I'm not vastly intelligent about these matters.
Hendricks is going to have a go round the wicket.
Yes. Trying to get it to straighten up a little, get away to the slip area, of which there are 3. Hendricks bowls wide of the off stump through to the keeper. It was there were 2 runs for the no ball. It was a maiden otherwise, but he was bowling mostly outside the off stump. Both batsmen have yet to score. Lloyd was out for 6, and a tentative start. Had it not been the 6 no balls, Glamorgan would have been in double figures.
It's definitely doing more than it did yesterday morning.
Oh, certainly.
The ball, in terms of movement through the air.
But that's the reason, because Hogan, I was just saying before you came in, that Hogan and Nisa hit the deck bowlers. And there wasn't much in the deck to encourage them.
Chris Wright has got as much movement as anybody. He's in from the river end, bowls very full, clipped out towards mid-on, but a sprawling Hendricks gets across from mid-on and pushes the ball. Yeah, he is, and pushes the ball across towards mid-off, where it's picked up by his captain, Callum Parkinson. He saves Parkinson. A long chase back towards the stand on the banks of the Taff over there.
A very dry-looking Taff when I passed it the other morning. Not much water.
Right, quite a straight one is in and bowl. Salter is leaning forward into that one. He's in control that time, slightly angled back, pushing it out to Evans at backward point.
Welsh Evans.
Yes. I'm not sure, but I don't think there's any Welsh blood. Sam, born in Leicester. I have to ask him. Maybe, if you go far enough back.
Leicester.
Right, elbows jutting, is running in and bowling. Salter walking forward into that one slightly in the crease. Not entirely convincing, but he's got good bat on each of the deliveries thus far. Pushed it out to Ben Mike in the covers. There's no run.
What is your ground called now?
The Upton Steel County Ground, Grace Road. That's our sponsor.
You do have Grace Road at the end of it, yeah?
I don't know whether we do officially. I tend to say the Upton Steel County Ground, Grace Road, just so that people can properly identify it. It certainly did when the original sponsor was brought in, the original naming sponsor. Right, is in bowls, full again, trying to almost York Salter, but again he's played this over rather better, and he gets plenty of bat on that one as he pushes it out into the offside. He wanders off towards square leg.
I was at Derby last week, and I just referred
the Incora County Ground, isn't it?
So I try and use them.
But that's always been just the county ground, hasn't it? Really, rather than.
What a lovely place for this press there is. A lovely area.
The new one,
it's lovely.
The new building. Yeah,
probably the best press box in the country.
Having been the worst for a while. In goes right and bowls, slightly short, and up on his toes is Salter. Going to have to hurry. Labuschagne calls well as Evans sprawled to his left, didn't take the ball cleanly, picked himself up, hurled the ball at the stumps. He not only missed, Labuschagne had made his ground anyway, but we've seen, or Leicestershire have demonstrated, that running on a misfield, even at this level, is not to be advised.
I don't think it was misfields in Leicester's innings.
Well, the last one was in a way, wasn't it? In that Cook hadn't taken the ball cleanly, and so it had gone past him. So it kind of was. The last one was. That's all the point I was making. And
14 for 1.
Right is in and bowls. Hurries Labuschagne slightly. He's backing on his stumps carefully, dobbing the ball out into the offside, just prodding it out into the offside. It is not easy out there for these Glamorgan batters.
Talking, Richard, about Leicester, it so annoys me that this harebrained idea I've heard of doing away with 6 counties, and sadly, that'll be Leicester, Northants, Derby. And I say, why?
It's a swathe of the East Midland.
Well, no,
gone.
You know, I'm sorry, I can't think of it. What? Plenty of solicitors will be looking forward if they are, because it'll be.
Well, they'll come up with a scheme whereby I'm sure they'll continue to be classified as first class, but.
Hendrick starts a new over and bowls, and it's played gently up to mid-on. There's no run.
We shall see at the end of this season what Mr. Strauss, or Sir Andrew, is he Sir now?
Yes.
Sir Andrew comes up with.
Surely the 6 grounds were designated probably to be not called first-class cricket. The chairman, etc., and the supporters will have something to say. I hope they will.
Indeed. But I suspect, as I say, they'll find a way of still calling them first class, but...
Hendricks bowls, short ball, over the top of Salter's shoulder.
What I fear may happen, is that last division of 6, of which Leicestershire will undoubtedly be a part, will, although be called first class, may not be able to win promotion to the next 2 divisions. They may introduce some sort of...
feeder.
Yeah. And,
which is demeaning to me in any case. You know, sides like Leicester have lost some players to other counties, richer counties. Hendrick's ball is a little bit short then, and Salter goes on the back foot and nudges it away on the offside. But as you say, we shall wait and see. There's so many things going on. 10 championship matches they want next year.
Which logically means 6 per division, doesn't it? 6 teams in each division.
I better not say too much, or somebody might get at me. In comes Hendrick's bowls, and too wide at the moment he's bowling, and Salter leaves.
Yeah. I'd quite like to see Mulder bowling quite early. He does tend to sort of swing the ball away from the right hander. That's his. Well,
that's what you want in these conditions, certainly.
I mean, he's been no more successful than Hendricks, really, although he's only played a couple of games, Vian. But this just might be his sort of conditions. Perhaps we'll see.
It's not easy. Hendricks round the wicket, bowls. And yet another ball which is wide of the off stump and left to the keeper. A couple of yells just to keep us going. Labuschagne 0. Salter 1. Lloyd out for 4. Good bowling here, even though Hendricks is a little bit wide at the moment. Last ball of the over, and he comes again and bowls to the right-handed. Salto drives nicely, and will get 4 runs. First ball that has been of half volley length, and it was driven nicely by Salto for his first boundary. And the score goes on to 18-4-1. Richard.
Be interesting, Callum Parkinson captaining the side for the first time this season, whether he makes early changes, whether he's a different sort of captain to Colin Ackerman in that respect. Wright will continue, certainly for the time being. They've only bowled 3 overs each, the opening bowlers. 1 for 9 for Chris Wright, and getting good movement. But he might make an early change. The field is quite conservative, though, isn't it?
It is.
With just the 3 slips, you were saying about maybe a fourth slip for Wright.
For Wright.
I'd think about a gully as well. Wright is in from the river end, bowls, and neatly worked by Labuschagne out through mid-wicket. Didn't try and overhit it, probably was the key there. Waited for the ball to come onto the bat, just pushed it away wide of Azad. And Hendricks had to run around. I'm okay for 5 minutes, yeah.
I'll better stay, you come back and then I'll push. Oh, the silent one has arrived.
The Welsh cap.
I knew nothing about.
The Wales International.
I knew nothing about it. I think I'll just ignore him. I didn't know anything that he played for Wales over 50.
Yes. Oh, yes.
Well.
Wales international in Webb.
Watch.
Had to buy his own
Watch
cap.
your
Had
back,
to buy his own
Chris,
cap, but good investment, I'd say. Wright is in and bowls. Labuschagne is careful, just stepping forward. He stayed on the back foot, but just the body movement was forward as he blocked that one out into the onside.
Chris Cook better watch out, do you think? Glamorgan's keeper.
Well, I don't think he dropped anything. He took a catch and 8 not out. Couldn't have asked for more, I don't think, from the new cap.
Oh.
The new international.
He'll have his sweater now and his cap framed.
I hope it was a cap, but not a sort of baseball cap, you know, a proper cap. In goes Wright and bowls down the leg side. Swindles, dive to his left. There's a lot of hands in the air. Now, was that a chance? There are so many hands in the air and now hands on head. It looks like that was a chance. Let's have a look-see.
Very difficult.
Watching the replay, and everybody went up and Swindles couldn't hang on. Have they dropped Labuschagne on just 2? How an important a moment was that? Well, he took one brilliant catch a couple of overs ago, Harry Swindles. Unfortunately, he couldn't cling on that occasion. He got 2 hands to it as well.
It wasn't a particularly good ball either.
No. A rare one down the leg side from Wright, who is in to Salter, who blocks on the off stump, and there is no run. But just in judging by the reaction and then seeing the replay, I'm pretty sure
he did touch it.
He got something on that, and diving away to his left, Harry Swindles couldn't cling.
That could easily have been 20 for 2 and Labuschagne in the hutch.
Yeah. Could be a big moment.
He's rehearsing his drop catches, Swindles. It's very difficult, we must add.
But he has put a few down this season. Wright is in, bowling to Salter, line and length. Salter steps forward, plays it firmly back down the pitch. It bounces up and is stopped by Wright in his follow-through, and Labuschagne picks it up and politely throws it to Callum Parkinson. Quite surprised by that. Labuschagne always gives me the impression of one of those Aussies who lets the opposition get on with whatever they have to do themselves, disinclined to help out.
In nature, I can assure, he's not Aussie. He's such a very, very nice person. And
not that there aren't many nice Aussies.
Oh, there are. We're lucky to have had them here.
In goes Wright and bowls on off stump, and Salter again is playing them well now. He
One of
blocks it out into the offside.
Played for Leicester.
Mark Cosgrove, Esquire.
Well, Cosgy's a great lad, but the other one, the nicest man in cricket. Michael Kasparowicz.
Updates time for me.
Well then, he's coming into the microphone, is he?
This has really got to end.
21 for 1. Now, wherever you're listening, whether you're in Llandudno or Leighton Buzzard, Leicester or Lithuania, you're very welcome. As Richard Ray has gone off to do his piece for Radio Leicester. And Mr. Webb joins me as Hendricks prepares to bowl. It's hard going for Glamorgan. Labuschagne waits. He's on 3. As in comes Hendricks bowls. He's defended up towards mid-off. Hello, Nick.
Afternoon, Ed.
I didn't know anything about this. You were very, very quiet about it. When did this happen?
Oh, this is middle of last season. It was...
The Welsh cap sitting next to him.
Well, I was 59 at the time and I was playing for Wales over 70s because they didn't have a keeper for their second 11. Basically, this is what it amounts to. And it was on our local club ground, and the captain said, "Do you fancy a game on whatever it was midweek?"
So you're not nowhere near 70, but he played for the over 70s.
Yes, ringer.
Here's the next ball. Right forward comes Labuschagne. Smothers any chance of spin. Well, many congratulations.
Well, they were just short of a keeper, and
No, don't be modest. Did you see that drop catch by Swindles? Very, very
I did,
difficult, wasn't it?
It was very difficult, and a very fine one he took earlier on, so Leicestershire supporters needn't be too indignant at the keeper, but if Labuschagne gets runs, then they will, of course, rue it.
Leicestershire supporters will be quite happy at the moment as Hendricks comes in and bowls, and that's a lovely flowing off drive, but it goes straight to mid-off. They're making Glamorgan fight for every young there with some accurate bowling in these cloudy conditions. Half an hour to go before lunch. Let me remind you that Leicestershire were all out to 320, another third run out in the innings, and a wicket for Michael Hogan, his first, incredibly, at Cardiff this year, taking plenty away from home. As Hendricks walks quietly back to his mark and comes in and bowls again, and that's again a ball that came in with the arm as opposed to the conventional left armer leaving the bat, and it's fielded at mid-on.
Well, Glamorgan can't have any complaints about having the more difficult conditions weather-wise, because they chose to bowl yesterday.
And what did he say in his interview? Something about the pitches. Didn't Mr. Labuschagne elaborate?
He said they found it difficult to read them.
Hendricks, left arm over the wicket, comes in and bowls, and this time is clipped off his legs to short mid-wicket. There's no run. We are in the 8th over, and Glamorgan are 23 for 1, helped by 3 no balls, because there's no one in double figures. Salter's on 5, Labuschagne's on 3, and Labuschagne has faced 18 balls for his 3, Salter 26 balls for his 5. It's Hendricks again. No runs off this over, and bowls to Labuschagne. Labuschagne is forward to an in swinger, plays up to mid-on. Still no run, 1 ball to go for the maiden. Hendricks so far 3 overs, 5 balls, 0 for 10. And Wright has bowled 4 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 12, who has also bowled a no ball.
Mark Harry tweets, sorry, it's a bit negative at lunch yesterday. Well done for turning it round. Well, we didn't turn it round, Glamorgan did. At least I reminded you of the word calamitous that was used in the match report. Well,
here's Hendricks over the wicket, round the wicket, and bowls, and again that is played up to mid-on, end of the over. 23 for 1 Glamorgan in reply to Leicestershire's 320 in their first innings.
In terms of the written match reports, those are being delivered by my colleague Fionn Wynne for the first 3 days of the game, and gives us a chance to spread the workload around a bit. Edward will be with us on commentary for the remainder of the game, which looks like going into the 4th day at the moment.
Most certainly it does, unless Glamorgan have to follow on and get bowled out tomorrow.
171, the follow-on figure. Right then, an excellent spell from him, 1 for 12, could be 2 for 11, as he'll be bowling to Andrew Salter. Trying to dig in grittily. Salter's hit on the pad, there's an exclamation from behind the stumps, nothing from the bowler.
Down, I think.
Yeah. So the replay shows it hit fairly low, but there's little doubt that it's swinging down leg side there.
Richard has returned, and that'll please Leicestershire supporters, I'm sure, as I depart, and we'll have a word with you after lunch. Continue.
Edward will be back on commentary on the afternoon session, which starts at 1:40 as Wright is into bowl and Salter blocks it to mid-on. It really is safety first at the moment from this Glamorgan pair. And Leicestershire innings ending with a 3rd run out, which I think speaks for itself. So Wright is doing his best to cause early damage in this Glamorgan innings. He's got 3 slips still as he bowls to Salter, who shoulders arms that one going through outside off stump. Members forum at lunchtime, Richard, here at the grounds, and no doubt the management will be praying desperately that no further wickets fall in these 20-odd minutes before lunch. Otherwise, that'll send the members in disgruntled mood, ready to hurl bouncers.
Recency bias, is that what it's called?
Certainly what's happened in the last couple of hours is always a factor. As the Salter shoulders arms again outside off stump.
Has it got a bit lighter? I think it has
a touch, maybe, yes.
Certainly perfectly playable, obviously, at the moment. Players casting very slight shadows. It's not swinging as much as it was just a few moments ago, which maybe confirms that it has got a little bit lighter. The cloud has lifted it a touch. 2 ducks fly across the ground.
Well, Wright was enjoying himself. He still might be. See, a couple of balls left in his 5th over. Salter clips that one away down to fine leg, and that will run away for 4 to a ripple of applause in the distance. Glamorgan 27 for 1.
He'd be enjoying himself a lot more if Harry Swindles had clung on to that one off Labuschagne.
Well, that would have been a quite... I mean, he's taken one very fine catch, Swindles. We shouldn't criticise him too much.
No, but it's moments like that can change games.
Yeah, yeah. If you've got Labuschagne back in the hutch and it's 20 for 2.
Yeah.
As Wright bowls and Salter gets another one on leg stump. He again is able to just clip away for 4 runs, so that'll help his confidence. A couple just straying from Chris Wright in his 5th over, and Salter was able to a leg glance with very little risk. 31 for 1. Salter moves on to 13 not out with that pair of boundaries. Labuschagne a watchful, cautious 3 off 20 deliveries.
Mulder is now beginning to warm up at 3rd slip. Parkinson talking to Bjorn Hendricks. Hendricks is going to continue for the time being from the Cathedral Road end of the ground. I'd imagine Ben Mike might get a bowl sooner rather than later. Indeed he's beginning to stretch as well, so potential double change coming up. I think this might be Hendricks' last over. Unless he takes a wicket. Round the wicket he goes and bowls to Labuschagne, who clips him firmly off his toes, but only as far as mid-wicket. He'll feel, perhaps, Marnus Labuschagne, that he missed out a little bit there. Scott Steele, an unfamiliar number and figure in red ball cricket for the Foxes. 55 is his number. Scott Steele became Leicestershire's 499th player. 499th player to represent the county in first-class cricket. Hendricks is in. Back foot defensive shot, very correct from Labuschagne. The ball bounces back down the wicket and is ignored by Hendricks. Steele comes jogging in to pick up.
Fast bowler's prerogative. Don't do any more bending than necessary.
You can see him chatting away to Parkinson again. They walk back to his mark, or close to it. Field hasn't really changed though throughout this period of Hendricks is in and bowls outside off stump, left, well left too by Labuschagne. It wasn't so very far from off stump, taken by Swindles. The New England captain, we are hearing, is doing strange and remarkable things.
A century off 60 balls for Durham against Worcestershire at New Road with 5 sixes.
Well, if the national scribes were struggling yesterday,
he's hit 10 sixes in all.
This time.
10 sixes.
In goes Hendricks and bowls. Oh no, leave, and it hit Labuschagne on the back pad high, and it bounced out towards 3rd slip, but yeah, only just high. You've got to be careful because, yes, you know,
that is
a fraction low.
That is one of the... He's spoken about trying to adjust more quickly to British conditions, and that is one issue that he has had in judging his leaves, presumably because of difference in bounce between various conditions. It's come from Pakistan this time rather than Australia.
Hendricks is in, bowls to him, a bouncer. He goes down on one knee, the right knee, and leaves the bat raised, rather periscoped, but on the other hand, being down on one knee, he was very low. Well, I once saw Stokes hit the first 5 balls of an over for 6 at the Rose Bowl, as it was then, the Ageas Bowl as it is now. I think the Hampshire bowler was Danny Briggs. He was the spinner, young spinner. Didn't have fire the last one in. he did not want to, because he would have been the first bowler in England. In goes Hendricks, bowls, and he's stroked away down to third man, not entirely convincingly by Labuschagne, wide of backward point. Evans might have got half a hand to it. Along the ground it went, but it was uppish, and a few hands on heads out there. There was a sort of slightly frustrated shot almost from Labuschagne, but he picks up 4. Rides his fortune, moves on to 7, 35 for 1, Glamorgan. Runs beginning to come, change of bowling coming. That must have been 10 years or so ago now.
So our colleague Martin Emerson of BBC Radio Newcastle tweets, Ben Stokes hit 5 sixes in a row off Josh Baker and finished with a 4 just inside the rope. Brutal.
So he nearly did it again. So he's nearly done it twice now.
So those 5 sixes getting him to 3 figures, which is quite a way to get there.
But it hasn't been done in England. The only time 6 sixes in an over was
in Wales. Yeah. So Garfield Sobers at St Helens. But connections with Glamorgan of other feats of 6 sixes, not matches involving Glamorgan as such, but Ravi Shastri, who had a few seasons before with Glamorgan, he's done it, and Herschel Gibbs as well, who had a year here in the early noughties. 35 for 1 then, as Mike is in to bowl, and Salter leaves outside off stump, and Mike the form man with ball as well as bat, Richard?
Yes, he picked up 4 quick wickets at Lord's, I think 4 for 14 a spell, but he wasn't introduced until the 98th over, to a certain amount of surprise from some of the Leicestershire supporters. So yeah, 10 wickets at 8.8 so far this season for Ben.
So he's been promoted 80 overs earlier, as he's in to bowl, and Salter defends on the offside, just dead batting that one.
He does make things happen by and large. Sometimes he goes the distance, but he does get a lot of action on the ball. The sun is threatening to come out now. In fact, it is just about out. The ball certainly isn't swinging half as much as it was just half an hour or so ago.
Well, another one for Leicestershire would send them into lunch on a high note as Salter leaves outside off stump. Another no ball.
Is that 4?
All contributions gratefully received from the Glamorgan point of view. They are. Leicestershire are not helping themselves in certain areas in this game.
Oh, indeed.
That's 5th no ball of the innings, 10 runs. Mike is in to bowl, up in the block hole, good delivery, well played by Salter to Hendricks at mid on, no run, 37 for 1. And Labuschagne is really going to have to restrain himself, at least for the time being. I mean, there might be times later when, if he survives, if he can push on, but just survival will do until lunch, you would have thought. In comes Mike. Bowls again up in the block hole. Again well played by Salter, and again Hendricks at mid-on is the fielder. Glamorgan 35, 37 for 1 in reply to Leicestershire's 320 all-out, so the visitors added further 35 runs this morning for the loss of their last 2 wickets. 1 fell to Michael Hogan and 1 a run-out affected by Marnus Labuschagne. Callum Parkinson last out for 27. Mike bowls and Salter drives into a gap. There's a single there as fielding is done by Parkinson at cover, but it was placed between cover and point. 38 for 1, and Labuschagne can be a frenetic runner as well between the wickets to add to the general air of danger when he's anywhere near a cricket field. So he doesn't miss a chance to pinch a quick single. 38 for 1.
Azad being sent back to the deep square boundary.
In front of the pavilion for the pull shot. Short side of the ground. Mike is in. The ball up in the block hole. It was a double bluff because he got a third Yorker length ball delivered by Mike in that over. 38 for 1. Labuschagne 7. Salter 14, Lloyd the man out, caught behind off Chris Wright for 6.
Decent opening over from Mike, perhaps a little bit full, trying to give the ball a chance to swing. Well, it isn't going to be a double change. Hendricks is going to continue for the time being from the Cathedral Road end of the ground, so it will be 2 more from this end, you would assume. So whether we'll see Mulder pre-lunch, he's kind of stopped warming up. Vian Mulder at third slip. As Hendricks is in, bowls, hits the pad of Andrew Salter as he looked to work foolish delivery into the onside. Bounces off the pad out towards Scott Steele. No, Mulder continues to warm up, so I'd said last time this was probably Hendricks' last. But so it definitely was now, unless he takes a wicket.
Ben Stokes went for the 6 sixes, but pitched just short up at long on by the look of it.
Hendricks is in, line and length delivery on off stump. Salter blocks it back down the pitch past the bowler. He tried when I was watching him, but as I say, it was absolutely fired in at his toes, and he swung himself off his feet, tried to loft it away over square leg, I think it was.
It was an education for the young slow left arm who's he's only 18, poor lad, Josh Baker.
Took 4 wickets against Leicestershire.
All right.
I think, as I remember, the game that the Foxes managed to save. Hendricks is in, bowls, pleasantly driven by Andrew Salter. Foot movement wasn't great, but beautiful piece of timing and swing of the bat sent the ball racing through the gap in the covers out to deep extra cover for 4.
Dave Jones says he was at St Helens in 1968 when Sobers hit those 6 sixes, and points out it is actually forgotten sometimes that Malcolm Nash was bowling experimental slow left arm. He was generally a seam bowler, and he'd taken 4 wickets before Sobers getting him to re-evaluate, as Dave puts it nicely.
And he kept tossing it up, didn't he?
Yeah.
He didn't fire it in. Hendricks in again to Salter, a bit straighter this time. Salter very solid, leans forward. Defensive shot back down the wicket to Hendricks.
Dave also says this pitch is stark contrast to the one at Ebbw Vale in 1965 when Leicestershire were bowled out for 33 in the 4th innings. Don Shepherd took 5 for 2, and the Shale was doing its best to break through by the beginning of day 2. It's a little ground in mining country, Ebbw Vale, so somewhat eccentric pitch conditions on occasion, though I've played there and it's been very pleasant. But
the Shale, as in, is that in the soil? Or,
yeah.
Okay, in goes Hendricks and bowls, looking to pull his Salter. I think it came off the bottom edge and thigh pad, just trickled out towards short leg. He's rubbing his thigh, so it was, I suspect, bottom edge onto thigh. And it went nowhere in the end. Steele ran in from mid-wicket to field.
Yes, Ebbw Vale, nice ground when the weather's nice, but apparently they've had fog stop play, and I think on one occasion in the 50s, sheep stop play as well, when a flock got where they shouldn't.
We used to have to usher them off at my little
Yeah.
North Yorkshire village for a while. In goes Hendricks, bowls short, pulled for 4. Did he get half a hand on it still as he dived to his left and slowed it up? Will it get there? Yes, it will. Yes, it will. Steele picked himself up and charged after it, overtaking right en route. But even so, the ball just trickled over the ropes at deep mid-wicket. Salter picks up 4, moves on to 18, 42 for 1. He's played well in the last 20 minutes, Andrew Salter.
That's frustrating for Steele because he did well to get a hand on it and then gave it a full chase the 40 metres back the ropes as well.
He'll be desperate to make a contribution, having been bowled first ball in his first-class appearance for Leicestershire. Hendricks in again to Salter, who defends on off stump, stands up tall, just blocks it back down the pitch on the onside. And Bjorn Hendricks, I suspect his work is done for now. 6 wickets, none for 24, and unfortunately, what does that make his figures? 3 wickets for 404 runs for Bjorn Hendricks.
Ouch.
Not what one would hope for from your overseas strike bowler. Callum Parkinson's warming up as well, so perhaps Parkinson will have the last one before lunch just to see if there's a bit of turn. He wants Hendricks to bowl, so he creates a little bit of rough around the right-handers off stump. That said, he's been going round the wicket, hasn't he, to the right-handers?
Here's Mike then, right arm over to Labuschagne, who works that one through mid-wicket. And that'll be a little relief to him as he works it away for 4 to mid-wicket. Ball running away fast on the pavilion side of the ground, short side, and Labuschagne is finally into double figures off 28 deliveries. 52 for 1, the applause for the Glamorgan half-century coming up.
Absolute gift for a batter of his class. That delivery.
So Ben Stokes' century from 64 balls was the fastest first-class century by a Durham player. As Mike is in to bowl to Labuschagne, who defends on the onside. No run.
Seems to be trying to bowl little in-swingers at the moment, Ben, but usually looks to bowl outswings, so just looking at the flags, the flags that suggest that breeze would help an outswinger to the right-hander.
Yep.
Wind is such as it is, but the breeze is coming from the up the river from the west to east, essentially. Got some cover out there on the boundary now. Just the 2 slips. Kimber's gone out. No, Kimber's at second. Mulder's gone out to mid-wicket.
As Mike is charging in, bowling to Labuschagne. That's a better delivery. Seems to be trying to bowl Yorkers on middle and leg quite a lot at the moment, Ben Mike.
Yes.
50 coming up in 13th over, so a decent scoring rate, even though we had a few overs of blocking, but I suppose the extras have contributed to that. 13.
Pattern is the same for Leicestershire in terms of they tend to score at only 3 and concede at 4.
Mike bowls and Labuschagne, with a turn of the wrist, just nudges it gently out towards the square leg umpire for a single. He's on to 12. Glamorgan 53 for 1. So an action-packed morning in one way or another. We've had plenty to talk about, both here and elsewhere. Look forward to catching those Stokes blows. He's had another couple of 6s after reaching his century. As Salter is hit on the thigh, pushing forward. Loud bail from Mike, maybe
too high,
a bit high. Ball looped towards gully, but didn't carry. Oh, Stokes is going absolutely berserk by the look of it. He's now hit 14 sixes and he's moved on very quickly to 133 not out off 76 balls.
Betting him 100 as well, so chaos at New Road.
This will be putting a smile on the face of our colleague Martin Emerson from BBC Newcastle.
He does
no. As Salter bowls, and that's Salter plays Mike's ball to mid-off, and there is no run. Glamorgan will be facing Durham next week. Will they be facing Stokes? We wait to see whether he's trusted to play as many two matches as 2 matches in a row for his county.
Well, he hasn't bowled yet, has he? So I suppose that's the big factor, isn't it?
Yeah.
With his dodgy side or whatever his most recent injury was. Callum Parkinson is bringing himself on for the last over of the morning. The last over of the morning, that is from the Cathedral Road end of the ground, because being a spinner, he should get through it fairly quickly. We should get another from the other end, I would have thought. That said, Leicestershire taking a while to get the field sorted out.
Yeah, unless it's hit far and wide, you'd think that there'd be another one.
Well, they still haven't got the field exactly as they want it. Mulder has gone in at a short-ish extra cover as Parkinson goes in, bowls. It's slapped rather by Labuschagne out in. Is it me from this end? Out into the offside. Yes, it is. And Mulder is the fielder. There is no run. He reached for it a little bit. Parkinson jogs in and bowls. Again, he's reaching for it. This time getting plenty of bat as he pushes it past Mike, who's at a conventional extra cover position, out towards Azad, who's the sweeper on the offside boundary. Takes 1. Labuschagne will not let the spinner just bowl at him.
Well, there's basically 3 cover fielders there, aren't there? 1 catching, 1 saving the single and 1 saving the boundary.
Parkinson in to Salter, who is a little bit more careful, just reaching forward in front of his pad and turning the face of the bat, pushing it out to the bearded Scott Steele at mid-wicket. Come on, Parky lad. Who was that? In goes Parky lad and bowls on off stump. Forward goes Salter, just stroking it out towards Mulder. I would imagine that might have been right. Parky lad would have to come from a senior colleague, wouldn't it, really?
From right, maybe?
Yeah, that's what I was just thinking. I can't imagine any of his younger colleagues. In he goes and bowls, tosses it up. Salter is forward, getting to the pitch of it, pushing it to the left of Mulder, who scampers across and gets to the ball, getting through the over nice and quickly. Should be another, therefore, after this. Depend on when umpire Wolf gets to the stumps at that end, the river end of the ground. Parkinson tells Steele just to go back a bit at mid-wicket. Then he goes in and bowls to Salter. Bat and pad close together as he leans forward and defends it out into the offside end of the over. And there will, I'm sure, be one more.
Yep, so we're still going just after 1 o'clock. We'll be updating BBC Radio Wales listeners, hopefully, if the string is fully taut. 54 for 1 Glamorgan, replying to Leicestershire's 320 all out. Stokes continues to get the crowd dodging at Worcester. 15 sixes, 140 not out. As Mike bowls and Labuschagne leaves, ball nips back a little, but not too much reaction behind the stumps. Down to 2 slips now, in the form of Rishi Patel at first slip, Louis Kimber at second. Vian Mulder, who started as third slip, has now been withdrawn. 54 for 1 Glamorgan, as Wright is in to bowl and Labuschagne leaves again. Mike, sorry, rather than Wright. So 4 bowlers used by Leicestershire so far: Wright, Hendricks, Mike and Parkinson. Glamorgan got through 7 of their many options. 54 for 1. Next delivery for Mike is again left by Labuschagne eventually, although he pirouetted after the ball had left him. Next delivery from Mike is driven by Labuschagne through the covers. He'll get 4 runs there away to the grandstand side of the ground. The ball trickling towards the camera stationed out there. 58 for 1. Labuschagne just 17 not out, as Mike just offering a little bit of width there. Labuschagne dropped off a really difficult chance when he was on 2. Mike, 2 balls left of the morning session, is into bowl to Labuschagne, who defends that one. Last ball. Shouts of encouragement from the Leicestershire fielders for Ben Mike. Off the back of figures of 4 for 15 in the last game. Commentary resumes at 1:40 here on BBC Sport Online and on the Glamorgan website. After this update coming shortly from BBC Radio Wales. Time to watch the last ball of the morning. It's short and Labuschagne pulls it down towards fine leg and he's caught. Sensational end to the morning session as Labuschagne falls for a short pitch ball from Ben Mike. Drama Scott Steele was underneath it and clung on to the catch. And Glamorgan are 58 for 2 at lunch, and Leicestershire have the wicket they wanted. Marnus Labuschagne caught Steele, bowled Mike for 17. That changes the complexion of this game. It has been the visitors' morning. Glamorgan 58 for 2 in reply to Leicestershire's 320 all out.
I've got some latest scores in the other games, lunchtime scores as well. First of all, the latest score from Lisbon Cricket Club. Game between Cardiff UCC and Glamorgan second 11 in their 20 overs. Cardiff UCC made 188 for 4 in reply to Glamorgan 51 for 3. Colin Ingram is one of the not out batters. Lunch scores elsewhere on day 2.
Leicestershire have struck a huge blow with the last ball of the morning session. Marnus Labuschagne, Glamorgan's Australia star, gone for 17. Glamorgan 58 for 2 in reply to Leicestershire's 320 all out. The visitors adding a further 35 runs this morning for the loss of their last 2 wickets. Glamorgan lost David Lloyd early on for 17, but looked to be settling it then. Salter 22 not out. Labuschagne has gone for 17. The ball before lunch with Glamorgan 58 for 2. Meanwhile, England captain Ben Stokes has hit the fastest first-class century by a Durham player on his return to action. He reached it off just 64 balls at Worcester.
If you are seeking a copy of the Glamorgan yearbook, they're available for purchase from reception on the ground floor of the Thatcher's Pavilion or from the Glamorgan Club shop, which is run by Missouri Sports and is situated opposite it too. If you are seeking score sheets or Michael Hogan's testimonial brochure, they're also available from reception. As far as refreshments are concerned, food and drink can be purchased from the kiosk kiosk situated in the concourse area underneath the pavilion seats, and a reminder there's a mobile unit as well adjacent to the pavilion. Members can obtain tea and coffee in the Lewis Lounge from 3:30 until 4:30, and tomorrow morning from 10 until 11. The CC4 Museum of Welsh Cricket is also open during the lunch interval. It's on the first floor of the National Cricket Centre and amongst the special displays, one commemorating the life and career of Peter Walker, the former Glamorgan England cricketer, who was also a well-known journalist and broadcaster. If you're not attending the Members' Forum in the Pyramid Suite on the ground floor of the Thatcher's Pavilion, you may want to watch the display of cricket, which is going to be taking place courtesy of the Year 6 pupils from Brimhathard and Glamorgan primary schools. players shortly to return to the outfield. Once again, many thanks to the Year 6 boys and girls from Bryn Haven and Glamorgan Primary School for entertaining us during the lunch interval with their quick cricketing skills and now forming this afternoon's garden.
Very good afternoon and welcome back to Sophia Gardens for this second session. Glamorgan resuming on 58 for 2 in reply to Leicestershire's 320 all out. And the key blow for Leicestershire struck the ball before lunch, Richard.
Indeed, very surprisingly. Marnus Labuschagne decided to try and hook quite a short bouncer from Ben Mike, top-edged it, and it flew down to long leg, where heart-in-the-mouth moment for the Leicestershire supporters down there, who are right behind the flight of the ball. Scott Steele didn't pick it up immediately. However, he picked it up in time to get underneath it and actually make quite a nice catch in the end. So, having dropped Labuschagne on 2, the Foxes very, very relieved to see the back of him for 17. I think if they'd been offered 17 at the start of the innings, they would definitely have taken that. Interestingly, Callum Parkinson, Leicestershire's captain in this game, left-arm spinner, having bowled the last over from this Cathedral Road end before lunch, is going to continue from the Cathedral Road end after lunch. It wasn't just a one-off, as it so often is. In he goes, and bowls forward goes Andrew Salter, who's 22 not out and beginning to play himself into some sort of nick. Do you feel he's not been in nick so far this season?
No, he was looking okay in the first innings at Derby, reached 29 in the century stand before he ran himself out. Got a really good ball in the second innings.
Parkinson is in, 2 in, bowls on towards middle and leg, just turns it out towards Scott Steele at mid-wicket. That catch will have lifted Steele so much. A golden duck for Steele on his first-class appearance for Leicestershire yesterday, but that was a good moment for him. Parkinson bowls, tosses it up pleasantly, driven hard down into the ground, bounces back to Callum Parkinson on the full. So his twin brother Matt was at it again yesterday.
Yeah.
Heck of a delivery that one turned foot and a half or so. In goes Parkinson, bowls, brings Salter forward, driving, but no real weight in the shot. Mike Fields in the covers. Mike doesn't look like he's going to continue bowling, having taken that wicket after lunch. Well, might be right, but we'll see. Parkinson in. Bowles, drops very short, cut away by Salter down to the third man boundary 4-4. Wasn't entirely convincing, that from Salter. It was just, I mean, it might have been perfect piece of placement by him, but he was just a fraction tentative on it, and it came off the top edge, and Harry Swindle's eyes to the heavens. He thought Slip Kimber might be in the game there. It looks like Wright is warming up. We'll try and catch, no, we won't catch the replay. As Parkinson is in and Bowles, Salter is forward defending, and there is no run. So he moved on to 26 with that boundary, 62 for 2. Glamorgan, Leicestershire's over 8 is already -2.
Blimey, I didn't think it could get to -2
Good effort
in the
after
space of 16 overs. So they should have bowled 18 at this point.
I assume so.
Right, it is, as you say, to be Wright, who bowled a very fine first spell. Had David Lloyd caught behind, and could have had Marnus Labuschagne caught behind on 2. It didn't cost Leicestershire too much in the end. 62 for 2.
Mikey's just has rolled his arm, so whether that was just a continuation of an experiment from Parkinson rather than a spell, the start of a spell.
So Wright is in the bowl with 3 slips restored now for the new batsman North East, and a bit of carry there through to Swindell's outside off stump. North East playing no shot. Last game, Sam North East 49 and 81 at Derby, and was eventually out in the penultimate over, slogging when Glamorgan's run rate had got up to nearly 12, but nearly anchored a victory charge there. Very different circumstances here for North East, facing up to Wright and getting off the mark with a little wristy flick towards square leg that they thought about a second, but there wasn't really one there, and we've had enough run-outs for the game. 63 for 2.
Wouldn't mind 1 or 2 more.
I'm sure he wouldn't.
We were talking about dull pieces of cricket, with dull as in not very bright, just before lunch, but there's been a fair few of those now in the game.
Wright is into Salter and beats him outside off stump, and Wright is getting a bit more out of this pitch than virtually everyone else who's performed so far, isn't he?
He is. I mean, that didn't do a huge amount, in fairness. That Salter maybe just playing himself back in a little bit post-lunch.
A little bit more bounce, though.
Yeah. The swing that they had, the sort of outswing that marked that first spell, is not so marked now, understandably, perhaps.
Here's Wright then in his 6th over, and again he beats the edge of Salter's bat as the standing opener prods forward.
That went
through to Swindell's. Ben Stokes 154 not out after 84 balls for Durham at Worcester. I was talking about the fastest double century in first class cricket, as Wright is in to bowl. That's way outside off stump, and Salter has nothing to do with it, which the record for which was set by Ravi Shastri, the Indian star who did play for Glamorgan, though not in a Glamorgan match, and an Aaron Donald for Glamorgan against Derbyshire, but I wasn't aware that it had since been beaten in Afghanistan in first class cricket.
Leicestershire have signed 2 Afghan players for the T20.
All right. As Wright is into bowl, and that has found the edge of Salter's bat. Third time lucky for Chris Wright, who is bowling really well, as Salter makes his way off very disappointed. Up went the finger, and Salter very reluctant to tear himself away from the middle. Swindells with his second catch, Wright with his second wicket, and Leicestershire with their first bowling point, and Glamorgan in difficulty at 63 for 3 in reply to 320.
Classic outswing wicket, wasn't it? Did just enough, and Salter is leaving the pitch in the manner of one who's not entirely convinced he edged it. I don't know whether it's disappointment, but that is a very, very slow walk off Andrew Salter. Wouldn't mind seeing that one again on the basis of his body language. But, umpire Wolf immediately raised the finger and the slips went up as though there was no possible doubt about it. They were completely convinced. Either way, maybe we'll get to see another replay in due course. But in fairness to Wright, I think he'd beaten him obviously in the first spell. It must have been, given the two previous deliveries that he played and missed, that must have been close on 8 or 10 deliveries that he'd beaten the bat. Here we go. If it hit anything, it was the bat.
There's a bit of deviation. Whether that was Salter thought that was natural deviation off the pitch.
Perhaps it was just natural disappointment that had prompted the long, slow walk off on the part of Andrew Salter. He wasn't shaking his head or anything. It could well have been just disappointment with his own effort. Mike is now coming back to replace Callum Parkinson. So Parkinson, as a captain, showing a willingness to make quick changes, so to speak.
Salter faced 61 deliveries and hit 6 fours in his 26.
Can Leicestershire exploit their position of strength? Mike is in, bowls outside off stump. It's allowed to go through by Sam Northeast, rather creeps through to Harry Swindells behind the stumps.
So Glamorgan losing wickets, the last balls of the 15th and 17th over, either side of lunch. Two different bowlers involved, but this is a bit of a pickle for Glamorgan in these circumstances.
Right, runs away from us and bowls, thick outside edge. That's going to run down through fourth stroke, fifth slip for 4 from Northeast. He was on top of the bounce. It was outside edge, but he will, I'm sure, say that was a perfectly legitimate shot. It was a slightly angled bat, and he got plenty of bat on it. 69 for 3. Northeast on to 5. Kieran Carlson is the man who's come in to replace Andrew Salter. Obviously yet to face a delivery. The dismissal ball being the last of Wright's over. Wright now has 2 for 21. But there was a little bit of outswing there for Ben Mike as well. In his overs from the river end, he was almost looking to bowl in swing. In he goes and bowls. Cut away for 4 more by Northeast. It was short and wide. Asked for it. This is what you sometimes get with Ben Mike. He will mix it up a little bit, but occasionally he will bowl 4 balls, and that was one of them. It was short and wide, and Northeast, notwithstanding it's very early in his innings, wasn't going to miss out. Consecutive boundaries for the former Kent man.
Dave Jones reminiscing in light of Stokes' feat at reaching the century with 5 sixes, that Matthew Maynard did so with 3 successive sixes on debut.
Mike in again to Northeast. Fuller this time, straighter, but pushed wide of mid-off, and immediately calls for the single as Parkinson gets across and makes the stop. He's a gum chewer, Sam Northeast. He's gnawing away as he faces up. Kind of gone out of the say went out of fashion years and years ago, didn't it? Gum chewing.
Yeah, quite rightly, really.
Yeah,
It's
pleasant.
It's a complication that you don't need when you're.
We mentioned
playing
Mark
professional
Cosgrove,
sport.
didn't we? He was a gum chewer, and going out to bat before every innings, he used to. Not very pleasant, but I'll come back to that in a moment. Mike is in and bowls to Carlson outside off stump. Another no ball, which we think is now the 6th of the innings. An over of no balls, 12 runs donated by Leicestershire to the Glamorgan cause in that respect. Yes, just Mark Cosgrove used to spit his gum out as he crossed the boundary ropes and then whack it with his bat. So he'd taken a few steps over the ropes, spit out his gum and then whack it with his bat back over the boundary.
Steer clear of that one then.
Well, yeah, indeed. Mike is in. Bowls, goes past the outside edge. That's a better line and length from the young seamer. Carlson holds the pose for a while. Bit of movement. Little bit. Just a little bit. Just enough.
A few lines from the members' forum that I can give you during the course of the next over, which took place in the lunch interval.
Is that a monthly thing, a monthly forum, or annual, or weekly? In goes Mike and bowls outside of stump. This time Carlson lets it go through.
It's somewhere between monthly and annual. They have 2 or 3 a season off the top of my head. Eddie Byram, the Glamorgan batsman who's recovering from an operation, is playing second 11 cricket next week and should be fit in plenty of time for the T20 blast.
Mike in again to Carlson, again too wide and leaves. I can see why Gareth isn't the regular tea maker.
Oh gosh. Well, he's out of practice. Gareth Griffiths, our BBC Wales colleague, who's still very much on the rugby beat, has kindly offered to make Richard a cup of tea, but it's
looks like Bovril.
It's fighting its way out of the cup at the moment.
End of the over, 76 for 3. Glamorgan innings in the balance.
Yes, they're struggling given the context of the match and the fact that Leicestershire top order coped relatively easily with conditions. They're a little bit more difficult today with the overhead cloud, but that's Glamorgan's own decision to bowl first. Right is in, and North East will work that one away on the leg side. It may run to the mid-wicket boundary. No, it's just going to be cut off, is it? There's a sprawling dive, but the ball has gone over the ropes as North East turned that one away. It's a short boundary.
Steele, I think, was the fielder running around from long leg. Almost got there.
He did. It was a good effort in front of the pavilion watchers. 80 for 3.
Like Labuschagne, he didn't lose his pants.
Yes, Labuschagne entertaining with ball and dress, but not too long with bat. Right is in and bowls outside off stump and North East leaves. Kieran Carlson, by the way, is the new bat, and Carlson coming off a jittery little period with a pair against Middlesex and 9 in the first innings at Derby, but struck 35 off 37 balls in the victory chase attempt last Sunday. He's watching on as North East plays that one into a gap on the offside, not into enough of a gap as Mike makes ground to his left at cover and there's no run. So to pursue a few more matters from that members forum, Dan Cherry, the operations boss, was asked about the chances of playing cricket at Colwyn Bay and at Newport again. Thought there'd be something at Colwyn Bay. They couldn't reach agreement in time for this year, but there are talks going on for next year as right bowls, and North East is forward defending on the leg side. Talks with the club and the Conwy Council. And they're also looking at any other possibilities in North Wales. So that's very much on the agenda for Glamorgan. Newport is definitely an option, says Dan Cherry. But, of course, it's not that far from Cardiff, where they're also good facilities, and needs money to bring in facilities at out grounds. It's right bowls. That one comes back, and North East is forward. Bat periscope upraised, but it did jag back a little bit.
Over the top of the stumps it jagged.
Quite a lot. Then from right, indeed. That was, about 3 inches over middle and off. So that's a near miss for Chris Wright. A dodgy leave from Sam Northeast, the experienced former Kent and Hampshire batter. As Wright is into bowl, and Northeast does play that one safely enough on the offside. Had brief spells with Nottinghamshire and Yorkshire last year. Swansea, Dan Cherry was asked about, but he said there'd been a huge lack of investment over a long time. This is paraphrasing rather than direct quotes. And since there are no current council plans to invest, it's not on the agenda at the moment. But they are looking, as they've been saying for a couple of years actually, to develop some sort of centre of excellence more west than Cardiff to pick up youngsters and be able to train them sufficiently.
And Mike to continue from the Cathedral Road end of the ground. Bowls and on off stump. Carlson getting forward, nowhere near the pitch of the ball. Got something behind it, dropped it out into the offside, but as I say, not entirely convincing. Fair enough, it's only faced 5 balls in his innings so far. The trophy-winning captain from last season. And a new graduate, I think, of whichever university he was at. I think he finished a business management degree, didn't he? Something like that. In goes Mike and bowls, swings across the line, but it's another no ball. The 7th, is it? 6th or 7th?
I think 7th.
In this innings so far.
There are a couple.
Hendricks responsible for at least 3 of them.
8th.
8.
Oh,
no
sorry,
balls.
hang on. That hasn't. That's 16 out of the first 80, so that's now 9.
9 no balls. It's a fairly basic cricketing requirement that one keeps a part of one foot behind the front line. Mike is in, outside off stump and short. Carlson, at this early stage of his innings, lets it go through. Having done so, rehearses the cut. He knew it was a little bit too soon. 9 no balls in the first 19.2 overs of the innings. Take off 18 runs off that and it would look very different, the score. In goes Mike and bowls, and Carlson does cut that one away off the back foot. Again, not a massive amount of foot movement from Carlson. You wouldn't say he was in a classic back foot position to cut it away, but he saw it all the way and kind of drove it square behind square on the offside. Combination sort of back foot drive and cut. Either way, he middled it and it raced away to the backward point boundary for 4. Mike, hands on hips. Mops the sweat from his brow, uses it to polish the ball in the back of his trousers. Long red streak there already as he turns. Charges in and bowls, much straighter this time. Carlson meets it with a straight bat, and I'd probably better pop next door and do my update.
Glamorgan, we're told, cannot switch the day of the T20 game against Surrey, which does clash with the Wales Football World Cup decisive qualifier down the road at Cardiff City Stadium. But the club is looking at the possibility of showing the football here for those who are interested, presumably on a large screen, whether that's in or inside the bowl of the ground or in the car park. Mike is in to bowl. There's an appeal for a catch behind. It was a little bit speculative as Carlson went for a drive. No contact made. 86 for 3. Glamorgan rattling along in terms of run rate, but also losing wickets in the process as well. So Leicestershire on top as things stand, having posted 320. 234 is the lead. 7 wickets in hand for Glamorgan as Mike bowls, and Carlson will pick up a single as he steers that one away calmly down towards backward point. 87 for 3 at the end of the over. Edward Bevan will rejoin me, and Glamorgan grateful for those 9 no balls so far.
Yes, and we described that the Leicestershire batting in respect of the run-outs was rather foolish, and people will say, how dare we criticise Glamorgan's overseas player, and allegedly the best batsman in the world according to figures, which we wouldn't disagree, playing that sort of shot, the last ball before lunch, when you got a short ball and hit it down to find. You get those moments, Nick, so the work he's done for Glamorgan.
Absolutely, 200 runs in the last match.
Exactly.
3 wickets sort of with the ball.
It's one of those things that grabs you and thinks, oh yeah, his run's down here. And it's right to continue from the river end, and comes in and bowls the first ball of the over to Carlson, who defends a straight ball. 21st over, Glamorgan to go along at in excess of 4 and over. As you rightly say, they've lost some wicket. Stokes is out, I gather.
Is he? All right, I'll check that.
160 or 161.
161 off 88 balls. Court Haynes bowled D'Oliveira.
A little leg spin gets him then. D'Oliveira hadn't bowled a lot in that innings, I'm afraid.
Beddingham also out. Oh, they've declared.
In comes Wright and bowls to the right-handed Carlson, who drives nicely through extra cover. And you can hear Nick saying shot. It was the most beautiful shot because he got on the front foot, got his head right over the ball, and went straight to the boundary for 4. 91 for 3. Since lunch, Glamorgan have lost Andrew Salter, who was caught by Swindells off the bowling of Wright for 26. 2 wickets for Wright, 1 for Mike, but they've come very, very expensive. Mike has bowled 5 overs for 32 runs, and even Wright, who's bowled very well in the start of the innings, it's in his 8th over and he's gone for 29. Still the 3 slips though, so he's getting some movement off the pitch, it would seem, and he's coming in over wicket. Bowls to Carlson. Carlson gets a shorter delivery, which again Swindells has to go forward to collect it, and then doesn't collect it cleanly because as we were talking about, the better advised to come up just a yard or so.
Ben Stokes' 161 came off 88 balls, 8 fours and 17 sixes. So fun and games at New Road. Beddingham got 135, 15 fours and 2 sixes. Durham 580 for 6 declared.
Well, Glamorgan 91 for 3 as Wright bowls outside the off stump, tempting Carlson, who just leaves it to go through. That is a record, I'm told, for championship cricket.
Yes, Durham's fastest.
I think I saw the late. Yeah, I did not. I think I did see the Australian up in what's his name now? Escape. Andrew Simons up in Abergavenny.
Oh yes, yes.
I think he hit 15. That was fun. Well, you know as well as I do how small the Abergavenny field is. In comes Wright from that far end and bowls, and that rears up and it hits him on the glove or the shoulder. He's in a bit of pain, is Kieran Carlson, the fielder.
Shoulder.
As quickly as shoulder, and that just reared from a length, and we might have a little.
Yeah, they've played one replay.
No, we might have a physio coming onto the field. because he's taking both gloves off, flexing his shoulder, flexing his arms. He might be having a bit of pins and needles.
That was probably above the arm guard, wasn't it? Top half of the arm by the look of it, as Carlson's now...
no sympathy, of course, from the fielders. There never is.
Swinging his right arm around. Give you the score in the other game in the second division. At Hove, Sussex made 392 all out. Middlesex, in reply, are struggling at 51 for 4. A couple of wickets there for Ollie Robinson.
Got on his first over there. So,
yeah.
England
prospective
players.
Expect he'll be on the side.
Where is the physio? Goodness me. Still waiting for the physio.
Looks as though the pain has eased temporarily for Carlson. He's going to...
he was a good rugby player, wasn't he? So he's used to bumps.
He's a fly half, apparently, at school.
But he was quick off the mark. Anyway, you go one ball to face from right. Short delivery, I suspect. And he comes. Bowls to Carlson now. And it's wasted rather, way outside the off stump. Physio probably has been... No, he stopped the physio coming on. As he gets all excited, the physio, and he doesn't want him, he's saying, does he stop?
Here comes Georgina Ewer, the...
Well, she is running on as if to say, look, I know better than you.
Well, that was a genuine blow. Surely he's entitled to a bit of pain-killing spray.
But where have they been?
Perhaps she was answering questions from the members. Oh, no spray administered.
No, he did go like this and put his hand out, but she came charging on. Now she'll have to walk half a mile back to the pavilion and upstairs. Score is 91 for 3, 14 to North East, who played some lovely shots since he's been in, a couple of boundaries. And one of the slips has vanished and he's gone on the... Has he gone on the extra cover boundary? Can't really see. There's 3 men in white there.
So, Ben Mike having a quick consultation with mid-on and skipper Parkinson at mid-off, and in the end they decide to remove a man from the slips gully area, or do they? No, point is coming in off the boundary to gully, and gully has moved over to shortish mid-wicket. Vian Mulder is in that position as Mike is in to bowl to northeast, who plays off the back foot into the offside. There's no run. The Glamorgan batting to come. Chris Cook will be in next. Thereafter, well, you could toss the next 4 up in the air and see where they come down. Andy Gorvin, Michael Neser, James Wheel and James Harris.
I would suspect it's something like James Harris, James Wheel, or Wheel Harris, and then Neser, Gorvin. I know he 250s in the second team, Gorvin, but he's not a real...
Well, he's possibly picked on the strengths of that batting performance.
Could be.
Here's Mike to bowl and northeast to drive into the offside. Couple of runs there as Parkinson retrieves from the pavilion side of the ground. And then bringing up the rear, as we've been able to say at virtually every occasion for the last 10 years, Michael Hogan. I think he batted at 10 a couple of times, I think, when Lucas Carey was new into the side, but that's the only occasion.
When Lucas started to get runs, he was soon back at 11.
Did he bat ahead of McIlroy, I think, once last season? As that's clipped into the leg side by Northeast, single taken, 94 for 3, Northeast to 17. Yeah, just...
First game of the season.
Going back, yeah, first game, the snow hit game. Yeah, Glamorgan, well, they've only batted once down the order. Second innings, there was declaration. But Hogan did come in at 10 at Headingley last season. Game marked by snow wiping out 2 sessions on the Saturday. 94 for 3 Glamorgan in reply to 320 from Leicestershire. And Mike from the Cathedral Road end bowls, and Carlson blocks it carefully on the leg side. And Leicestershire do have Vian Mulder to come, but that is the extent of their seam options, so there's incentive there for Glamorgan to try and bat deep and tire the Leicestershire attack out.
They've got Parkinson.
Parkinson will bowl, obviously.
Left-arm spinner, of course.
Lengthy spells if needed to, but they've only got the 4 seam options, which is perfectly respectable, but some teams have more, particularly this time of season. Mike bowls and Carlson drives into the covers. Nicely timed shot, but it'll be picked up just inside the boundary. They'll need to hurry back now. They're safely back as it's fielded by Sam Evans in front of the dressing rooms.
And of course North East is in good form, fine form in Derby, where he got 85 in Glamorgan's run chase and 49 in the first innings. More or less surrendered his wicket as Glamorgan were going at 6 and over to try and win that game, and was caught on the boundary.
Thrilling game.
It was indeed.
Mike to Carlson, who punches that one into the offside, this time backward of square, and that's beaten the charge of Evans around the ropes, this time down to a wide third man position. Ball into the advertising hoardings, and that is the Glamorgan 100 up in just 22 overs, so things are happening very quickly.
And wickets have fallen. You just tend to think now that the venom, if you like, has gone off the pitch. How Labuschagne, he's gone, he's in the pavilion, but how he would relish this position now. But it's up to the middle and late order now for Glamorgan to try and recover from a not a particularly good start. And it'll be Chris Wright, he of 4 counties, to continue to bowl to North East. North East is on 17 and Carlson is on 15. Here is Wright from the rear end, bowls to North East. North East plays it out towards the mid-on, firmly, middle of the bat, yet there's some oohs and ahs. The ball just came in towards that leg stump. 15 of 20 balls, Carlson. North East 17 of 16.
He'll score quickly if he stays in, Kieran Carlson.
And the North East is no slouch either. A lot depends on these shoulders, and also Chris Cook, who's in next. In comes Wright and bowls, and that's a wider of the off stump through to Swindells, who distinguished himself in a very, very good catch to dismiss David Lloyd. But then got a finger tip to it when Labuschagne chipped one down the leg side, but it didn't hold on.
Yeah, fortunate, well, not fortunate, but Swindells will be grateful that Leicestershire provided another opportunity to dismiss Labuschagne, and that only cost them directly 15 runs.
The stream has just disappeared for a moment as in comes Wright and bowls, and this is played defensively out into mid-off. No run. Still cloudy, but not quite as cloudy as it was this morning. The rain is supposed to arrive, as I mentioned, this morning down in West Wales, Fishguard, about 5:30 or 5 o'clock. By the time it gets here, we'll be done and dusted.
Yes, you mentioned that Andrew Symonds' blast of 6s, which was a world record at the time at Abergavenny, Gloucestershire against Glamorgan.
Do you have the date?
1995.
So it was yesterday. That lovely ground at Abergavenny is Wright. Comes in now and bowls, and this is tucked around the corner towards fine leg by North East for a single. 101 for 3.
That was subsequently equalled by 3 players, including Graham Napier of Essex against Sir Eric Croydon, also Jesse Ryder of New Zealand, but has since been beaten by
a gentleman from Afghanistan or somewhere.
That was the quickest double century. This is the most 6s we're talking about.
Oh, right. Right to Carlson, in, bowls. Oh, uppish shot, down past mid-wicket. He might run away for 4. No, it's collected by Hendricks, just some 10 yards from the boundary. And he takes another couple.
So it's since been beaten by not only Stokes but on 5 other occasions, 4 of them on the Asian subcontinent, but top of the tree at the moment is Colin Munro of New Zealand. Hit 23 sixes for Auckland against Central Districts at Napier in 2014-15. Most sixes in innings. Ben Stokes hit 17 today.
Chris Wright comes in, bowls to Carlson. Carlson defends on the line of off stump. That is the end of the over. What's famous about Napier, Nick?
Well, that sixes record is the best thing I knew about
it's
it.
rugby, yeah. That's what
the venue. Yes.
The venue. And I was when I was out in New Zealand some years ago, I was asked where exactly did he score the 5 tries. Gerald Davis. It wasn't a test. I don't think it wasn't a test match. Obviously, scored 5 tries in the corner.
Take you a lifetime to score 5 tries against New Zealand in tests.
Yeah, but the great man.
So,
and another change of bowling. Nick, you can have a break.
Why not? Why not?
Most of the time.
Ploughing back through the record books, so Stokes will be in the top 10 for sixes in an innings, but some way short of the record.
Next innings probably. Hendricks to bowl, and he has replaced Mike and comes up now and bowls to northeast. So tickles that round the corner down towards fine leg, and they have 2 men patrolling that fine leg and a mid wicket. Rather backward mid-wicket. 104 for 3 in it's just this 23rd over, so going along at a rate of 4.5. Richard Ray's coming in alongside me, which will, I'm sure, please Leicester listeners, as Hendricks, left arm, medium fast, comes in, bowls, and it's played nicely up towards me down. Carlson as ever, looking for a run, but decides against it quite rightly. Richard, good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Looking a little bit more comfortable out there now. Sam Northeast and Kieran Carlson building a useful partnership. Approaching 50 already.
Okay, 41, is it?
Yeah. I think Parkinson mixes up the bowlers more frequently than Ackerman did, for sure.
Yeah, is Hendricks and bowls, and this time he draws Carlson right forward for length and plays it up to mid-off, where Parkinson himself will field.
But took the opportunity while I was off just to get right behind the bowler's arm, as one can do on the going out of this building, and minimal swing now. It's got a bit colder, in fairness, and
yes, well, as I said, tonight the rain it's going through in the night, thankfully, because tomorrow and Sunday is supposed to be lovely days.
Good.
Round the wicket he comes again, Hendricks, and bowls, and this time again the ball for length, which is defended. Seems to me, I don't know, Richard, you've seen him more than I have, that Hendricks is perhaps bowling within himself.
I think, yes, he's kind of learnt that he needs to do that a little bit, because he has to bowl 20 plus overs a day when Leicestershire are bowling. But his first spell, he usually produces a few sort of quickish deliveries, sort of early 80s, even perhaps mid 80s. But yeah, you're absolutely right. Second spell, he tends to try and settle down and get through it
again, and bowls, and this is a bit short of a length, and Carlson is again defending, so no runs off the over as yet.
But what he doesn't seem to do is straighten it. Doesn't seem to be able to get the ball to move off the seam too much.
He can bring it in.
Yeah,
I've seen him bring it in.
It's swing his primary weapon. The occasional one that's pushed across the right-hander, but he seems to have settled into this pattern of bowling around the wicket at right-handers, certainly in his sort of second spell.
Last ball, and comes up and bowls to Carlson. Carlson plays another shot, good accurate over from Hendricks. Glamorgan 104 for 3. This inning prior to Leicestershire's first innings total 320. Very quickly the men out. Lloyd for 6. Labuschagne last ball before lunch for 17. And Salter for 26. The two batsmen converse, and continuing from the far end will be Chris Wright.
Good that North East seems to have found a home here now. It's Nick was saying he tried a couple of places in the Yorkshire and Notts before, after leaving Kent, but seems to be happy here.
We're a happy little country, you see, Richard. You're all welcome. Well, not all of you. Certain man in Russia wouldn't be welcome, I don't think.
North East 2 slips behind him as Wright to continue from the river end comes charging in, and Bowles hits him on the back. Patterson appeal for a leg before. Wright is convinced. The umpire isn't, and that's all that matters. We'll have a look at the replay. Possibly it was a concerted appeal. Maybe did a bit too much, if anything. That was what might have saved him.
Umpire Worf obviously thought it was good. We'll have a quick look again, going down, but I thought it was a heck of a good shot.
He just maybe did a bit too much.
I've seen umpires.
Yep, I've seen fingers raised for that one.
Yeah.
Not on this occasion. North East survives. He's on 19 as Wright is in. Bowles again to him and he drives him for 4. Salt in the wound for Chris Wright. Didn't quite get to the pitch of it, but it was wide and it was full, and he stepped out and cracked it away square on the offside for 4.
That so often happens, you know, a big shout, good shout, and then of course the next ball is a wide, a wide half volley.
Right, he'll be pondering on the injustice of it all. Although, talking to him, he said that he's at the stage now where he's pretty philosophical about it. He's bowled so many overs in county cricket.
He has. 4 counties.
Yeah, let's see what it was at the start. I can tell you exactly how many he's bowled in a moment. The ball is retrieved by Sam Evans. A long way to go and get it. Right. Is in again, better line and length, and North East stays on the back foot, just defends it out into the offside, and there is no run. At the start of this season, Chris Wright had played 176 first-class matches. It breaks it down into balls but not overs. 28,422 balls in first-class cricket, plus what he's bowled so far this season. So you can divide that by 6 in your head, couldn't you, Eddie? No?
Not quite.
Neither could I. In goes Wright, bowled short, pulled for 4. So, having been convinced he had North East earlier in the over, he has now conceded 2 4s in 3 balls to Sam North East.
He's quick on with that too.
He was. Saw it early. Moves on to 27. 2 very well hit boundaries in the last 3 balls for North East.
50 partnership has come and gone. I missed that. The run rate is very healthy. 4.54.
Is it not 49 now? 63. In goes Wright and bowls. Ooh, squares up North East a little bit, and he rather ends up shoveling it out towards mid-off, having been trying to hit it towards mid-on.
I told you about my maths, you're absolutely right, 49.
Another single needed for that 50 partnership, but it's been an important little partnership. And they're obviously hoping to build on it, but 63 for 3 is wobbly.
Leicester's morning. Without doubt.
So this is just repaired the damage to a certain extent.
Yeah.
But they want to keep it going as Wright, elbows jutting, charges in and bowls. North East is carefully forward, defensive, playing it back down the pitch on the onside, trickles past the stumps at the non-striker's end, picked up by Callum Parkinson. End of the over. An interesting one from Wright. Glamorgan prospered in it, but there was a very good shout for a leg before as well. Mulder's bowled a lot of looseners throughout this innings so far. He's continuing to do so now, but he hasn't been called on.
Yeah. Hendricks again, and from the Leicestershire viewpoint, yes, it'll quite rightly be well bowled, especially Chris Wright, but the verdict from the coach will be too many 4 balls.
Yeah, and no balls as well. 9 of them, I think, there have been in the innings so far.
9 no ball. That's 18
balls.
runs.
Yeah.
Anyway, here's Hendricks. He's bowling to Carlson, start of another over, and the man at first slip has been
Rishi Patel.
Like most first slip fielders, we had who was it at Derby? Madsen.
Yes, he's incorrigible, isn't he?
Every ball, mind you, Marnus Labuschagne is very similar. He's very animated in the field. There are a few, they think it's out every ball sort of thing or near. Anyway, here's Hendricks round the wicket and bowls. That's driven, but nowhere near timed up towards mid-on.
I don't mind it with someone like Madsen because it's sort of sheer enthusiasm, basically, and love of the game and exactly commitment and involvement, if you like. With some players, it can get irritating because it's a sort of affectation, but with others, it's a very natural thing. As
I mentioned before, the middle of the bat, play back down the pitch. Oh my goodness! But there we are. It's encouraging the bowler. There's Hendricks. He's now in his 8th over. Comes in and bowls. Oh, that's full length again, and far too full a length. It's driven through the covers by Carlson. For yet another boundary, 116 for 3. Width as well. A wide half volley, essentially. Nick made the point that Glamorgan had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and David Lloyd 6, who could bowl seam. But with Leicestershire, it's Wright, Hendricks, Mike, and possibly Mulder. Mulder will bowl. He's desperate to bowl. You can tell. Is he going like
because
this?
Because he's bowled an awful lot of looseness. There he goes again.
He's in mid-wicket.
He's desperate to have a bowl.
Halfway
just
through
not
this
getting
over.
Out yet.
Carlson is moving on to 21. He waits as that's the next ball. He's in the wars. Is Kieran Carlson? He had a bang on the shoulder. Now he's had a bang on the hand, and he's only a little tiny tot. But typical Welsh outside half, Richard. He was a very good outside half, apparently, but he's tough, isn't it?
Outside half, he's kind of small enough to be scrum half. But
nice.
I think he played a bit at school, having read his interviews.
Oh yes, he did.
Was pretty good. He was at Whitchurch, wasn't he? Along with, which is a famous sporting, academy almost.
Sam Warburton. In comes the next ball, and North East defends. Sam Warburton, of course, Gareth Bale, Kieran Carlson. There's somebody else, I think, that I've missed in the sporting world, which is so good to see.
But if Hendricks isn't going to take wickets with swing or seam, then he's going to have to get hostile, and use his size and his pace and bounce and try and sort of blast players out. Because he's going to have to find a way, Big Buren, of having an impact on games, which he isn't at the moment.
Last ball of the over coming up, and North East waits. The next ball is a half volley again, is well fielded by Mulder, and that will be in another boundary. So that is the end of the over.
I'm going to have to desert you just for a couple of minutes, if that's all right.
No problem. 117 for 3 is the Glamorgan reply, and a good partnership here. It's put on 54. North East for 27, Carlson on 22. They came together at 63 for 3. Glamorgan were beginning to just have a little wobble, and there is going to be a change of bowling at the far end. That's the river end. He's gone away for just a minute or so. Nick is back alongside me, and who have we got here? Mulder wanted to bowl. He was turning his arm over all the time. But the scorers have got Mr. Mulder's name up now. Nick will describe his over from the river end.
Thank you. So, Phil Mulder, the 24-year-old South African, had a brief appearance with Kent, presumably, previously, as he bowls on the legs of Carlson, who clips it away on the leg side. That's not
another no ball.
It is.
10th.
From Alex Wharf, it's another no ball call. And we
had this in Derby, Nick. We didn't think it would happen again.
Been infected by it, the Leicestershire bowlers.
Glamorgan have passed it on, probably.
Yeah, I mean, Glamorgan. Let's see. Glamorgan in this match conceded 5 no balls, i.e. 10 runs, but Leicestershire have doubled that already. 120 for 3 as North East works a single into the leg side. 121 for 3.
I don't suppose you've got the no balls. The The Army match.
Not to hand.
But James Harris, if you remember, bowled 4 or 5.
Yes, he had a bad run there. So Glamorgan building. But there's still 199 runs adrift.
Galloping along at 4.62.
Things are happening quickly today. Mulder in, 2 slips as he bowls to Carlson, who dead bats one on the leg side. The ball just trickling to mid-wicket, and there's no run. So Worcestershire 16 for 3 in reply to Durham's 580 for 6 declared.
Stokes opened the bowling.
No. It's not even the experienced Rushworth who's done the damage. It's Matty Potts at the other end who has 3 for 7.
Rushworth playing?
Yes, he's playing. As next delivery is driven by Carlson gently.
How often you see that, Nick? Absolutely shattered by an onslaught for a day and a half.
Yeah.
Your mind is all scrambled.
Similarly at Hove, Sussex 392, Middlesex 66 for 4. So that's quite one-sided at the moment as well. Joe Root's having to wait his turn to bat for Yorkshire, because Essex are still plodding along. 339 for 7. Walter made 141. Mulder bowls. Carlson drives to mid-on. Again, there's no run. Patient century yesterday for Sir Alistair Cook, and
71st.
Paul Walter almost equally sedate. His strike rate was 43 per 100 balls. But Essex building a useful total there at Chelmsford. And Joe Root with not much to do. One-sided at Southampton as well. As Mulder bowls and Carlson flicks it away backward of the umpire for a single towards the pavilion. 122 for 3. Southampton, Hampshire made 342. Gloucestershire have been blasted by Mohammed Abbas. He's got 4 wickets. Kyle Abbott's got 1. And Gloucestershire 54 for 5.
Chris Dent got a double 100. I don't think he's playing, is he? In the last game, unbeaten double 100.
Dent not playing now. Mulder in, bowls, and a thick edge from northeast, wide of the slips, running away to the boundary for 4. To the ropes down beneath us at the Cathedral Road end. 126 for 4.
3.
Sorry.
Make it worse.
3. With northeast moving on to 32 not out. That was just about under control. I don't think he meant to play it that fine, but certainly played it down, and it raced away to the ropes. No third man. 126 for 3.
And northeast is moving on to 32 from 30 balls.
Without really exerting himself.
Just keeps on hitting boundaries. Hendricks to continue.
Doesn't look pleasant watching weather from the shot we had of the spectators well wrapped up.
Warm enough in here. Being selfish. Here's Hendricks and starts a new over and bowls, and Carlson nudges forward to a ball full length, and there is no run. 24 to Carlson, 32 to northeast, and this partnership now is worth 63 at a goodly rate.
Certainly doubled the score.
Yeah, sadly enough, you're reading the scores there from Southampton, Nick, and Glamorgan's now, formerly of Glamorgan, of course, Naira and Donald, and I'll just break off as the next ball is a full length again. Better in the last over or two as Hendricks. He was only out for 1 yesterday, batting at number 7, but his first game for 2 years, having had a series of injuries, which is sad. And his brother Gavin, who's working next door to us, haven't mentioned anything to Gav as yet. Very close.
Apparently, there was a good round of applause I read when he got off the mark from the Hampshire crowd.
Oh, that's nice. Hendricks round the wicket, bowling a good length here, drawing Carlson forward, who nudges it up to Parkinson at mid-off.
Old Trafford, Lancashire 59 for naught in reply to Warwickshire's 315. Dominic Sibley batted through for 142 not out.
I think he's done that before. He's the sort of player that will stay there most of the innings.
Rory Burns, another discarded England opener, got a century for Surrey against Northants yesterday. Surrey 401, Northants 31 for 3.
In comes Hendricks, bowls wide of the crease, and it's glided down to fine leg. It's collected just inside the boundary there. He's rather wide as the man at fine leg. He's not very fine, but that was well positioned. It went straight to him rather, and they just took a single.
So a few county championship games at the moment going rather one-sided. This one less so. Leicestershire certainly had the advantage. Glamorgan 63 for 3.
Penultimate ball of the over as Hendricks comes in and it's nudged away, but there's a man waiting at short square leg. Again, there's no run.
Yeah, there's a little bit of a difference in speed between the wickets. You sense here between the nippy Carlson and the experienced North East.
The fun starts when Labuschagne and Carlson are batting together.
Anything could happen.
Remind me of Glamorgan of some time ago when Steve James and Adrian Dale, one-day games, I remember quite vividly that they used to tap the gully and run and get there. Extremely fast runners. Hendricks is in, bowls, and the batsman there, North East, gets in a bit of a muddle as he overbalances, but no problems. I shall vacate the chair at the moment. 127 for 3, North East is 32, and Carlson is on 25 as Richard Ray comes back into the hot seat.
Yeah, Steve James, we hope to have with us for one or two commentaries in the T20 Blast between his writing duties with the Times on England Patrol. Steve's also doing a little bit of work with the Glamorgan Academy and at Monmouth School when he can fit everything in. Adrian Dale, last seen playing for New Zealand over 50s, having emigrated. As Mulder is in to bowl, as Carlson's turned that one off his legs, down towards backward square. Single taken, 128 for 3.
The occasional beeps you hear are just from the workers' machinery that's moving to and fro beneath this stand. I walked down there yesterday. They're sort of digging out all sorts of channels and things like that. But just in case you're wondering, that's all it is when they're reversing. They're bits and pieces.
128 for 3. Mulder bowls. North East again, wristly flicking it on the leg side for a single. 129 for 3. Well, there shouldn't be anyone there to warn apart from us in the media, really.
No, indeed, but it's an automatic thing, isn't it?
Yes,
the machines,
yes,
when they reverse, that the alarm comes on.
Yes, gold-plated taps in the toilets they should have in by now. Taking a long time. There's workers up in the stand as well, as Mulder bowls and Carlson defends that to the bowler, who doesn't pick up in his follow-through, but the ball just dribbles up to mid-off. No run.
Parkinson taking some advice, or at least talking to Chris Wright, his most senior player. But they're looking very... North East is looking pretty comfortable. Carlson just finding his way a little bit still. But they're looking pretty comfy, really.
Mulder bowls, Carlson defends to cover, no run. Yeah, looking at the ages of this Leicestershire side. Wright 36, Hendricks 31, Zad 28. Everyone else, the other 8 players, 25 or less.
Indeed.
So if if some of these do turn out to be stalwarts and regulars, then Leicestershire should have them for best part of a decade to come. There we are. That's one to cheer you up, Richard. Mulder's in, bowls, and Carlson drives to gully. Good scrambling stop from Evans.
Yes, they should. Slight hesitation in my voice there because...
Unless they get nicked.
Well, there's if they get really good, yes, that's always a possibility. But in terms of really establishing themselves, you kind of look around. Azad has done so.
Yeah.
And you can kind of see why.
Mulder from the River Taff end on this cloudy afternoon bowls to Carlson, who's turning it on the leg side down to square leg for a single, 130 for 3.
You look at the others. Ben Mike has been a little bit in and out of the side. Obviously, Callum Parkinson, vice captain, and club would very much like to build around him going forward. That's for sure. Louis Kimber's just come into the side. Harry Swindle's sort of established himself last season, but he's had a slightly hesitant start, and you've seen the sort of best and worst of him in this game as well, but he's still very young, and hopefully consistency will come in the future. Obviously Scott Steele's first game, the two overseas players, Rishi Patel only just come into the side, so there's still plenty of question mark. It's good that young players are getting a chance and being in the side, but there have been a sort of lot of good young players who haven't quite established themselves and now playing for the second team. And Hendricks is in, looking to drive is Carlson forcefully, but he's picked out extra cover, so there'll be no run on that occasion.
Yeah, that'll be a familiar tale for various periods of Glamorgan's history in recent decades, that there have been players who've looked promising for a while but haven't quite come through.
2 short mid-wickets have been posted by Parkinson, Mulder and Kimber, so just the one slip now. Patel, I'm always a little bit iffy about that particular ploy, as Hendricks is in. Carlson defends very straight back down the pitch. Obviously the left arm is looking to sort of swing it back in and hoping Carlson will, or Northeast, will clip the ball in the air there, but I mean, I've seen that ploy so many times, and I can't remember perhaps once when I've seen a catch taken there. And it's always a sign of a captain who's scratching around a little bit to me.
Well, they've gone a little bit early, because that field is often posted for Chris Cook, who's the next man in.
Okay. Oh, well, perhaps they've got mixed messages from the dressing room. In goes... Hendricks, swings in a little bit to the right-handed Carlson, but again pretty straight, and it's blocked back out to mid-on where Wright picks up. But I'm not quite Hendricks, how can Leicestershire and Parkinson make something happen, make the batsmen less comfortable than they appear to be at the moment? Patience, you said at the start of the day, might be the key, and it certainly was. It paid off for Glamorgan yesterday, and perhaps it will for Leicestershire in the end. Hendricks is in, bowled. Fuller this time down onto middle and leg, clipped nicely away by Carlson. Bit of a flourish at the end of it as it ran down towards deep backward square. Azad and Steele converged on the ball from deep square and long leg respectively. Steele it was who got there first.
Chris Drew points out the match that we referred to with Andrew Simons striking 16 sixes at Abergvenny. Gloucester almost lost that one to Glamorgan.
Hendricks in, bowls down the leg side, hits the pad of Sam Northeast. There's a strangled appeal. It was going a long way down the leg side, hit the pad and bounced out towards the wider of the 2 mid-wickets, who's Louis Kimber.
Some remarkable Glamorgan performances in that match. David Hempett 157, Matthew Maynard 164 at best part of a runner ball. Javagal Srinath took 9 wickets in Glamorgan's second innings for Gloucestershire.
Hendricks 2 balls left in his 10th over. Bowls short, and it's pulled around the corner, swivelled nicely by North East. But good work down there by Azad, running to his left and flinging himself to his left. Got a hand to it and gets his throwaway. Saves 2 runs, gets a pat on the back for his efforts from Scott Steele down there, and a couple of rounds of applause from his teammates. Good work by Azad.
Looking back at that 95 match, Hugh Morris got a couple of half centuries. He was captain then and currently the chief executive here.
Azad bowls a bit of leg spin.
All right.
In goes Hendricks, bowls slightly short of a length on off stump. North East stays on the back foot and blocks it out to mid-off. End of Hendricks over. The 10th, as I say, that he has bowled. None for 36 for him. North East has 35, Carlson 28. The partnership builds nicely, continues to build nicely. Glamorgan on to 135 for 3. They were 63 for 3 when these two came together. Gentle sun now. Now, you're saying it's cold. It is cold on the far side of the ground. The wind is sort of coming from the south, really, now, strangely. You can see the flags are fluttering in that direction. So if you're over there, it's cold. You're in the wind. If you've got your back to it in the stand down below us or to the left of us, smashing.
Yeah, the members are all right then. That'll stand down to our left. As Mulder into his 3rd over, and Carlson dispatches his first ball through point for 4. Sat up rather, and Carlson took full advantage.
Width. And again, that's the first ball of the 31st over, so call it 30 overs, 140 pretty much on the board. Again, they're conceding runs too readily, Leicestershire.
If you wish to tweet us, Fox's Cricket 22, we'll get to Richard. Nick Webb 2017 for myself.
In fact, the run rate is now 4.61 for the innings.
Campaign for brighter cricket.
Yeah. But it didn't get above 3 at any stage, I don't think, for Leicestershire.
But they didn't lose their top 3 wickets as quickly as Glamorgan, so swings and roundabouts. 139 for 3. Mulder bowls. Carlson fiddles at that one outside off stump. I thought for a second he nipped it. It did. It did deviate and went through low to Swindell's, taking it in front of first slip.
This is where Leicestershire started giving run-outs away.
Apologies for the bleeping. We'll turn the effects down while they're cracking away, so the crowd are still there. They're just some way in the distance. But the workers are down beneath us. Mulder to bowl. Carlson drives into covers. Cover got half a hand to it, but that one's raced away for 4 as well. And Carlson on the drive, when he's timing it nicely, is a sweet sight as he held the pose there. Ran just in case the fielder had taken enough off it, but it did cross the ropes for the second boundary of the over. 143 for 3.
If they're going to bowl with width, they're going to have some cover out there, but to do that, it's setting the field for a bad ball, isn't it? And well, he has taken one of the slips out now, Parkinson. He's put Kimber in at shortish extra cover. Hendricks has retreated a bit at cover.
Mulder to Carlson again. This time worked away on the leg side for a single down to square leg.
There's no consistency. The only consistent bit about the Leicester seamers is their inconsistency with, well, even Wright was a little bit wayward at times. I suppose Hendricks has been there or thereabouts. 10 overs for 36. His last few overs have been reasonably tight. Mulder has conceded 21 from 2.4.
Mulder bowls down leg side. North East doesn't get anything on it. Well, that will be a concern for Callum Parkinson, won't it? Because if he's operating with a 4-man seam attack, then you can ill afford for one of those parts to be faulty. Otherwise, he'll have to bowl one end himself for the duration.
Exactly that. It's always a bit of a risk, isn't it? Barnes has probably been the pick of the seamers so far this season. 13 wickets at 32.
Mulder bowls, and North East is beaten outside off stump, so decent comeback from Mulder eventually. 144 for 3. See Kenta playing a first-class match against a Sri Lankan development side, which I presume is their A side. Kenta playing mostly second teamers, apart from Joe Denley and Darren Stevens at the age of 46. He's still keen to play friendly games and get his figures up.
I'll play. Fango Fox, good evening from a very chilly Melbourne.
All right.
These Saffers are useless. That's somewhat harsh from Fox's fan in Melbourne. Foxy Phil, we leak so many runs, pressure releasing balls all the time. I think that's saying much the same thing, but in a different and rather more perhaps constructive way. But yes, it's the point we've been making about the run rate at 4.5. Suddenly Glamorgan not far off a century partnership.
It's all happening very quickly in this innings, isn't it? Wickets and runs.
Hendricks to continue. From the Cathedral Road end, in he goes round the wicket, bowls on there, and it's another no ball. Double figures, I believe we are in now.
12th.
12 no balls in 31 overs.
Glamorgan will take all they can get, but it'll cause a few headaches in the Leicestershire dressing room.
Hendricks in again and bowls. That's a better delivery, line and length, and looking to get on the front foot and drive. Takes a thick inside edge there from Carson, bounces back down the wicket for Hendricks, who, having fielded it on the second bounce, throws the ball into the air, but it not entirely convincing celebration. I think it was a slightly ironic or sarcastic one, if there is such a thing. In he goes and bowls. Carson goes back and turns it wristily, the delivery that is, into mid-wicket, where Mulder is the fielder. This is it. When they settle into containing mode, they struggle to contain Leicestershire, because of, well, no balls don't help, but the loose deliveries certainly don't help. 24 runs donated in no balls so far. In goes Hendricks, solid forward defensive from Kieran Carson, out to Parkinson at mid-off. But I mean, we talk about the over 8 as well, which is still -2. Well, there's a pretty good reason for it. 12, they've had to bowl 2 extra overs.
Yeah, quite.
And there they are, over 8 -2. They increased it to 2, a penalty of 2 runs, to try and get teams. It doesn't seem to bother Leicestershire. Parkinson warming up again. He is in and bowls, Hendricks, and slightly, well, looking to work the ball away into the offside. Carlson looking to cut it. It was a little bit too close to him. Played it solidly enough to backward point to Evans, but he had to adjust, and therefore no run.
Steve West on Twitter: for some years, Sam North East has often been a thorn in the Glamorgan backside, so doubly welcoming that he's now inflicting pain on others for Glamorgan. Looked a very good signing so far.
Hendricks is in and bowling. Carson is driving, almost on the up. The ball was rising. He wasn't at the pitch of it, but he got over the top of it. Played it firmly, but only as far as extra cover, where Ben Mike is the fielder. The goals are over the ground again, from which one assumes the tide has perhaps come in or Seem to come in the mid-afternoon, don't they?
Sometimes it means there's a bit of rough weather at sea.
Forecast is for a little bit of rain from 5, but we're okay at the moment. The light's not too bad either. Hendricks to finish his over in bowls on off stump. Carlson leans forward into that one, plays it out to Mike again without the force with which he played it last time. Well, it would have been a maiden, which is fine except for the first ball, which was a no ball again. So he's yet to bowl the maiden over. Bjorn Hendricks, he's only conceded 38 from 11, but I think of those 12 no balls, at least 6 of them were his, maybe even more. 146 for 3, Glamorgan.
So, North East and Carlson meeting mid-wicket for a chat, both in the 30s, as Glamorgan look to rebuild, having lost Lloyd for 6 and Salter for 26, both caught behind off Chris Wright, and in between that, Marnus Labuschagne hooking the last ball before lunch from Mike down to fine leg where he's caught for 17. Mulder bowls outside off stump, North East leaves, and there's no run. Plenty of other cricket going on with Glamorgan seconds playing friendly T20 warm-ups against the Cardiff UCCE. The university's set up at Lisvane, and Western Storm, the women's side, are playing a warm-up game over in Newport. Good start for them as North East drives, but straight to Hendricks at cover, and there's no run. Western Storm 85 for naught in the 8th over, with Fee Morris going well in particular there. A few Welsh players in that lineup. Griffiths, Gammon, Smale, captained by Sophie Luff of Somerset, as Mulder bowls, and North East in the end leaves. There are a few oohs and ahs.
Yeah, it was safe enough, really.
Outside off stump, going through to the keeper. 146 for 3. This in reply to Leicestershire's 320 all out. They added 35 more runs today for the loss of their last 2 wickets. 1 to Hogan, 1 a run out. Mulder in, and North East runs that one down to gully, but there's a good diving stop by Evans, because that was fairly firmly struck. And without wishing to put the commentator's curse on North East, what enjoyed watching about him is his sense of calmness at the crease. He never particularly seems in a hurry, and always looks as though he's trying to bed in for the long term. As yet another no ball. This is getting ridiculous from the Leicestershire point of view. No balls are cropping up every other over, it seems, and Leicestershire are just handing Glamorgan free runs all over the place, and at both ends of the ground as well. So Hendricks has bowled 6 of them and Mike 4, as North East hammers that one into the offside, but there's a cover point sweeper back in the form of Kimber, so just the single taken. 149 for 3. So that's now 1 bowled by Wright, 6 by Hendricks, 4 by Mike, and 2 by Mulder on the no balls front. That is 26 runs accumulated in no balls. Mulder is in to bowl, and Carlson edges this down to third man for 4 runs. And I would imagine that there's a bit of head scratching in the Leicestershire dressing room at the moment, because things are not going the visitors' way, having made a decent start today, adding another 35 for the last couple of wickets, and then having Glamorgan 63 for 3. It's now a stand of 90, 153 for 3 with Carlson 41, North East 36.
Well, the captain is coming on now, and he might exert some control because he's a very good left-arm spinner, Parkinson, and he's coming on at this end. And I think he'd be advised to put a long off, a long on, or both, because both these batsmen like to hit spinners, as does Labuschagne, over the top. And there is indeed a tall fielder coming out, which is good field placing. Just 10 short of 100 partnership here. As we, of course, lauded Wright's opening spell quite rightly, but I'm afraid since this partnership started, the bowling has been very ordinary. Mulder 4 overs for 28.
Yeah, Parkinson into his third over. He'll look to apply the brakes.
Here he is. Then he's running away from us with 2 men on the drive either side and 1 slip as he bowls now to North East, who drives down to long off for a single. 154 for 3. Carlson 41, and North East is on 37. Parkinson round the wicket, bowls to Carlson, who treats the ball with respect, pushes it back down.
Nicholas Brill says this Leicestershire trying to have the back foot no ball rule brought back.
Here's the next ball. Down the leg side is tickled away. There'll be runs here down towards that short boundary towards the river end, and both fielders have given up. 4 more runs to Kieran Carlson. He moves on to 45. And the score now 158 for 3. They wouldn't have liked to have lost 3 wickets, Nick, but this is exactly what they must have been thinking of this morning, is to score runs quickly and, if possible, overtake Leicestershire and give them plenty of time then. In the last 2 days, Parkinson again bowls. 5 runs off the over so far. And
they're just under halfway to Leicestershire's total. There's a long way to go before Glamorgan can start thinking about that. But as you say, they are scoring quickly, so if they are still at the wicket, they might well be in the lead this evening.
Parkinson bowled round the wicket, and it's nudged away on the onside. The ball coming in with the arm, but there is no run.
Nicholas also says on Twitter, what are Carlson's chances of some form of England honours, England Lions this year? I think he'll need to be a bit more consistent.
Feeling fully endorse that. Here's the next ball. Carlson comes forward and plays it out to deep extra in front of the pavilion away to our left. That's the end of over. 159 for 3. Carlson retains strike on 46. North East is on 37.
There's a question I put to Matthew Maynard at the end of last season when Carlson was the top scorer for the county and among the top run scorers until he fell away a little in the closing month of the season. And Matthew Maynard was quite realistic. I think he said, well, you need to probably do it all again, and he hasn't quite done so far this season.
No, that's true. He did play well at Notts, got a half century as Glamorgan beat them by 7 wickets. But you're absolutely right. It's consistency he needs to score as North East is doing, of course. In the last game when he had an 80 and a 49, and now he's on 37. But it'll be Carlson who will take strike.
And Mulder to continue, being given another over to try and drag his figures back as Mulder bowls and Carlson drives to sweeper on the cover boundary, takes the single. Steele doing the fielding, wearing 55. Now for Carlson on strike, they had a wideish slip and a gully, and it looks as though they're retaining that field for North East as well. So Kimber is in a 2.5 slip position.
Last thing they want is one between them.
And Azad in a gully position as North East again dabs it into the gap on the offside as Carlson had done, and takes a single and Sam Evans runs round from point. So Evans is just backward of square himself in a backward point position. Azad gully and Kimber between second and third slip. He is the only slip.
You talked about consistency with Kieran Carlson. There's consistency that's lacking now in the Leicestershire attack.
Mulder bowls and Carlson swings and misses.
A typical Carlson shot, isn't it, when he's got some runs.
Gets overexcited.
Yeah. Mulder gone for 30 now in 4.5 overs. And I think, as I said, Parkinson is the one Leicester will look to restrict Glamorgan's progress, which at the moment is nearly 4.7 runs and over.
He'll need a long spell himself. Maybe a bit of assistance from the other spin options. As Mulder bowls and Carlson edges, I think, a bottom edge between keeper and slip for 4 runs, which
50.
brings up Kieran Carlson's half century of 69 deliveries. He gets the applause. It wasn't the ideal way to get to a 50, but he has got there, his second half century of the season. And Glamorgan are 165 for 3. 100 partnership as well. Thank you, Richard. So 69 balls and 9 boundaries for the Carlson 50. 100 stand came up in the 35th. They came together in the 17th. So it's around about the 18 overs mark. 5 runs and over in this stand. Things are happening quickly. Mulder in, bowls. Carlson took a step down the pitch there, and in the end Mulder fired his outside off stump.
Being a traditionalist, I saw something then, Carlson, when he got to his 50, you never see any county side applauding 50, sadly, these days, but there was one man applauding, and that was Ben Mike. So note that, Richard. Tell him if you like.
It wasn't maybe the most stylish way to get to 50 with a bottom edged 4, under edged 4. Mulder into Carlson, who is again edging, this time the other side of slip. It wouldn't have carried. It's again raced away for 4 runs, and Leicestershire are not in luck. That might just have been around about the ankles of third slip had there been one, but Kimber was in more of a second slip position. Carlson has a slightly fortuitous way to pass 50. He's under 55, 169 for 3.
Yes, and had he had the conventional second slip, as we thought. What did I hear then about cakes?
There are Glamorgan official cakes down the road, Edward.
I think we both of us better scamper quick. All the best, Rich.
Richard has already had his, but there are Welsh cakes next door as well if they run short of the official supply.
So march into that press box, and admonish people who've been pinching cakes before us.
3:10. How long till the interval? Oof. 15 overs.
I'll give you 20 minutes off.
Start of another over. Parkinson bowls, and North East eases it down to long off for a single. He moves on to 39. Glamorgan need 1 run to avoid the follow-on. Hooray! Which I think they probably would be quite happy with. As in comes the next ball from Parkinson, and it's pushed away. Nice rhythmical action. Parkinson coming around the wicket from this end.
Are you a Welsh cake aficionado, Eddie?
My wife cooks them, and they're beautiful. Here's the next ball, and down the pitch comes Carlson. He's looking for runs now. He didn't settle down a lot. He's always on the go. Yes, everybody. And Jack, who works next door, one of the gurus here.
Yes, indeed. His mum, Sandra, bless her heart,
sends a crate up. Now that beats Carlson. He tries to cut a ball which is too far up to him, and is caught by the wicket keeper.
Bounce a bit.
Bounced more than a bit, Richard, yes. 170 for 3. Deficit still 150. As in comes Parkinson, bowls, and this time he pushes forward as Carlson and doesn't get a run. There's a man on the drive there. Parkinson round the wicket, in again, and bowls pushed away again, backward of square. Good field placing by Leicester. That's the end of the over. Olive Mulder, who's gone for 38 in 5, will in fact get another over. No, I'll go and feel myself in case I disappear. Thank you.
Heading down the corridor at a rate of knots, not seen for some time. In what are Leicestershire going to do? How are they going to break this partnership, which is now worth 107 between North East and Carlson, and without real effort, they've scored at a heck of a rate. 170 for 3 has come off just 36 overs, and at this rate they're going to be ahead by the end of the day. In fact, more than ahead at the end of the day. They're only now 150 behind, as in goes Mulder and bowls, and they won't be ahead if they play like that. North East fended at it with minimal foot movement, and it went past the outside edge. Mulder bowling without much fortune here. Figures don't look very pretty, none for 38 from 5.1, but he has beaten the bat at least 5 occasions.
Anybody touch those? Harshly dealt with. Mission accomplished.
Mulder is in and bowls. That one comes back in a little bit to North East, who's much more circumspect in his choice of shot on this occasion. He comes forward and just plays it back up the pitch on the offside. Parkinson and right. Confer right hands rather than throws the ball to Mulder. It is just 36 overs old. We haven't had a ball change in this game, other than the new ball after 80 overs. Normally they don't last that long.
No.
Mulder is in, bowls. That one comes back in a little bit as well to North East, who stays on the back foot. Adjusts, blocks it out towards mid-wicket, and there's no run
13
again.
no balls.
Yeah, it's ludicrous, isn't it? Well, that's why the over rate is -2 as well. As well as the runs that go on to the cause, the Glamorgan cause it is. 26 of them so far. Mulder is in and bowling, just outside off stump on this occasion. Draws North East into the forward defensive press, pushes it out into the covers.
Mulder's found his length, hasn't he, in this over, because he needed to.
He did.
And I don't think there's been an...
But there are 2 balls left. We'll see what happens.
Don't be a pessimist,
Ray. Well, just based on what we've seen thus far from Vian Mulder, maybe just trying a little bit too hard. In he rushes and bowls. That one is on towards middle and leg. Back goes North East, works it into the on side, but Ben Mike is there at mid-wicket and makes the stop comfortably enough. He's got an offside field, Vian Mulder. Mid-on, Parkinson, Mike at mid-wicket, and I think that's Azad down there at long leg stroke fine leg. So he's looking to bowl on the offside.
6-3 field, isn't he?
When he's bringing it back in like that, he's slightly dangerous game. In he goes and bowls. That's on off stump. Good delivery, and North East blocks it out. 2 point. Don't tell me. Well, that was a maiden, a legit maiden. It was. It was a maiden, and I think that's only the second maiden of the innings, partly because of all the no balls. But I think that's just the second maiden of the innings. 37 overs have been bowled.
The partnership now 107 off just 130 balls. I think I saw that there. And the run rate is 4.59, and it will be Parkinson to continue. It'll be his 5th over. He's in and bowls. Carlson advances and pushes it out to deep extra cover, and as the boundary as well to the left of the field as we look, and close to the pavilion they just have a single, because we saw what happened down that area yesterday when, who was it? Mulder Kimber took a second to a northeast Sam and was run out. Got to be careful of these short boundaries as Parkinson is in, bowls. So northeast is forward. Very correctly, 39.
Can I just say, Sandra, your Welsh cakes are absolutely delicious. Thank you so much.
Yes. I'll say here to that, having tasted them all season. Got Parkinson around the wicket, bowls, and this is driven, but nowhere near timed, and is collected at short mid-wicket. 320 Leicestershire made this morning, and Glamorgan trailed by 149. They're 171 for 3. As halfway through this Parkinson over, in he comes, bowls, and treated with respect this time by the batsman. And just the one run now in nearly 2 overs. I did suggest that Parkinson would will bowl pretty well on this. As he bowled, that's well pitched up. No, they think of a single. Everett ready is Carlson for a single, but not that time. 171 for 3, ball left of this Parkinson over. It's 5th, and it's 0 for 13 for the acting captain of Leicestershire. In he comes and bowls. Oh, and off the back foot, that was an edge. Rather dangerous shot. He's going down the pavilion, down the third man, and it's 4 runs. He did try him, but there's a dangerous shot with a slip and a tension there, but 4 runs, and he moves on to 43. 175 for 3, Richard.
Yeah, he beat him in the flight a little bit there as well. He was looking to come forward, realised he wasn't going to get there, went through with a sort of shot anyway, and rather got away with it. But that's the way he plays, isn't it? And it profits him, and it is profiting him at the moment. Charged really onto 56 from 77 balls.
Yeah.
Northeast has not been a slouch by comparison either. His 43 has come off 58. Leicestershire look a bit like they're running out of ideas. Mulder will continue from the river end. He is into Carlson, who drives, and it bounces past the reaching right hand of Evans at backward point, but because he hit it hard down into the ground, it rolls fairly slowly after that out towards the backward point boundary. Steele can get across and cover, and so it's just the 1 to Carlson, who moves on to 57. And he won't change his approach.
Oh,
so it's going to be an exciting afternoon's cricket, one way or another, for the crowd.
Hits the ball very, very hard for a small man. One of the biggest sixes I've ever seen at the Oval, of all places.
Mulder bustles in, bowls to northeast, who calmly steps forward and lifts his bat over the line of the ball, outside off stump.
Parkinson, of course, the brother of the permanent England drinks carrier.
The twin brother.
The twin brother who plays for Lancashire but never
has his winters paid for in Barbados or wherever.
5-star hotels, and as I say, is a drinks waiter.
I am sure.
How they didn't play him out in the West Indies, I'll never know.
I'm sure he will get his chance.
I hope so. Useful bowler.
Mulder in, bowls. Northeast is looking to drive, doesn't quite time it, and Hendricks is able to fall to his left in the covers and make the stop. He looks just down at the bottom of his bat just to make sure all is uncracked. Northeast remains on 43.
He's been very selective as Northeast, as they would say. A proper batsman.
Yes. Experienced.
Been around the country, well, mainly for Kent, of course.
Mulder is in, bowls to him. Bit of a thick inside edge as he propped forward at that one. Saw the ball rather squirt out towards mid-wicket.
I think I'm right in saying this is his 5th county, but you tend to discount Yorkshire and not, so he's only on loan and played briefly for them. But permanently, for years, he was captain of Kent, and then he moved on to Southampton. It didn't work out with Hampshire. And he's tried Glamorgan, and everything seems to be fine, quiet, unassuming, very, very pleasant young man.
Mulder is in and bowls to him outside off stump, tries to cut it away, does so, but again doesn't quite time it, and it bounces nicely for Evans at backward point to make the stop. He's a thoughtful young man as well, Sam Northeast, and I'm just looking at his cricketers who's who, the answers to his questions. The most beautiful thing you've ever seen? He says, his daughter. Oh.
Don't believe everything you read in there, mate.
I do, because they do it themselves these days. They have to do it digitally, and they have a code. Yeah, they have a code. They aren't sheets left around. In goes Mulder, bowls. Fuller, getting forward on the front foot. It's blocked by Northeast out to mid-off, and there's no run.
It's the one run off that, sorry to interrupt, and he's bowled a far better 2 overs than he has before.
What would he change about the structure of the county season? Less cricket, more rest, he says.
They all say that, don't they?
What makes him worry? World War III.
I think that makes a few of us worried.
Yes, I suspect he is not alone, Sam Northeast. Ben Mike starting to warm up again, so we may see him back in action before too long.
I think he's in for a long bowl, the captain here, because he's treated with respect and keep things tight. Here he is again then. He's bowling to Kieran Carlson, and Carlson goes forward, and he knows that he daren't try and hit over the top, Kieran Carlson, because there's a man waiting there on the edge of the boundary. He might fancy mid-on. It was a little deep, but a good 35 yards in from the long-on boundary. Sarah Parkinson comes in and bowls, and this is nudged forward onto the offside.
There's nothing really there for him,
no
is
turn,
there?
No, but variation and flight and line. Yeah, he's a good bowler.
A lot of, more than promise really from Callum.
And he comes again, tosses this one up, but oops, it's half a call, and Northeast was thinking, no, I better not. He'd have been run out by about 4 yards there. Carlson's, if he's sent off. You sensed Carlson's getting a bit itchy now. He's on 57 and wants to keep on scoring, but he's got to rein himself in against a canny operator, Callum Parkinson. He gets one though down the leg side, which he clips away for a single. And it is only 1 run.
Parkinson was, I've mentioned this before, but I'll keep mentioning it again because it doesn't seem to make any difference to his international prospects, but the only English-born spinner to take 50 first-class wickets last season. But he still didn't even get a Lions tour. Callum Parkinson.
Did he really?
Yeah.
Here he is again then to bowls to Northeast. Northeast is also treating him with respect. This will bring down the over rate, but they do tell me these days they adjust it in the intervals as opposed to every other over when it goes down.
It should do, shouldn't it?
Yeah, well,
so those no balls won't help there.
This ball to end the over, and again is pushed forward. That is the end of another over. And Glamorgan are 177 for 3. They still train by 143. We'll try and get it up to around Leicestershire's total if they can by the close of play.
I was just speculating when you were out cake chasing that they would be well past it at this rate, but Leicester just in the last couple of overs have managed to slow things down a little bit. The run rate has dropped to 4.43, but there are still 42 overs left to be bowled, so 10 until tea. So that's going to be at least, you would imagine, 4 o'clock. Usually is these days, isn't it?
This is a strange decision to me because Mulder just got in. You say he hasn't bowled a lot this season. Just got in the groove there, bowled 2 overs for 1 run, and now he's been whipped off and replaced by Mike.
Was it 5 in his spell? I think it was 5. He was a little bit expensive, but as you say, the last couple were better.
If he'd gotten into the groove and knew exactly where to land it. Mike will go home and tell his children, if he has any, tell his father, who used to play, of course, for Notts. He dismissed the leading batsman in the world today, and he'll try and say he's a beauty. Came in, went outside, nicked the off stump. Was in fact a very short delivery that was caught on the boundary, but who cares?
In he goes and bowls outside off stump. Short, tries to cut it away and misses. Carlson could easily have nibbled that one through to Swindles, but threw the bat and the kitchen sink at it. didn't get anything on it. You feel the only way he could give it away, Carlson. That's the only the danger from his and Glamorgan's point of view. Northeast looks very solid out there at the moment, but I guess it's got a useful contrast. The contrast that works, the two different approaches working at the moment. Mike in again to Carlson, who defends that one on off stomp. In fairness, pushes it out towards point. Evans trots to his right, picks up and flicks the ball across to Swindles.
I think Northeast, as a senior batsman in this good stand, just go up and say, look, come on up, Kieran, this is a very good batting pitch. The new ball's lots and lots of overs away. Just rein yourself in and hit the bad ball for 4 and you'll be fine. The impetuosity, or what the word is, of youth. Although he's played now for a couple of years, so he should be...
yeah, and he's captained himself as well.
Trophy.
Albeit in the one-day competition. In goes Mike and bowls to him. He plays him beautifully away through mid-wicket. Just checked the shot slightly, so it will be dragged back out there on the mid-wicket boundary. Who's that out there at the moment? Can't quite see. Maybe Mulder's been sent out there. Good throw from him. And 2 taken by Carlson, moves on to 60, 179 for 3.
And this mirrors the Leicestershire innings. They were 169 for 3, but then the collapse started.
Yeah, no sign of that at the moment. Mike is in, bowls. Carlson has to defend a good straight line and length delivery, and Harry Swindles claps his gauntlets above his head in approval. Ditto Louis Kimber, who's at second slip. There's a gap between them, and a couple of balls have gone between the two in earlier matches. Split slips, which isn't easy to say, but it's always slightly risky.
Yes,
Swindles will have to go to his right. In goes Mike and bowls outside off stump. Carlson down on his knees. It stayed low and he got in position to cut it away. He sort of went through with a jabby shot, but it stayed low, and emphasising the fact by sinking to his knees is Kieran Carlson.
Just imagine, Richard, if he got out to that.
If it somehow chopped it on, but...
well, it was about 1.5 yards, and if he just edged that to the keeper, he would have been... rather disgusted with himself.
Mike,
just take it easy.
Smiles. A bit of variable bounce appearing. Comes in, bowls a bounce, and this time Carlson, although he swivels under the ball, keeps the bat down. Doesn't attempt to hook it away. All he could have done then was hit the ball in the air. End of the over. 179 for 3. Mike, as is his wont, trying to make something happen, but his figure's 1 for 43 from 7. Well, he always does go at 4.5 or so and over, but he does usually pick up wickets. Looks a little downcast as he walks away to his fielding position. He did, yeah. He's got a very famous wicket to his name. He could do with another though now. Only Parkinson going at 3s at the moment.
And it will be Parkinson from the Cathedral Road end. As we look down from a vantage point, and he bowls the first ball, and it's on the back foot this time from Northeast, punches it out to the extra cover boundary, and they go through for a single. This partnership mounting now. It was 63, now it's 180. 117 run partnership as Carlson on 60 waits as the next ball comes up from Parkinson, played gently away on the offside. It's been this sort of weather all day. Very cloudy, a little bit of a breeze, trees in the far end, fairly still. As Callum Parkinson comes in past umpire White and bowls and beats him really in the flight, even though he pushed it away. It's a sort of, you sense Nick Webber's alongside you now, and you sense that he's getting a little bit impetuous here, Kieran Carlson. He's been bogged down a little by Parkinson, who's a wily bowler, as he comes in round the wicket bowls. And this is clipped away on the onside for 1 run only, I think. Very quickly onto that, and it's returned.
Yeah, Carlson's always likes to get on with it, doesn't he? And his scoring rate has dropped slightly. It's still a very respectable 61 off 91.
And 4.34 now, so the monitor tells us this is the run rate as Parkinson comes in and is played gently away. They'll have to hurry here. It's where didn't pick up the wayward throw, and that is the end of the over after single. And the score, there's one ball to go.
Yeah, Sam Evans just went to pick and throw and didn't complete either.
Just going to 3 runs and over, 21, last ball of the 7th. Parkinson down the pitch. This time comes Carlson, twinkle toes, running down the pitch and striking it up the long off for a single. It is 183 for 3. The partnership is 120. Carlson is on 62 and North East is on 45.
Well, Carlson always likes to use his feet, doesn't he, in most situations. So against a slow left-arm spinner who's looking to put the brakes on, it's not surprising that he's looking to put him off a little bit by coming down. So Ben Mike to continue. He has 1 for 43 off his 7 overs. Morgan 183 for 3. The stand now worth 120. And this is in reply to Leicestershire's 320. So a fair way to go to get parity as Mike bowls and Carlson blocks that one back to him, and there's no run.
Yes, Glamorgan were in a little bit of a pickle at 63 for 3, having lost Labuschagne. Last ball before lunch for 17. Their attacking opening batsman David Lloyd went for 6, and then the other opening batsman Andrew Salter went after lunch for 26. But these have turned it round with a very sensible and efficient partnership.
In comes Mike, bowls, and Carlson drives just wide of mid-on. There is a reasonable single there, and so they take it.
Mike has conceded 44, and this is 8th over, despite taking the wicket of Labuschagne. Oh, why did you... They weren't yours, they were Richard's cakes. Why did you have to eat them? Oh, dear me.
No, Richard didn't get as much lunch as him, as us, so we won't raid his supply of cakes. Mike is into bowl. That looked like a full toss. It's smacked away by North East on the leg side. He hasn't quite cashed in, but it's a couple of runs down to the backward square leg boundary as Mulder does the fielding in front of the pavilion.
I'll give it another couple of overs and then in will come Richard again. Busy man, Richard. He's got Radio Leicester to do on the 1/2 and 1 hour mark. Nick now will be starting doing BBC Wales. Is it
4 o'clock my next one?
O'clock.
So that might just about fall within the tea interval.
What we got? 7, 6.5.
Yeah. Next delivery is cut away by North East, and that will run away down to the backward point boundary for 4 runs, and that'll be Sam North East's half century off 69 deliveries, exactly the same speed as Kieran Carlson to get that milestone, and that is North East's 8th boundary, 69 balls.
Very fine innings played by North East. He got 81 in the second innings, and Derby the last game, 49 in the first, and here he is, half century. 100. Glamorgan just 10 runs away from their first batting point, and Leicestershire have got 1 bowling point. But it's a poor ball from Mike, really. It is a half track outside the off stump.
Plenty of time to go today as Mike bowls again wider outside off stump and tries to get North East swiping in anger at it, and he missed.
He would have been
Wasn't
angry
the best of shots. Again, Leicestershire continue with this second slip. There is no first slip.
All they want is one to go between the keeper and the second slip, and
the shot that brought up Carlson's 50 was a bottom edge through there, wasn't it? Wouldn't have been a chance, but it would have been 4 fewer runs. 190 for 3. Mike from the River Taff end. bowls, and the leading edge is just past cover as North East was done by that one, and it just spooned past the dive of Hendricks at cover. Not a chance, but certainly a false shot that will give the Foxes bowlers a little encouragement. 191 for 3. North East has 52 and Carlson is 63.
We're not giving Hendricks a disservice, but a far more livelier fielder than him would have got to that. I think, the Carlsons of this world.
I think that's a little harsh, Edward.
Yeah, but, you've got to take these chances in such a flat pitch. But, you often see somebody who's got 50 just relaxes for the moment and gives a chance. Well, it wasn't a chance at a half.
It wasn't a chance. It was a false shot.
Anyway, there was 8 runs off the over, an expensive over now. Mike has gone for 50 for his 1 wicket of just 8 overs. Parkinson, easily the best of the visitors' bowlers. He hasn't taken the wicket, but he's certainly restricted Glamorgan from one end, from galloping along at more they have. He starts another over and bowls, and this is driven by North East, and he will get a single to long off.
Ben Stokes, having battered that remarkable 161 off 88 balls, is now in the attack for Durham at Worcester. He's bowled his first 4 overs at cost of 1.
Next ball is defended in the line of off stump. I think he's had enough practice.
No need at all for him to play against Glamorgan next week.
192 for 3 as Callum Parkinson goes round the wicket. Down the pitch comes Carlson. Suspect he went a little bit too early there. Parkinson saw him coming and pulled it down on a round leg stump.
Worcestershire 76 for 4 in reply to Durham's 580 for 6. Declared Potts has all 4 wickets.
Matty Potts. There's the next ball, and treated with utmost respect by the batsman, Kieran Carlson. This is the 39th over. 6 before tea. We're not too bad, 20 to 4 now. Round the wicket comes the next ball, and it's driven and short of. I think they would have got to him because it was fumbled, but I think we saw an identical shot yesterday that resulted in a run out, so they decided not to.
Yeah, Wright making the stop at mid-on. There was a bit of a hesitation, but not running was the correct
last
option.
Ball of the over from Parkinson, who's been very tidy. And he comes and bowls, and that's flat batted out towards extra cover for a single. Richard is pawing the desk behind me to come in and have a yapper. 193 for 3. North East is on 53. Carlson is on 64. Glamorgan trail by 127.
The stand is worth 130 for this 4th wicket for Glamorgan, who looked in some trouble just after lunch when Salter was caught behind off Chris Wright. His 2nd wicket. Marnus Labuschagne, the prize victim, fell to Ben Mike. Ball before lunch. But Leicestershire in real need of a wicket now before tea. Otherwise it might be a rather dejected dressing room as they nibble their nutrition bars.
Yeah. Well, they donated their wickets with the run-outs. No donation. Well, you could say Labuschagne rather gave it away, I suppose, the ball before lunch, but otherwise no sign of any
donation of 26 runs through no balls from the Leicestershire attack.
There is that as well. And all this sort of business sort of adds to the pressure on the over 8. This sort of business being fiddling around with the field. Parkinson, Mike taking time. And the only change that I can see as a result of that long confab is that Scott Steele at deep backward point goes about 5 yards to his left, and maybe he's got the word. He is a bit of an off-spin bowler, and he's beginning to do a little bit of warming up. Mike charges in from the river end and bowls, comes back in a little bit towards Kieran Carlson, who is very solid in defence, back out down the pitch on the off-side, out towards mid-off. No run. A little bit of dark cloud away over the... Forgive me, I've forgotten the name of the hills away to the...
just say Caerphilly Mountain, that's close
Caerphilly
enough.
Mountains,
Yeah.
okay.
Caerphilly Mountain.
Mountain.
Mountain Singlets. It's not a large...
It isn't an imposing mountain, is it? In goes Mike, and Bowles turned off his legs fairly calmly by Carlson. It did come back in and stayed a fraction low, actually. But he worked it away towards mid-wicket. Parkinson had to run round, and the single was therefore easily taken. Carlson on to 65.
Very picturesque at the top, though. Nice views over surrounding valleys.
Well, wherever you look in the city, it's very compact, isn't it? You can see the greenery all around. And actually, we were diverted. I was diverted when I drove down from Leicester off that dual carriage. That is it A48 after the M50. Yeah. For an accident. So we were sort of diverted.
449, yeah.
449, right round. In goes Mike and Bowles, slightly short of a length. Stays on the back foot northeast and plays the ball off stump out into the offside. It was so picturesque when it pushed you out, when you got off that road. I mean, it's a picturesque road anyway, actually.
Yep. Down through Monmouth, you mean?
Yeah, and we were pushed out to the north, I suppose, and for about 20 miles. But I thoroughly enjoyed it, actually. It was, I just hadn't seen it. There's gorgeous villages and little farms. In goes Mike, and Bowles full down the leg side, and that's clipped away for 4. Just waited for it northeast and turned his back face on it, helped it around the corner. Absolutely risk-free shot. And that's 4 runs to Sam Northeast, who is now beginning to catch Kieran Carlson. It's been a steadier innings, less frenetic innings, but that's the nature of the two players, really. And at the moment, they're proving equally effective, almost. Northeast on to 57. Batting bonus point, ahoy, for Glamorgan. Just 2 runs away from their first.
Pleasant change from the last match here.
I suspect it won't be their last. Won't be their last today, though, the way things are going by a long chalk. Mike in again to northeast on off stump. Northeast works it away out into the offside. Not entirely sure whether to go forward or back. Got plenty behind it there. 1 for 56 as he comes to the end of his 9th over for Ben Mike. Eddie was talking about him being the only Leicestershire player to applaud the 50 when he made his 99 not out against Middlesex at Lords. He comes in and bowls outside off stump, goes for the cut and misses Sam Northeast, and that was a sort of miss, really. There wasn't too much wrong with the bounce, and he crossed with himself Northeast, but Mike just turns and walks away and takes his sweater. And both Chris Wright and Bjorn Hendricks failed to help him occupy the crease for long enough to get to the 100. Hendricks was particularly distraught as he left the field, and it was Mike putting his arm around Hendricks, not Hendricks putting his arm around Mike.
How did the last man get out, do you remember?
He was bowled leaving.
There we are. Oh no!
He left. In fairness, it was a very good delivery from Toby Rowland-Jones that came back and clattered, but it didn't just clip off stump, it fairly clattered it out of the ground, unfortunately.
198 for 3, Parkinson to Carlson. There's a big appeal for a catch at the wicket. No response from umpire White. Well, Leicestershire thought they had their man there, but no response.
Parkinson didn't really go up until he saw Swindles go up. You see, he wasn't sure. He wasn't sure. Swindles was. Whipped off the bails as well, just in case.
Appeal to both umpires.
And I don't know whether he's inquiring of Carlson. Did he hit it? What did it hit then?
It's not the batter's worry to tell him.
Seeing the replay again. No obvious deflection. It was quite wide. Didn't need to play at it. He was drawn into pushing it a wide one.
Parkinson asking questions then of the home batsman as Carlson is forward, stretching to defend. Hendricks is now in a silly mid-off position. Straight.
It did turn a bit, that one from Parkinson that he missed, but it was from wide.
One slip as the other catcher, as Carlson comes down the wicket and then defends. It gives the air of a little frenetic behaviour by Carlson, but he does do this quite a lot to use his feet to defend as well as attack. Parkinson left arm round, and Carlson plays gently to short mid-wicket, where Evans is the fielder.
Just a bit loose at the moment, Carlson, as he's going through one of those little patches. Slightly dangerous for him with 4 overs to go until tea.
Yes, you'd have thought they'd have had their eyes on the next interval. As that's shorter and flatter from Parkinson and cut away by Carlson. Half stopped at point. Single taken, 199 for 3.
Stayed a bit low as well. Managed to chop it off the stumps. That's Leicestershire's hope at the moment, really. A bit of variable bounce with the ball is only just past the halfway point. Plenty of overs to go with it. 35.
Here is Parkinson to bowl to northeast, who's forward to defend, and the over 199 for 3. In the women's T20 game in Newport, Western Storm finished on 184 for 7 against Southern Vipers. Fee Morris 77 off 46. Georgia Hennessy 42 off 27. And a reminder that the Western Storm have their only date here a week Saturday, with Glamorgan away from home. So if you want to watch some 2020 cricket ahead of the men's blast, the women's event starts on the 14th of May.
Starts on Sunday up in Leicester, not the Women's 100, but a T20 competition.
All right.
Featuring Leicestershire. Leicestershire County's women's side, ditto Northants and a couple of other counties, but T20 can be watched. Women's T20 at the Upton Steel County Ground, Grace Road, this coming Sunday. Scott Steele is coming on for the first time in first-class cricket for Leicestershire. Bowls an off-spinner just outside, well outside off stump that doesn't obviously turn. Carlson got in position to cut it away, watched it suspiciously through into the gloves of Harry Swindles. Steele is in, gives it some air, drives slightly expansively but effectively past cover, and that's going to run away to the extra cover boundary for 4. So he looked to give it some air then, Steele. Did so, but a little bit too much. And it was hit in the air for a good few feet by Carlson, but we know already that that doesn't worry him too much. He moves on to 70.
Yeah, Carlson innings will quite often give the bowlers a chance, or at least the illusion of a chance. He'll take them on, and he'll play the risk percentages and back himself.
He now has cover out there on the extra cover boundary, but a huge, nay gaping hole in the covers for Carlson to stroke the ball into, and that is exactly what he does. Just leans forward, plays it through the completely vacant covers, and in jogs Evans from that deep extra cover boundary. So the field is say a very odd one, with Parkinson at mid off, deep extra cover Evans, and then Hendricks at backward point. So again, a square's width of vacancies out there at extra cover, and so Northeast now just dabs it out there and jogs a single, which they can do every single ball should they wish, essentially, if it's going to be bowled anywhere from middle outwards, so to speak. Now he comes back in.
Yeah, they probably realised that there was 4 or 5 and over to be milked there.
Yes. Steele is in. Down the wicket goes Carlson, and Evans immediately into action as he plays it quite forcefully, but he didn't manage to quite get it past Evans, who reached to his left and made the stop. 205 for 3. Well, the 200 up with that boundary earlier in the over. And as Foxy Phil's pointed out to me, over 150 runs in the session now. Steele goes in, it's cut away by Carlson, he's got it past. Hendricks reaching to his right at backward point. Evans follows the ball to within around about 15 yards of the ropes, and 2 taken by Carlson, moves on to 73, 207 for 3. So actually 207 minus 63, Nick. 154.
Oh, yeah, sorry. Caught me unawares there with that one.
I was thinking with your brain is much quicker than mine, numerically speaking. It's a lot of runs in a session, and there are still 3 overs remaining.
Yeah, 58 for 2 at lunch, so 142, 149 at the moment. Parkinson then will try and make them as economical as possible and maybe get that breakthrough as North East drives to cover and there's no run. Just trying to make sure the radio people remember we've got an update at 4 o'clock. Parkinson with Hendricks still on the drive at silly mid off, but he can't get that one. It's driven just past him and up to long off by North East for a single. Well, at least Parkinson is trying some funky fields and not just relying on the textbook slip 5 in a ring or whatever. Parkinson to Carlson, who pushes forward and is beaten by that one as Swindell's whips off the bails yet again, just in case.
Did you just play down the wrong line, or is Parkinson starting to get a little bit of turn? No replays afforded us.
There's down the wicket. Oh, there's the appeal for a run out. That might have been close. It would have been very close, I think, as that was a straight drive from Carlson. North East turned, and I thought he might have been struggling for a moment. Parkinson flicking it onto the stumps.
Both Parkinson and North East reacted incredibly quickly, actually. North East swiveled and got it. I think he just got it. Well, clearly the umpire did as well. Got his bat back down in time. Carlson apologises to his teammate.
Parkinson bowls. Carlson drives into the offside. Will get at least a single down to backward point. That should only be a single because the fielder Mulder in front of the pavilion has made good ground to that one. I think that that run out was probably one of the ones that if we had full television facilities, it would have been a frame by frame operation, I suspect, but umpire couldn't really give it if there was any doubt, as North East turns the wrists on the next delivery and whips it through mid wicket for 4 runs. So Glamorgan raising or easing a little the pressure that's been imposed on them by Parkinson.
150 partnership.
Wow, that's come up in the session.
Yep.
Salter fell just after lunch. 2:13 for 3, 2 overs until
Let's see exactly how long it's taken.
the next radio updates.
Spark my computer back into life.
So Steele to continue.
Round the wicket he bowls, and it's edged by the driving Carlson down to third man through about second slip for 4. I'm not sure if it would have carried on the full. It might have done.
Had they had 2 slips to a spinner, which is, I suppose, relatively rare, yeah, it might have been an opportunity. Look to go through about ankle height.
Carlson has batted with real flair, but he's enjoyed his share of fortune as well at times. And that was one of those times. Steele in again. Down the wicket goes Carlson, driving. The proximity of tee means nothing to him. Nothing. and he plays it straight out to mid-off, as it turns out, and I suppose no particular reason why it should, but Parkinson is going to make a couple of changes to the field. Now Rishi Patel, who was at short, sort of fine leg, really, almost on the 45, goes into the covers. Evans goes out to the cover boundary. So if he fancies a little paddle sweep down to long leg, well, he's coming back over the wicket, so that makes a bit more sense. In he goes and bowls, and Carlson is forward on off stump, just defending it out into the offside. Patel is the fielder.
There have been a few edges round this afternoon. Trouble is for Leicestershire, they've nearly all gone for 4.
Steele bowls, back goes Carlson, forcing out into the offside, but it's gone more or less straight to Buren Hendricks at backward point. Must be somewhere on these various scorecards where partnerships exactly are recorded. Uses his feet that time, Carlson, and bunts it back through the vacant mid-on area down towards long on and jogs 1. Moves on to 79, 100 and I think 17 balls he's faced now. 119 balls he's faced now. In goes Steele. North East stays back, but plays the straight ball firmly back down the wicket to the Durham man. End of the over, 218 for 3. Glamorgan with 1 over to go before tea.
Well, it's been very much Glamorgan's session since the departure of Andrew Salter just after lunch. Caught Swindell's bowled right. Second wicket for Chris Wright, but although there have been a few alarms along the way for Carlson in particular. North East nearly getting run out and Carlson with a few edges, but they really have... Carlson in particular has been attacking, and North East has continued in his usual elegant and seemingly unhurried way, although he's still scoring at a decent rate. Parkinson is in to bowl to Carlson, who drives gently on the offside for a single, 219 for 3. And Leicestershire need the end to this session as they ended the first session with a wicket when they got rid of Labuschagne. Ball before lunch. Parkinson bowls. North East defends. It is quite a contrast between the approach of these two batters. Carlson all action. North East looking more serene as he's forward defending on the offside. Looks as though he has no intention of being tempted in the over before tea, which is it just psychological? Do supporters think of it more than the players do? You just think, let's get in where we are and a chance to regroup. Forward stretches North East. He wants his muesli bar to taste palatable.
Is that speculation, or is that the choice of...
No, I'm just guessing, really. Okay. Carlson may need something specific because he's a vegan. 219 for 3. As Parkinson bowls, North East drives straight to short mid-off, no run. I shouldn't think they're tucking into the cream scones and Welsh cakes in the same way as the media do, though. 219 for 3. Last ball of the session. Can Leicestershire strike with the last ball of the session again? Shorter, flatter, worked on the leg side by North East. He'll amble through for a single as it's fielded at mid-wicket. And Glamorgan take tea on 220 for 3 with Kieran Carlson 64 not out. Kieran Carlson 80 not out. Sam North East 64 not out. Just the 1 wicket to fall in that session. Salter caught behind off right for 26. Glamorgan are exactly 100 runs behind Leicestershire. So that has diminished very quickly indeed. BBC radio updates to follow fairly shortly. We'll be back with commentary at 4:20 here on BBC Sport Online and also on the Glamorgan and Leicestershire Club websites. Thank you very much indeed for listening.
I've got some tea time scores from the other games taking place elsewhere around the country, which, like here in the LV County Championship, are in their second day. We'll start at the Aegeus Bowl, where Gloucestershire are 111 for 7, still trailing Hampshire by 231 runs. At home, Middlesex are 161 for 4, trailing Sussex by 231 runs as well. At Chelmsford, Yorkshire have just started their first innings, their 15-run loss. That's after Essex amassed 403 in their first innings. A very eventful day at New Road in Worcester, where Durham declared on 580 for 6. And in their innings, Ben Stokes scored 161 off a mere 88 balls. And his innings included 17 sixes. And the efforts of the newly appointed England captain have erased the previous first-class record for the most number of sixes in an innings in the UK. I'm sure many of you will remember the 16 struck by Andrew Symonds for Gloucestershire at Abergavenny back in 1995. So in reply to Durham's first innings, 560 for 6 at T Worcester, 95 for 4. At the Oval, Northamptonshire are 87 for 5, trailing Surrey by 314 runs. In the other game taking place in the LV County Championship at Old Trafford, Lancashire are currently 127 without loss, trailing Warwickshire by 188 runs. Once again, Glamorgan Cricket would like to welcome everyone here today to Sophia Gardens. Cricket across England and Wales must be a game where every individual is treated fairly, with respect, and can enjoy a safe, positive atmosphere, whether they're watching, playing, volunteering, or working in the game. We all, as the cricket family, have a role to play in this. So if you see or experience inappropriate behaviour or discrimination, please know that you can call it out and you can report it safely and in confidence to the student. Cricket is a game for everyone. Thank you for joining us. A reminder, the official Glamorgan website, www.glamorgancricket.com, contains details of how to purchase tickets for all forthcoming games here this summer at Sophia Gardens, which includes the game here, the International T20 match on Thursday the 28th of July, England to South Africa. And also on the official Glamorgan website, the details of the various matches.
It's been a fine afternoon session for Glamorgan. They've reached 220 for 3. That's just 100 runs in arrears of Leicestershire's first innings total. And that thanks to a great partnership between Sam North East, who's on 64 not out, and Kieran Carlson with an attacking 80 not out. It was 63 for 3 when they came together on the dismissal of Andrew Salt for 26 to Chris Wright just after lunch. But Glamorgan have taken control since then, despite a few near misses. They're well placed at tee to dominate this match. They're 220th for 3, 100 runs behind.
Situated opposite gate 2. Now, as there's currently no public access beneath the plastic handstand, in order to go to visit the club shop, you have to exit back out through gate 4, scroll down the lane, and re-enter via gate 2. The shop will be closing today around about 5 o'clock, and it's selling, as always, a wide range of cricket equipment and other items, including replica Glamorgan kit. And the Royal London One Day Cup, which Glamorgan won last August, is also on display, and you're very welcome to have your photograph taken with this wonderful piece of silverware. Score sheets plus copies of Michael Hogan's testimonial brochure are also available from reception. Now, as far as refreshments are concerned, food and drink can be purchased using electronic means from the kiosk situated in the concourse area beneath the pavilion seats. There's a mobile unit adjacent to the pavilion, and drinks and snacks can also be purchased from the vending of the National Cricket Centre. If you haven't got time to visit today, but you will be here tomorrow, why not pop along and view the very special exhibition in the museum, which is commemorating the life and career of Peter Walker, the former Glamorgan and England cricketer, who was also a very well-known journalist and broadcaster who sadly died in the spring of 2020. And the exhibition also includes some films and some special footage kindly provided by the BBC.
Stone is into bowl to Cook, who's gone big over mid-wicket. That's quite a long area of the ground.
Balls to Higgins, who's bowled. He's been yorked.
Welcome back to Sophia Gardens, third and final session on this second day of the LV Insurance County Championship fixture between Glamorgan and Leicestershire. Glamorgan having enjoyed very much the best of the afternoon session, during which they scored an impressive 162 runs and lost just the single wicket, that of Andrew Salter, shortly after lunch, when he was caught behind off the bowling of Chris Wright for 26. At that stage, Glamorgan in more than a spot of bother at 63 for 3, replying to Leicestershire's first innings 319. Looks considerably healthier as far as the home side are concerned. The scoreboard, it now reads 220 for 3, courtesy of Sam Northeast, who is 64 not out, and Kieran Carlson, who is on an undefeated 80. Nick Webb and Richard Ray, your commentators for the game, ball-by-ball commentators for the game. Eddie Bevan also, from time to time. It's Nick and Richard to start with.
Yes, Hugh Knight pointing out that North East has the better strike rate, although I said in a tweet that Carlson was particularly aggressive. So, yeah, North East does have the slight... Well, thank you for pointing that out. It had sort of escaped my attention because Carlson has dominated the strike.
Leicestershire going back to their only bowler, who's picked up a couple of wickets, 2 for 44, Wright, who is in from the River End, bowls very straight to North East, who leans forward and plays it back down the wicket to Chris Wright. 64 off 88 for North East, 80 off 120 for Carlson, so North East strike rate is 73, more or less. Carlson's 66.66.
Craig Johnson says on Twitter, watching Carlson's improvement over the last 2 to 3 years has been such a treat. Steve West reports that he has been watching the afternoon session in his local pub. Good for you, Steve.
Springsteen cricket, 12 no balls, 3 run-outs, well, 13 no balls now, actually. In goes Wright and bowls, comes back in towards North East, but back in as far as leg stump, so he's able to go back and work it down. Deep backward square, stroke wide long leg and take 1. And a very slow over rate for Leicestershire. We don't have the most talented players, surely they can be expected to do the basics better than this. Jason Tipping on Twitter, why do we never have a third man? You talk about Leicestershire. Other teams have one from ball 1. Controlling run rate has been one of the many things we've not done well.
There's one there now, sir.
There is. For Chris Wright, as he comes in and bowls to Carlson, who looks to chop him away on the offside. The ball bounced and was probably far too close to him. It bounced over the top edge of the bat and could easily have flicked it as it went through. It didn't, so well though he has played, Kieran Carlson, he has also ridden his luck from time to time and did so on that occasion as well.
Yes, also on Twitter, Andrew Davis says, Ree Carlson, he was at the match yesterday, and Carlson seemed to be directing the field rather than Lloyd.
Right in bowls. Carlson again tries to flay him away through the offside, and again he misses. It was probably a more legitimate shot on this occasion. It was wider, but it was also pitched up a little bit further, so he was neither forward nor back. He sank onto one knee at the end, but twice in a row he's tried to crash the ball away through the offside and missed on both occasions.
Well, I think Carlson is vice-captain and quite often tends to field mid-off next to the bowler. Lloyd had slipped, so might be just a question of improving communications, really.
Right is in. Bowls outside off stump and forced away by Carlson off a thick outside edge through the gully area along the ground down towards Azad at third man. Takes 1.
Ian Evans on Twitter, Sam Northeast has been a very good signing, and jokingly he says he's amazed he wasn't snapped up by Durham. And Durham are doing quite nicely with the staff that they've got at the moment. Worcestershire 110 for 4.
I very nearly said why then before suddenly realising what it was all about. Not very quick on the uptake sometimes. In goes Wright and bowls, and back foot defensive shot from North East. It was my birthday last week and I had a message from Callum Parkinson which sort of said, HB mate, and I, what do you mean HB? I didn't know, I couldn't work out
pencil.
Happy birthday.
Oh.
Yeah, but for some reason it just escaped me.
The modern youth, they can't be bothered to type out happy birthday in full.
But you would have thought I would have grasped.
Yes, on your birthday, yes.
But it just, for some reason.
Some interesting comments from the Sussex chair being reported by our colleague Kevin Hand, who's obviously been on their commentary. Mr. Philby, the Sussex chair, is reported to have said, I'd have more fixtures, and the idea we should only have 5 home games is preposterous. This in response to the idea being floated that there are 10 first-class matches in future seasons.
It's been floated so widely and determinedly that one can't help feeling it may already be set in stone, but I'm inclined to agree with Mr. Philby.
Philby, the Sussex chair. Here comes Hendricks then, from the Cathedral Road end, with Double Nelson on the board, and Carlson turning the first ball to mid-wicket. And there's no run, or one of the mid-wickets. I was chatting informally to James Harris as PCA chair, and I think the general feeling from the players is that there ought to be a bit less cricket. But Hendricks is in, bowls, and that's punched to point by Carlson, no run. I said, well, why isn't it the case that bowlers just rotate a bit more? And he said, well, county staffs are not always that big that they can afford to rotate seam bowlers within blocks of cricket. Anyway, the debate will be ongoing, I'm sure.
Leicestershire have 11 seam bowlers.
Really?
To choose from.
Gosh.
Contrary to appearances. Given they left one out for this game.
Hendricks being one of them. The South African bowling left arm around the wicket, and that's an attempted pull shot by Carlson that I don't think struck anything on the way through. They've gone through for a run. Yes, it struck him on the pad as Carlson went for a big pull, trying to heave it towards the grandstand, but just struck him on the leg. Trickled past the keeper. 223 for 3. This in reply to Leicestershire's 320 all out. Hendricks in, bowls, and that too is down leg side. Northeast doesn't get anything on it. But in terms of the volume of cricket, I mean, there is no perfect response, is there, to need to entertain the members, keep players fit, keep the game in financial health, get all the competitions where they're meant to be in the summer, provide decent practice and training and warm-ups for potential international players. Hendricks in, bowls, Northeast turns it off his legs towards mid-wicket. Evans scampers in very enthusiastically and prevents a single, especially with the franchise, the 100 competition as well. I mean, it's difficult enough getting all the competitions in beforehand. Now it really is impossible. So good luck trying to anyone trying to devise a sensible schedule for next season. Especially as the 50 over World Cup means that there's probably likely to be a bit more emphasis on that. Hendricks in, bowls, Northeast turns on the leg side. Richard Ray will depart to write on the back of an envelope next season's fixture list, or he might be departing to do a radio bulletin, one of the two. You can make up your own mind. It is the end of the over. 223 for 3. Northeast 65. Carlson is on 81. Just the 3 runs added then. The first couple of overs after tea. One to each batsman, plus a leg bye. Chris Wright, 2 for 42. On the board next to his name is into bowl to Carlson, who will get a single at least out the cover point boundary. Good piece of fielding by Scott Steele. Making his Leicestershire first-class debut, the former Durham man keeps them down to a single. 65 northeast, 82 Carlson. So Glamorgan looking to press on and get into the lead tonight, hopefully with wickets in hand from their point of view. Wright is into bowl to northeast, who plays that one to Evans at point, and there is no run. Hugh Knight on Twitter suggesting that if Carlson could rein in his impatience, he could force his way into the Test squad. He's got some way to go, but he is a beautiful player to watch in full flow. Right from the river end. I'm not sure if the light is going to hold at this rate, to be honest. Right is into bowl to northeast, who drives slightly uppishly on the offside. It's well stopped at backward point, and there's no run. Some good work from Evans, who's fielding with great enthusiasm at the moment. Rhys Jenkins, good afternoon to you. Rhys, he's listening in a pub in Gateshead where it is raining. The pub is a camper van themed bar. It's all a bit surreal, says Rhys. I'm not quite sure how a pub can be themed around a camper van, but there we are. Someone's had a go at it for some reason. Right to northeast, who drives to mid-on, and there's no run.
Well, Nick, I can come a bit closer than Gateshead.
Mm-hmm.
I just spoke to my wife in the tea interval, and it is raining, and that's approximately 45 miles away.
Mm-hmm.
Raining, dark, drizzly, a day taken out of November.
All right. So
it was due here at around 6 o'clock. But it's dark, so dark, they might just, even though Glamorgan are going along at 4.5 and over, call it a day.
Right, into bowl, northeast squeezes it down to gully. The busy Evans does the fielding.
It's the last thing Glamorgan want, of course, because they're 96 only behind now. And we worked it out, if they do go along over 4 and over, they'd get up to about 360 tonight. Obviously, if nobody's dismissed. But that's a long way away. If they could, battle tea tomorrow. Again, if everything goes to plan. But I don't think it will with this very, very dark cloud.
Leicestershire looking to strike before play is curtailed as northeast drives into the covers. Good diving stop there. 2:24 for 3 at the end of the over, so it's been tight since tea. Just 4 runs have come in 3 overs, and Leicestershire achieving, temporarily at least, what they couldn't in the afternoon session, which is to put the brakes on and possibly force a bit of impatience from the Glamorgan batters.
Especially Mr. Carlson, who can be impatient, but he must think now of 100. He's 82 not out. North East would love to get 100, having been close in the last game. He's on 85. And as you say, it'll be a containing spell that Parkinson would ask his bowlers. There's one slip as Hendricks starts on the over and bowls. And that's a flashing drive past cover for 4. It's a most beautiful shot. And anything that's anywhere near wayward, my word, this boy can play a bit. Here he comes. Oh, it's a full half volley though.
It's absolutely sumptuous, the Carlson cover drive in full flow, isn't it? It is a thing of beauty.
And moves him on to 86, 228 for 3.
Lighting up a dull evening.
Yes. Last thing Glamorgan's batsman is going to do would be tell the umpire it's getting a bit dark. There's Hendricks bowls another drive, and this time not so well timed, just goes slowly up to mid-on.
Yes, although obviously they can hint to the umpires, it is solely in the control of the umpires and isn't subject to an appeal from batting or bowling side.
Well, the bowling side can say, look, we can hardly see here. Or the umpires could say, well, if you put your spinners on,
yes,
and they'll say no. Well, that's it.
Mind you, Parkinson's been as tight as anyone, and
Exactly.
Steele's also been in the attack, so they have got 2 spinners to bowl at least.
And Rick's note for 42 comes in, left arm, tickle around the corner, goes down towards the boundary, might just run away for 4. No, it's picked up inside the LV signs on the far side of the field, and they go through for 2 leg byes.
Umpire White was the leisurely tap of the leg up towards the scorers, who are up next to the dressing rooms, square with the wicket.
Not the best place to view.
It's not the ideal viewing point, is it? I mean,
better off here. They were down the bottom box in our commentary area.
They were at one point a few years ago.
Yeah, so they started off. Hendricks over the wicket now, comes in and bowls, and Carlson defends on the line of off stump. Fielded at cover. The score remains at 230 for 3, and this partnership now is worth 167. I think I worked that out. Run rate is 4.29, so they'd be quite happy with that. They trail by 90, so they need 90 before they start thinking of how long they're going to bat. Here's the next ball, down the leg side, tickled away, and we'll get a single down to fine leg. And did he get a... Yeah, I think he did get a bat on that, or didn't he? I don't know.
No, it's a leg bye. That really did look like a leg glance, didn't it?
He must have got good pads on.
Wow.
I've seen the pads struck, the modern pads, and it balloons up to cover, even without a bat.
For all the world, that looked like a leg bye. One off the bat, sorry, it was given as a leg bye.
Last ball of the over. 6 runs already. You see, off this over, boundary makes so much difference as in comes Hendricks bowl down the leg side again. That's going to be 4 runs. Very poor delivery. So, yes, they've stopped Glamorgan scoring freely for a moment, but now they're back, and that's 10 runs off the over. 235 for 3. And North East moves on to 69.
There did seem to be something of a plan there, because they posted a backward square leg to induce the pull shot, but
he played it down.
The shot was too good and beat the fielder. So Carlson 86 not out, having had the lion's share of the strike, despite coming in after North East. It's just the way things go sometimes. Don't think he's been deliberately farming the strike.
Glamorgan 15 runs away from a second batting point. They did get 4 in Derby, so if they could get 4 or 5 here, they'd be quite happy with their batting performances.
Yes, after a couple of poor starts this season. At the bat, Carlson drives again through the covers. That is hit scorchingly.
Oh, he's kicked it over.
It was half stopped by Steele on the boundary, but it was hit very hard indeed, and even fielding on the boundary, Steele appeared to have got a chest behind it, but the ball spun away from him agonisingly and over the rope.
Did well to get near it.
Carlson moves on to 90. Batting beautifully at the moment.
Took the words out of my mouth. Don't quite see why Wright would need a slip, do you?
Oof, pretty discouraging if you don't give your main opening bowler a slip.
He's a second slip.
Right in to Carlson, who smashes another one into the offside, this time more directly to Steele, who's able to get everything behind it and keep them down to a single. 91 to Carlson, 240 for 3 Glamorgan. This in reply to Leicestershire's 320, so 80 runs behind.
What a difference makes, Nick, 4 off the first ball and over, isn't it? It's then all of a sudden you're getting 6 or 7 and over, as it was 10 in the last over. just hit the ball for 4, and I'm afraid there have been far too many. Do you agree? If you're Leicestershire,
they haven't got the pressure on, have they? They haven't really managed to bowl in pairs at any point, as they say. Right bowls, that's driven down the ground by Northeast. That'll be 4 more, slightly overpitched by right, and Northeast leant into it and played a beautifully timed drive to move into the 70s.
So in the last over, I said Glamorgan need 15, and they're now needing a 6. So 9 off the first 3 balls.
This is running away from Leicestershire at the moment.
Yeah, having started so well, didn't they? 60-odd for 3.
63 for 3, and this partnership is now soaring away, 181. Right bowls, and Northeast works it down towards square leg. Hendricks is the fielder, single taken, and Leicestershire, you feel, will be glad for the weather to intervene, or the light to intervene, like a boxing referee, and save them from further punishment tonight at the moment.
They haven't conferred, and it must be a little lighter than it is up here, but they've been fortunate to play as much as they have, because in lots of places up in Aberystwyth, which is in North Wales, and other parts, it's been raining.
Right in towards us. Bowls to Carlson. There's a big appeal, and he's given out. LBW. Thought for a moment there might have been a bit of bat involved, but if there wasn't, and Wright does have the breakthrough that Leicestershire badly needed, and I think Carlson was struck on the back pad there. And off he has to go for 91 off 135 deliveries, and a wicket just in time, really, to save Leicestershire from punishment. And it is Wright's 3rd of the innings, 3 for 52.
It was a lovely innings and full of delightful shots in front of the wicket, and he'll feel a little sad that he's 9 short of 100, but it did a lot of good for Glamorgan, and that partnership was worth
182. Came to go in the 17th over. We're now in the 55th, so it was 4.4, 14 fours for Kieran Carlson. 135 deliveries faced.
Now the umpires are conferring whether it's about the light or just a chat as they wait for the new batsman to come in. But it's not good. In fact, I go for a little stroll at the end of this. Or do you want me to stay on here?
No, it's all right. Yeah.
Just to have a look and give you a weather report.
Fair enough.
But I say they're fortunate to have played as much as they have with the weather around the country. Unless you live in London, which is permanently sunny. Or appears to be.
Yeah, they're off because of rain at Old Trafford. That's the only game not being played out of the 7 in the Championship at the moment. And the Hacks at Chelmsford will have something to broadcast and write about shortly, because Joe Root is next in for Yorkshire. His first match since stepping down as England captain.
His side can see nearly 600 runs.
Essex 403, Yorkshire 30 for 1.
Yes.
No, it was Durham who got the top score of the day, 580 for 6 declared. Stokes 161 off 88 balls, 17 sixes.
Extraordinary.
UK record, 6s in the first class innings. Right into the new batsman, Chris Cook, who pokes forward and is beaten outside off stump. Welcome to the crease, Chris. 245 for 4. Can Leicestershire make further inroads before the light closes in? Edward will go and gaze up towards Caerphilly Mountain, or over his shoulder towards Wenvo, somewhere out the back, if he can see any of the local landmarks. TV transmitter up on the hill in the Vale. And Richard Ray from BBC Radio Leicester is back with us. Once he can work out what Edward's done with the headphones, they do tend to rotate a little bit, and Richard can describe the over being delivered by Buren Hendricks.
Probably before he bowls it. Let us see. He's not making a huge impression on Leicestershire supporters, judging by the various tweets I'm receiving from those Leicestershire supporters in the ground. In he goes round the wicket on off stump. Nothing particularly wrong with that delivery. It was line and length on off stump, and North East treated it respectfully, accordingly, just dropped it out into the offside.
Edward reckons rain is in the air.
But he adds that it's not as dark out there as it appears to be in here. The windows are very lightly shaded, aren't they? So
they're lightly shaded and they're lightly grubby as well.
Get out there and clean them. In goes Hendricks and bowls again on off stump. Again, North East goes back and blocks it out into the offside. Not easy to clean these windows, actually, is it?
Need some sort of, well, you need quite a sophisticated cherry picker, because of course we've got the rows of public seating down beneath us on the next level down, so it'd be difficult to get a stable base for anything. It has been done, I've seen it, but maybe they need to do it fairly soon.
Hendricks in. Bowls, this time on to middle and leg, and North East pushing the delivery. It's a good length delivery, pushing it out into the onside where Evans comes running into field. Most of the Leicestershire players in long sleeved sweaters. Indeed, all of them actually looking around. So it is not particularly warm out there. Hendricks obviously has shed his while he's bowling. Shirt out of his trousers, charges in and bowls full, and is driven by North East, and a good piece of work on the covers by Ben Mike. Dived full length to his left and got his left hand to the ball. Saved Vian Mulder, who's grazing out there on the point boundary. A long chase round to the extra cover boundary. More to the point, saved at least 2 runs. 45 for 4.
Possibly 4, I suggest. It was well struck.
The outfield's very dry and very quick across the country at the moment. Hendricks is in, bowls on off stump, inviting the drive. It was fullish, but not quite full enough for North East to put his full weight into the shot, and it sounded a fraction tinny as it came off a thick inside part of the bat. Runs out towards Callum Parkinson at mid-off. 1 or 2 Leicestershire supporters calling for, or they were before Carlson's dismissal, calling for an over or 2 from Azad of very, very occasional leg spin. In goes Hendricks and bowls just outside off stump, reaches forward North East and plays it out into the gap in the covers out towards Mulder down at point, and the single is taken, which means that North East will keep the strike, which is good news as far as Chris Cook is concerned. It means he'll just get a little bit longer out there to have a good look at the bowling and just let his eyes become accustomed, not to the gloom, but just to the, it's not ideal, the light at the moment. The scoreboard's reasonably bright, but not bad enough, it would seem. We haven't had a reading as yet from the umpires. They haven't put the old light meter on the stumps, so they're not too concerned at the moment. Certainly, I don't think the batsman would be too keen to come off, would you say, at this stage?
Well, certainly not North East. Cook has had a few single-figure scores, but started the season well here with 59 and 85 not out against Durham, the latter innings to make sure of the draw. A vigorous 32 in the second innings at Derby, but he's watching as North East drives right into the offside, and they take a single. North East 76, 247 for 4, just 3 shots short of the second batting bonus point, and plenty of time for both sides to accumulate bonus points. They're only in the 57th over of the of the innings. 2 slips now for the new bat, Chris Cook. It's on strike. And Wright, looking to add to his 3 wickets, is in, outside off stump, and Cook with a leave of ball went through rather low and left Swindell's grubbing on the ground. Leicestershire doing their best to stay vocal in the field and encourage the bowler. Chris Wright has been the pick of the seam attack by some way, bringing all his experience to bear, hair flopping as he's in to bowl to Cook and beats him again outside off stump. And Cook is looked on a couple of occasions as though he could do with some floodlights on or torch on the umpire's hat or something.
Very late on that one.
Leicestershire looking to get some sort of strike back then, having got rid of one of the established pair. That's right, in to bowl, and Cook does get bat on ball there as he plays it defensively to cover, and there is no run. But all of a sudden a little bit of a different feel to the game with Leicestershire having the chance of bowling as a new man at the crease for the first time in a couple of hours.
They should be able to at least drag the run rate back a little bit. It's still well over 4.36. I'd be surprised if the scores are roughly level by the end of the day.
Right, bowls, and Cook off the back foot, prods it back up the wicket, and there's no run.
73 the difference now. Certainly would have been level at least at the end of the day had Carlson hung around. Wasn't quite able to do so, but I could be reasonably satisfied with his 91 off not very many balls, relatively speaking. 135, 14 fours.
247 for 4. Right turns in the distance as in past umpire Wharf, bowls, and Cook defends and the covers, no run. No, Western Storm game at Newport looks like a decent finish. Southern Vipers need 47 off the last 5 overs to beat Western Storm, 138 for 4. Ems Windsor is 44 not out. She's one of Kevin James's colleagues down at BBC Solent.
All right. When you say that, do you mean literally, as in she's a member of the BBC staff down there?
No, but a reasonably regular commentator. I think
okay.
she's
She's
been one of Kev's on-air colleagues for a couple of years.
Right, okay. Well, Leicestershire determined to get their money's worth in one respect out of Hendricks. He's going to continue from the Cathedral Road end of the ground. This will be his 15th over of the innings. In he comes and bowls. Forward goes northeast, thick inside part of the bat, steers it out towards mid-wicket, but he sends Cook back. Cook was interested momentarily, but Evans had got across to his right at mid-wicket reasonably quickly. Makes sure that there's no chance of there was a chance of a single, but not one they were inclined to take in the end. Hendricks has at least sort of settled down in terms of number of runs he's conceded per over. He's been reasonably tight in that respect. It's under 4s, which is something at the moment. In he goes and bowls on off stump, line and length again, and forward goes northeast, playing the ball out towards Ben Mike and the covers.
At Lisvane on the outskirts of Cardiff, Glamorgan seconds look like beating Cardiff UCCE in the second of those T20 games. Glamorgan posted 180 for 9. Students need 78 off 6 to win that one. So it looks like a Glamorgan win.
Hendricks bowls, and just reaching for that one a little bit is northeast, doing so without too many difficulties. He wasn't at the pitch of it. He rehearses a sort of slightly crooked drive at the ball. didn't come off the middle as it went out towards Mike again in the covers.
Several first-team squad players playing in that, notably Colin Ingram, the overseas, has played in a couple of those T20 friendlies. Tom Cullen, Dan Douthwaite, Billy Root, Callum Taylor, Lucas Curry, Prem Sisodia, so a fairly experienced Glamorgan second 11 at the moment. There's got fairly big playing staff.
Hendricks in, bowls, forward goes northeast, a fullish delivery, pushing it out into the covers again and again. Therefore, there is no run. 2 for 7 for 4 remains the score. 4 good balls, or at least balls that have not been scored off, that have required the batsman to play, from Bjorn Hendricks, who's settled into a sort of rhythm of sorts. Turns, bowls, forward goes northeast, pushing into the gap this time at point. Running up from the point boundary is Mulder, gets his throw away, but single almost walked then. Cook and northeast. Northeast onto 77.
Yeah, this may be the last burst that these two opening bowlers will have with this particular ball. A couple more overs each maybe, and then they might be retained for the new ball, the second new ball.
You'd imagine so. Parkinson has sort of rolled his arms a few times, so he's going to bring himself back on. But these are going to be difficult overs, but at least they have a newish batsman at whom to bowl. That said, Chris Cook has only faced 6 deliveries. He waits with bat raised as Hendricks is in, bowls, and he gets a little bit of extra bounce outside off stump, and Cook just fences at the ball, twitches at it, bounces past his outside edge and goes through to Swindle's end of the over, and he gestures a little bit to, I don't know, sort of at the sky. Chris Cook's trying to making his point, yeah, and the umpire's having a chat. Will they take a measure? They might not have a light meter out there. They should have, shouldn't they, given the...
Well, it's always likely to be a cloudy day, but...
Let's have a look. Nope, just taking Chris Wright's sweater. We continue.
Yeah, I'm a little surprised they haven't made that reading, at least, because it does... I've seen players leave the field in similar circumstances, but there we are. We get more entertainment.
24 overs remain in the day. Be surprised if we get them all.
Not going to get those, are we? No way. On this grey evening without the lights available. It will be Wright to bowl his 15th over of the innings, 3 for 54. 3 out of the 4 wickets to fall. Right in to bowl to northeast, who tries to drive straight and gets the outside half of the bat on it, and it's fielded by Mulder in the covers as northeast rehearses that straight drive through possibly mid-on. So Leicestershire have clawed this game back since tea, really, because it really was running away from them at 220 for 3. First putting the brakes on and then getting rid of Kieran Carlson. Here's Wright to bowl. Northeast is hit on the pad. The ball runs gently into a gap on the leg side, and Harry Swindell's runs towards it at great enthusiasm.
He sort of scampers, doesn't he? He looks sort of very boyish, especially as his cap came off, and as he did so, he was trying to sort of stick it in the back of his trousers while he was running, and it all looked quite schoolboyish. Bless him.
At least he's got the enthusiasm.
Yeah.
After a difficult afternoon session for the visitors. 249 for 3. Right to Cook, who will get off the mark here in the best possible way, or almost the best possible, with a 4 through the covers. Just a firm back foot punch there from Chris Cook. Strong arms, hits the ball hard on occasion. 253 for 4, a second batting point with that shot.
Yeah, super shot. A nice way, as you say, to get off the mark. Lovely piece of timing.
So, right, persevering away. Needs a bit of support from some of the other seamers as Cook drives that one but straight to mid-off, and there's no run. It's something that Glamorgan once or twice have not quite put together. You need bowlers bowling in pairs. I mean, the talk of the bowling unit is a little overdone, I think, but you do need two bowlers bowling well at the same time to put any sort of pressure on the bats.
Absolutely do, absolutely. And at the moment, Hendricks, in fairness to him, is keeping it tight at the other end.
Right, to Cook, who works it away to square leg for an easy single. He might come back for a second. In fact, there's an easy second run as it was nicely placed. Hendricks had a fair way to go back. The man at fine leg had a fair way to go round, and no one really got to the ball by the time they were almost completed the second run. 2:55 for 4. Can Glamorgan turn the screw again after Leicestershire got themselves a finger hold back in the game? Right, bowls, and Cook off thick outside edge plays it all along the ground down to Hassan Azad at third man. Single taken. 2:55 for 4. 2:56 for 4. Cook under 7 not out. He retains the strike. Meets for a chat with Sam Northeast, two very experienced batters. Northeast in particular, long time in the county game. Cook came in a little bit late to the British county game, having played for Western Province when he was in his early 20s. Glamorgan debut in 2013. 3 years as captain. And on strike, took over the gloves from Mark Wallace full time. As Cook is hit on the pad there, trying to turn on the leg side. No run. Leicestershire certainly would look to claim a couple more before allowing Glamorgan into the lead. To try and make the advantage that the home side looked like having to be as insignificant as possible. Not guaranteed they will get a lead, of course, but it looks to be heading that way. As forward comes Cook to defend. And you get the feeling that maybe just Leicestershire are the keener to stay on the field at the moment. Not that anyone has been offered the light, but it has not been great for the last half hour or so. 2:56 for 4. Glamorgan having lost the wickets of David Lloyd for 6, Marnus Labuschagne for 17 just before lunch, Andrew Salter for 26 just after lunch, and Kieran Carlson for 91, including 14 boundaries just after tea. Hendricks bowls, appeal for LBW, ball shoots down into the gully. Not entirely convinced. And umpire White is not convinced by it. I think Cook got outside the line, and the appeal was not a unified one between bowler and keeper and slips. But the lights on the scoreboard really are shining out brightly on this murky evening. Hendricks left arm around, bowls, and Cook tries to work on the leg side. He's again hit on the pad. So Chris Cook, something of a scratchy start from him after getting off the mark with a boundary. But he's poking and prodding a little bit now, is Chris Cook, as Leicestershire have not turned this game round, but at least stopped the Glamorgan charge since tea. 45 minutes or so. Forward comes Cook, defends to mid-off. No run. 256 for 4. 3 wickets to Chris Wright, 1 to Ben Mike. Of the 6 bowlers used, the others being Hendricks, Parkinson, Mulder and Steele.
21 overs to the new ball, but it's only 20, no, they won't definitely not use it if we get as far as that, which I doubt. Although it's got just a little bright as I speak.
Just a tad. Hendricks around the wicket bowls and Cook defends to mid-on, thinks about a single, but Wright is round to do the fielding. So this game back to something of a stalemate, and Leicestershire really putting the brakes on after tea. Just 36 runs added.
But still, Nick, going at 4.2 an over, which is overall, admirable.
Yeah.
And might have heard that. Mulder coming back to bowl at the River Taff end on the far side of the ground. He was rather harshly treated by the Glamorgan batsman when he had his earlier spell. He replaces Wright, who's taken 3 for 61. He has bowled his heart out, right, as he normally does for Leicestershire. But Mulder was expensive. He went for 39 after just 7 overs. And he's bowling now, or about to bowl, to Sam Northeast on 77. In he comes and bowls and beats him with the first ball. That just moves away and is taken by the wicketkeeper. .256 for 4, deficit is 64. Just the one fielder, close fielder. 3 men serving 1 on the offside and a third man in a deep extra cover on the fence as Mulder bowls, and that's too wide for Sam Northeast to do anything. And then on the onside there's the mid-on and then deep mid-wicket and a fine leg, who's not very fine. He's rather wider than fine. Don't know quite why, because there are many coaches who don't like you being beaten on the inside. I've said that a few times, notably Duncan Fletcher, the former Glamorgan and England coach. But he's very wide, his fine leg. As in comes Mulder, bowls, and it's cut away down towards third man, where they'll go through for a single. 257 for 4.
Yeah, Northeast is of the temperament where he'll be less worried, I think, about potentially slowing down if it just accumulates gently through whatever's left of this evening's session. And he's not out overnight. You would have thought he'd be reasonably content.
Especially if he's got 100 by then. But we speak too soon. Cook is not out 7. Mid-wicket comes in from the fence to save 1. And Mulder comes in and bowls. This is a good length ball, pushed away into the covers. Cook, traditionally a slow-ish starter who sometimes gets out very early, but then once he settles in, Johnny plays a long innings.
Yeah, he's looked a little bit uncertain so far.
21 overs and 2 balls to go. If we'll get that, we'll be very fortunate. Mulder bowls, and off the back foot it played out into the cover. It's just a little backward of cover, and it's fielded, and there's no run. It's very much a run-saving field at the moment.
Ben Stokes, the England captain, has got through a second brief spell for Durham against Worcestershire. Worcestershire 138 for 4. Stokes has bowled 9 overs, 0 for 13, but he wrote his own headlines earlier today with 161 off 88 balls.
Mulder, last ball of the over, bowls in his left outside the off stump. And if he's had he'll be in the field for the next 2 days because Worcestershire will probably be following on. And I think he'll have plenty of practice then in the field for 2 days, bowling about 20 odd overs, scores 160. And he'll probably say, yeah, I think I'll miss the next game against Glamorgan.
Returning to bowl at the Cathedral Road end, Ben Mike.
Double change then. Ben might come in this end. Are you due for a rest? As I have not got any more bulletins today, so...
Oh, there we are.
Whatever you want, Master, I'll play for you.
I'll pop off for a quarter of an hour, and Richard can do it till half.
Right, it will be Ben Mike. Rather expensive. 9 overs, 1 for 56. Did it dismiss, and he'll tell his grandchildren, I did dismiss Marnus Labuschagne for 17. It seems a long time ago. As Mike now prepares to bowl his third spell, and he will be bowling to Sam North East on 78. Richard is back and will describe the over.
Charges in from the Cathedral Road end and bowls. Gets a little bit of bounce, but well played by North East. Rode the little bit of extra bounce and deflected the ball through the vacant sort of full slip gully area along the ground all the way down to third man. Picks up one, moves on to 79. Mike, these expensive overs notwithstanding, 9 overs, 9.1 now, 1 for 57. Still very much top of the Leicestershire bowling averages. Had 10 wickets for just 88 runs coming into the game, so he was averaging 8.8. He's done some damage to those figures, but even so, 11 at what is that, 100 and sort of 40 odd. Still pretty good. Change in the field for the less well established Cook. Open, almost baseball hitter's stance down the leg side from Mike. Tries to help it on its way. Doesn't get anything on it. Taken by Swindles, falling away to his left. No run, obviously. Grin from Mike. Something funny said to him, perhaps, by Chris Wright at mid-on as he wandered over.
Son of the former Notts all-rounder.
Correct. Yeah, who was at Lord's for Mike, his son's sort of matchus mirabilis last week. In he goes and bowls outside off stump, cut away hard, but good stop. Didn't quite time it perfectly, Cook, and moving across to his left, Mulder able to make the stop and threaten to hurl the ball at the stumps. Good job he didn't do so. Swindles hadn't made the long trip up from his position behind the stumps, and certainly nobody in position to back up, so Mulder wisely kept hold of the ball. Again, Wright rather slows things up by having a word with a combination of Parkinson and Mike. Mike it is who charges in and bowls. Back foot defensive shot, thick inside part of the bat for Cook. Wait on, he says, as he sees it going pretty close to Sam Evans at mid-wicket, and North East accordingly turns and scurries back into his ground. 260 for 4, just 60 behind now. Glamorgan with 6 first innings wickets in hand. They can, or will hope to, build a first innings lead of substantial proportions on that basis. Mike in, bowls, forward goes Cook solidly enough, pushing the ball off stump out into the covers. Eddie Barnes is on in the covers, so I'll have to work out who's off. Is Hendricks off the field at the moment? He's bowled a longish spell, Buren Hendricks, and it was tight enough. Didn't come close to really breaking through. There was one decentish leg before shout against Cook, and that was turned down, and that was pretty much it. Mike is in, bowls. Cook is forward solidly again on off stump, pushing it out to the Yorkshireman Ed Barnes.
Yeah, and as you say, hope to bowl a substantial lead. It also be in their minds that if they are to bowl Leicestershire out a second time, they did take over 100 overs to dismiss them first time round, so it's not easy taking wickets, as we've seen from both sides in this game. So they'll want to try and score their runs quickly tomorrow. But we're promised a lovely day, Richard.
Good. Mike in, bowls onto the leg stump, a little bit of a half volley on the leg stump and clipped away down to deep backward square. He has cover down there in the bearded form of Scott Steele, who runs around and picks up, but can't do so sufficiently quickly to prevent Cook picking up a couple. He moves on to 9, 262 for 4. Bit of a sort of release ball there for the batters to finish the over from Ben Mike, and he's now conceded 61 from his 10 overs. But as I say, tends to be what you get. You can get a little burst of wickets. You can not go round the park, but can concede runs sort of too readily, really.
See, you think that was a very tidy over. Still get 5 runs off it.
Yeah, exactly.
We don't see any maidens. As Mulder will continue from the far end and bowls, and so defended by North East. Still just the slip. He's come to a first slip now, having spent most of the time at second slip. I think that's Kimber there, isn't it? It
is Louis Kimber.
Well, he's come back now.
Standing wide.
3 wickets then to Chris Wright. 1 to Mike, Ben Mike. Those are the 4 wickets that have fallen today. And comes Mulder. Brisk pace now, bowls, and that's driven away through the offside, and that's 4 runs, I think. Very good time in there from Sam North East, who now moves into the 80s. And you'll be conscious of the fact that he could get his first 100 for Glamorgan. Having been very consistent at the start of the season and proving to be a very good signing.
I agree. I think he was he was obviously disillusioned when he left Kent and was fed up with the captaincy. I think not having responsibilities is helping him a lot as well.
Yes.
He seemed to have the world on his shoulders at Canterbury sometimes.
Seems to be enjoying life, yeah. He's on 83, as in comes Mulder, tucked away on the on side for a single. And that's your 5 runs to keep up the 4 runs and over. Yes, he seems to be enjoying life. Well, says he is very much down in Wales. He's one of these batsmen that was often touted who's the best batsman ever to play for England and things like that. Lots of names bandied about, and he was often one of them.
Gets a mention, doesn't he?
Yes.
In fact, yeah.
Cook now, the crouching Cook on 9, waiting. As Mulder comes over the wicket and bowls to him, and he pushes forward, no run.
Not too late, he might think. I suspect he probably thinks it is, actually, but...
over 30, yeah. I tell you one I do think must surely be very close, is the number 3 batsman for Nottingham, Ben Duckett.
Well, he's had his chances, hasn't he, Duckett?
Yeah. He's maturing, though, as in comes Mulder and bowls, and this is defended up to mid-off by Chris Cook.
He had a lot of maturing to do.
He's 122 against Glamorgan. He's got runs in a lot of games. Free-flowing out. Whether he's number 3, I don't know, but he must be up there.
Talent-wise, yeah, you couldn't argue with that, for sure. He's just as an individual. He had a torrid time when he got in, didn't he? He was sorted out by the spinners. Where was it in India?
A few have been sorted out. Turning pitches. His last ball of the over. Mulder bowls. And if you listen to our colleague Mr. Bracegirdle, he will play many, many times for England. I don't think many times, but I think they should just keep an eye on him.
For sure. Duckett has played 4 tests, 110 runs with a best of 56, 15.71 he averages.
Yeah. He's one of these, you may think, right, he's young enough to come back and be a better player.
3 ODIs and 1 T20 international.
But how would you determine, it'll be interesting to see what the squad is going to be. Will they give a chance to Rory Burns? Will they pick the young players who are getting runs? I think the lad from Harry Brooks must be very, very close.
Yeah, young Brook, yeah.
Joe Clark seems to... Rob Key likes him. He's been forgiven for his misdeeds in the past.
Not by everybody. Anyway, all that matters from that point of view is, of course, whoever's selecting the England side, but certainly his selection, if it comes, will be hugely controversial, I suspect. Mike is in and bowls a little bit short up on his toes. Northeast looking to force it away in the offside. It's a bit too straight, so he ends up pushing it out towards Barnes. The farmer's boy from North Yorkshire. Very worried man is Eddie Barnes at the moment.
Is he?
Huge Leeds fan, season ticket holder. And they are in deep danger.
Was that Everton?
Leeds.
Leeds are in danger, yeah. So are Everton.
Yeah, they are. It looks like it's going to be one of those two, or Burnley, doesn't it, to join.
It's not Burnley. A lot of time for him.
In goes Mike and bowls. Good line, good length on off stump. Northeast reaches forward, plays it out to Barnes in the covers. Almost overthrows Harry Swindles.
Yes, it's just going to be a fight until the end, I'm afraid, for Everton and Leeds. Burnley, by those two or three recent wins, since they disposed of Sean Dyche, who surprised everybody, including myself, who I thought was a terrific manager with limited resources.
Mike is in and bowls. There's a shout for leg before, looked to be going down the leg side. Oh, he's given him. I thought that was maybe going down the leg side, and I suspect from his reaction, so did Sam Northeast. Let us have a look at that.
Oh, dreadful decision.
Well, it's a generous decision as far as the bowler is concerned. It might just have clipped leg stump. But Ben Mike won't mind. Sam Northeast has gone when he looked odds on to get 100 to me.
Well, I thought it was a very,
it was worth the shout, as far as clearly was worth the shout.
But,
as far as Ben Mike was concerned, and he raised his eyes to the heavens in gratitude. He should have been raising his eyes to the umpire in gratitude on that one.
Yes.
267 for 5, and once again Mike has made something happen. Northeast 84 came off 125 deliveries, and he did a fantastic job for his new side, but again he's just fallen short of that maiden Glamorgan century.
And now we have the debutant coming in, Andy Corvin, all-rounder, played his first championship match. And he will join Cook, who will be trying to... Well, he will be marshalling now this innings.
So very much an all-rounder, this boy. It sounds like coming in at 7.
So he falls short again. Does Sam Northeast, having scored 85 last week in the second innings, 84 this time, and I don't think that he was happy with that decision.
No, there was no obvious show of dissent. Of course there wasn't, but he just stood still and looked levelly back at the umpire for a good couple of seconds before turning
and Chris
resignedly,
having a good look at him as well,
and heading off.
Striker.
Yeah, there've been just one or two, haven't there? That In fact, to be honest, throughout the season there've been. The one thing that the improvement in the streams have done, and all the camera work has done, is highlight the work of the umpires, which heaven knows is not easy.
No, but I don't think they've been very good. I've got to be honest. I don't know what your
some have
thoughts
been
are.
Much better than others.
That's a nice way of putting it.
He hit 13 fours, by the way, Sam Northeast, in his 84.
Now, Leicester will sense something here. He has a chance now. Getting some more wickets.
Yep, indeed.
Because you've got a debutant in there, full of nerves. Then you've got all-rounders who might and they might not. And there's 2 slips and a short leg in.
Worth surrounding young Gorvin, you would have thought.
Yes.
And they can, the short leg, I suppose, going in means they have up to a point. It's Rishi Patel who's gone in there. And leg gully has been posted in the substantial form of Bjorn Hendricks. Mike is in and bowls, hits him on the pad but outside the line, or maybe a little bit of bat involved in that one, because that looked closer. I think a little bit of bat. Let's have a look, see. It can only have been an inside edge, do you think, onto the pad?
Well, if it didn't
was
hit the pad, it was absolutely plumb.
Clobbering off stump, wasn't it? I think it was a bit of bat.
So does Mike.
Bit of bat. But it sounded a little bit woody. So young Gorvin's heart would have been very much in his mouth there. Mike is in, bowls to him. He's looking to turn one into the leg side, came off the pad and trickled towards Hendricks at that leg gully on the sort of 45 position, and he makes the stop.
You would be the first man to be given out first ball in his career, his first ball of his first class career.
Well, we've had one already in the game. In Scott Steele got a first baller.
Graham Gooch, his first test at Edgbaston, got a first baller. Len Hutton got a first baller.
Yeah.
They weren't bad.
It happens.
Yes, his heart must have, as you say, been in his mouth.
Thumping away, I would imagine. He waits now as Mike is in, bowls to him outside off stump, and a very relieved Andy Gorvin can just pull his bat out of the line and let it go through, and does so. Wicket maiden for Ben Mike, and a mixed bag from Leicestershire's young all-rounder, but once again he's made a breakthrough for the Foxes. Glamorgan 267 for 5, trail by 53 with 5
and he's taken
wickets in hand.
He's been very expensive, 61 off 11, but he's taken the wickets of Labuschagne, and he's also taken the wickets of Sam North East, who looked prime for 100.
Arguably Glamorgan's 2 best batsmen, probably.
Yeah. Mulder will continue, not for 45 off 9, and he's bowling to Chris Cook, and bowls to him now, and Cook leaves outside the off stump and goes through. They've tightened up, whether the light is a little bit too, I wouldn't have thought so, because it has in fact got just a shade brighter, but I still don't think somehow we're going to get 18 overs in. Glamorgan trail by 53. 267 for 5. We got 2 batting points as Mulder bowls, and that's shouldered arms again by Cook.
We could end up getting a sort of one innings match, really, over 2 very nice days, Saturday and Sunday, with any luck.
All makings, isn't it, of such a good pitch, though.
Yes,
that's you could defend. Well, if you want to play, to defend, but it all depends on what sort of lead Glamorgan may or may not get. Mulder in, bowls to Cook down the leg side, and it's a tumbling stop, half stop there by Swindles, as he picks up quickly. There's no chance of a run.
Leicestershire had a player from the Isle of Wight about 3 years ago. He played 1 game against Sussex at Arundel, and I've forgotten his name. If somebody listening from the Foxes supporters will let me know. I could look it up, couldn't I? But somebody will remember.
Mulder, no runs of this over, comes charging in, bowls.
Oh,
I kept it a little bit low as it went through to the wicketkeeper. Let's see that played again. Here we are. Oh. Perhaps it wasn't so low as all that. It went through on the half volley anyhow.
It wasn't the best shot Cook has played in his innings.
Probing little shot. Wasn't quite sure whether the bounce would get higher. 4 dot balls to the credit of Mulder, coming in from that river end, and bowls. That's a good length ball which is defended. He's improved, Mulder. He was very expensive at the start, but he's hitting that length now. Richard disappears to talk of the good folk of Leicester and the surrounding counties.
Just one surrounding county.
Rutland, I'm told. Extra cover has come in from the boundary to save the single. 6 men either side as Mulder will come up now and bowls to Cook, and Cook gets the predictable wide ball, which will give to Ben Mike to try and take his 3rd wicket by bowling at Andy Gorvin, who is on his debut. Didn't take a wicket, but bowled perfectly well. 11 overs, 0 for 27 in the deteriorating light. But I'm surprised, Nick, we've gone on so far.
Yep, umpires have been keen to get on with things. Well, they've come together, so they might have mentioned it, but no visible readings taken to see if they think it's playable or not. Yes, Gorvin, former Hampshire Academy product, played for their second 11, came to Cardiff to study at Cardiff Met University.
And stayed.
Here's Mike then in to bowl, outside off stump, and Gorvin leaves eventually.
We were talking in the tea interval of what sort of lead and what would Glamorgan be at the end of the day. And we were thinking, of course, that Carlson and North East would be making merry, but they weren't, and they're both out now, which changes the game's complexion. So it will be up to Cook to try and marshal the lower order.
Yes, he's not looking convinced himself so far. As Gorvin is hit on the pads, looking to turn on the leg side. There's a brief appeal, but it's not a sustained one.
Well, you never know, do it?
He'll be grateful to get off the mark, Andy Gorvin. Played plenty of second 11 cricket.
That ball was going to miss leg stump by a metre. And I'm afraid it's more straighter than the ball that got North East out, so work that one out.
Gorvin played 4 games in the One Day Cup. Something of a bit part player, but chipped in as that's a short ball that Gorvin can get underneath. And big experience for him to be part of the squad, even though he was one of the sub-fielders in the final, took a vital catch to get rid of Bancroft, which was the turning point of the game.
Long leg boundary, if I remember, wasn't it?
Yes.
Very much as Mr. Labuschagne was dismissed today.
Yes, Bancroft dismissed by Rheingold, who made one first-class appearance subsequently for Glamorgan. As Mike bowls and Gorvin leaves outside off stump.
Mike's got to bowl straight at the new batsman because 3 deliveries in this over, he's left. He's on naught and making his debut. Just get a bit straighter. .5:30 now. If you're going to bowl 16 overs, you're going to get nearer to 25 past 6.
So Glamorgan's run rate slowing. It's still ahead of just over 4 as Mike bowls a short ball that Gorvin is off the mark with a boundary, slapped it away through mid-wicket, seized onto that one gratefully. Short didn't get up. Gorvin dealt with it and it went comfortably away to the ropes. As we get a replay of previous decision that Gorvin might have been fortunate to survive.
That's exactly what I said at the time, because that was far straighter against Gorvin than it was against North East. But there we are. Swings
and roundabouts, evens out over the course of the game, you would hope, and maybe over the course of an innings. 271 for 5 as square leg is now posted 2/3 the way back for a rather obvious trap.
Could be a double bluff.
Mike in to bowl to Gorvin, who's hit on the pads again as he tries to repeat the shot through mid-wicket.
Now, I think they're trying to take this umpire on because the man who was very wide at mid-on leapt up in the air. How you can possibly appeal for there? Well, I'm not quite so sure. And you always notice that you don't like to see it and you don't like to think about it, but they've sensed that possibly, I think Rob White is his first, pretty sure it's his first year on the full umpires list.
Yeah.
I think so.
Yeah.
Not that I'm insinuating anything, but
they have expanded the umpires list this season, haven't they, to cover the many demands on it?
Yes, indeed. Here's Mulder. He's going to start his 11th over, and he's bowling to Chris Cook. Bowls to Chris Cook, and he's beaten outside the off stump. First slip, thought he might have nicked it, but it was a good delivery.
Was that a drop chance? There's certainly a celebration from the bowler, and Swindell's kicked the ball away in frustration there.
Well spotted, Nick. I was watching first slip, and it must have been a straightforward catch put down because Mulder had his hands up in the air.
Celebrating, so...
a chance,
Cook survives.
He's not at his best, does he, Cook? He's on 9, he's been there some time and faced 36 balls as Mulder comes in. Getting a little bit of reverse swing, must be because the ball is so old, it's 66 overs old. 1 boundary for Cook. I think perhaps the atmosphere might be helping the swing, on the reverse swing certainly.
Well, as we've been saying, Glamorgan have only got themselves to blame for Leicestershire having the better of the batting conditions yesterday because Glamorgan inserted.
Certainly, we've been stressing that point. Mulder to Cook. Mulder leaves a lifting delivery outside the off stump. And although it's 4.08, the run rate has come down. One stage is 4.6. Not a lot, but it's still a very healthy run rate. And if they don't get bowled out, they might well get maximum batting points.
Still quite a way to go. Need contributions from the men to come. Nisa, Wheel, Harris and Hogan.
Mulder bowls, and this is played this backward of square. It's stopped by the man there who dives to his left, but not played very convincingly by Cook. And again, there's no run.
The opening bat, Sam Evans, seems to be the Andrew Salter equivalent. They wear the same number and diving round at gully point and showing all sorts of enthusiasm.
And used to be the fielding position. And our friend Mr. Ray is muttering about a very poor drop by the wicket-keeper. So Mulder comes in and bowls. Cook tucks it away off his hip up towards mid-wicket. We haven't been quite so vigorous in our description, have we, to the visitors? And we said it. Well, Nick spotted it before I did. It was a drop. Absolutely straightforward.
Well, the bowler went up straight away, and the reaction of the keeper gave it away as he booted the ball away.
You could hear the edge around the ground.
Yeah. Oh,
there we are.
I don't think Cook would have hung about because it was Swindell's is, I think Richard would say, is his second year as wicket-keeper. But no excuse, for first-class wicket-keeper. 272 for 5. And it will be Gorwin, and he will face the last ball of Mulder's 11th over, still wicketless, but the slip cordon has been reinforced. 2 slips to this last ball of the over from Mulder, and he's coming in medium fast and bowls to Gorwin. Gorwin is hitting the pad, walking in front of his stumps, but ends up outside the off stump. That's the end of the over. It's 272 for 5. Cook has got into double figures after 10. Let's have a look at this ball. Worth a big shot? Yeah, worth a shot, certainly. But not out, says the senior umpire, Alex Worf. Formerly of
Glamorgan, Nottinghamshire and England.
Yorkshire.
And Yorkshire. Did he play for Yorkshire first team?
Yeah. Then he moved on to Nottinghamshire.
And
I remember his game at Colwyn Bay.
Yeah.
And Nottinghamshire were 11 for 5. Steve Watkin creating havoc there. And Alex stayed in, I think he got about 70. Yeah. He was a very useful player, batsman anyhow.
And he was playing for Glamorgan the following season.
Correct.
If you can't beat him, sign him. 272 for 5. Mike is in to bowl to Cook, who runs that one, angles it down to a backward point, who is coming in off the boundary, so it's a single taken. 273 for 5. Cook to 11 not out. Just seems to be getting himself in, Chris Cook. Has faced 41 deliveries.
I think he realises that a lot depends on him if Glamorgan are to get a lead, or a substantial score, because you never know of the people that you have mentioned coming in from here on. And they could either collapse or one of them could get a 50, as we saw from Van der Gooten, who's not playing, of course, the other day at Nottingham.
As that's a short delivery outside off stump, and Gorvin quite rightly ignores it. Yes, Will got 45 in that match as well.
Van der Gooten came in and got 60 odd at batting at 10.
Correct. Out injured at the moment is the Aussie-born Netherlands international.
Bowled very well this season.
11 wickets. Looks be interesting to see whether he's required for Netherlands duty against England in that mini-series mid-season. Mike in, bowls, outside off stump. Gorvin allows it to go through. Well, Leicestershire must have had a good pep talk at tea, that's all I can say, because they really have dragged things back. Glamorgan 53 for 2 since tea. The Welsh side were really cantering along before the interval.
And you normally see that in the final session when the bowlers tend to tire, and you get some free hits, as it were. They've been bowling quite well at the moment.
Yep. Up their game since the interval as Mike bowls and Gorvin drives. Oh, it's no ball time again. He'll pick up a couple of runs at least off the bat, possibly 3.
So 5.
It's a run down by fielders Hendricks and Parkinson just inside the boundary. Don't bother to return it because they'd already jogged through for very comfortable 3 runs plus the no ball, 14th, I think.
Richard was telling me, is it the bowling coach Thomas, Alfonso Thomas? I don't know if he's here today, but he will not be happy with this and probably work first thing in the morning with the transgressors.
Tearing his hair out. He hasn't got any, says Richard.
Alfonso, fine bowler.
Metaphorically.
One day a bowler. He's one of the highest wicket takers, I think, in one-day cricket around the world, isn't he, Alfonso?
Very
but he would not be
specialist.
Happy with the 14 no balls or whatever it is at the moment.
That women's game at Newport, the visitors Southern Vipers won by 4 wickets off the penultimate ball, chased down 185 to win as Cook defends to mid-off and there's no run. The 2 games between Glamorgan seconds and the Cardiff University's side. Glamorgan got revenge in the second game because the Universities won the first one by 7 runs. Glamorgan chasing 189, finished on 181 for 8. As Mike bowls and Cook leaves outside off stump, who got runs for Glamorgan there. Colin Ingram got 80 off 47 deliveries. The South African overseas professional took full advantage of the students there, but the Universities still won that match. The second game, Glamorgan posted 180 for 9. Tom Bevan's 35 was the top score, but contributions all down the order. Universities finished on 156 for 7. As Mike in to bowl and defended by Cook back down the wicket. There were Lucas Carey got 3 for 35, Jamie McIlroy 2 for 29. Prem Sisodia was playing in that one, Dan Douthwaite bowled 4 reasonably economical overs, so a lot of Glamorgan players getting a bit of early practice for the white ball stuff that starts on the 26th of May.
As a former graduate, Nick, shouldn't they be at their studies now at the university? It's about the time, isn't it? May, leading up.
Always time for a bit of cricket.
Oh, yeah.
That's why I go to Desmond.
You got a 2-2, did you?
I did get a 2-2.
Right. Steve James used to get up at 5 at Cambridge, as did many others, Atherton and all the rest of them, because they could play in the afternoon.
Wow.
Well, when you're fit at that age, why not? So it will again be Mulder going a goodish job here, and he'll be bowling at Gorvin, who is on 7-1 boundary. Here he comes, bowls to him, and Gorvin gets behind it, plays it out in the offside, and there's no run. Doesn't look the build of a fast bowler, Gorvin, does he?
No, well, he's medium-ish, isn't he? He's going to work people out by skill rather than brawn. So
Don't see many small fast bowlers. I suppose the late Robin Jackman was. He was rather small. I suppose Malcolm Marshall wasn't very tall either. the wonderful West India bowler. Here's Mulder. Left. Who's an ours? Through to the keeper.
Darren Gough wasn't the tallest, but he was pretty broad across the shoulders,
Very broad, wasn't he? Yes.
So a bit of physique behind him.
278 for 5. The deficit here is 42 for Glamorgan. And as the light has improved, would you believe it? There are 13 overs left. Mulder in his 12th over. Bowls to Andy Gorvin, who leaves. You must get your line right. It's not good just bowling there and denying Glamorgan runs, because you've got to try and get him out. As he should have, of course, in the last over. Well, he thumped the keeper in the chest.
Yeah, I think it was Cook who was dropped, wasn't it, rather than Gorvin?
Cook it was, yes.
Yeah.
He bowling straight
at the wicket.
Just thumped him, bang on the chest, and went on the floor, which he kicked away in anger. Mulder, he's in the groove now and coming up and bowls again. That's hit him on the pad and it rolls out into the onside. Claude Henderson is at mid-off and he's winding. He won't hit him very far because he'll probably bowl very tight, and Glamorgan not wanting to lose any more wickets if he can.
Yeah, Parkinson's done a pretty decent captain's job.
He has. 6 bowlers used by Leicestershire. As from that far end, Mulder, there's 2 balls left in the over. Here's one of them, which is left outside the off stump. Yeah, he's bowling too wide, young man, at the moment. Wanting to contain rather to take wickets. And yeah, fine, you bowl there and I shan't bother. Mid-wicket is sent back. Short bouncer or a double bluff.
Matty Potts has taken advantage of the presence of national media at Worcester to collect the 5 for Durham, 5 for 36.
I don't think they'll be concentrating much on Matty thoughts. Here's Mulder. Bowls, and it's clipped away down the onside. It was a well pitched up delivery down to fine leg, and they come back for a quick second and are safely home. 2 runs off that last over, 280 for 5. There were 4 runs off the over. And Mulder now 4-0 for 48 of his 12.
So at New Road, Worcestershire at 163 for 6 now, in reply to Durham's 580 for 6. And, well, presumably Stokes will want to bat again, so they probably won't enforce the follow-on there.
What? Well, you won't be in the field long.
Joe Root has strangely not come in at number 4 for Yorkshire. It was 78 for 2 in reply to Essex's 403 all out.
Night watchman job?
Could be a night watchman. Matthew Reeves, yes, he was slated to bat at 10, so the England captain doesn't fancy batting in the last overs of the day at Chelmsford.
Well, it is going to be Claude Henderson. Well,
Henderson?
Probably.
It's wrong generation, Edward.
Claude Henderson, what is the matter with me?
Parkinson.
He's getting late.
It's the right left.
Past my bedtime.
It's the right sort of bowling, anyway.
Talking a lot with Richard about Henderson this afternoon. Right. Yeah.
Parkinson bowling pushed out on.
But he is the same sort of bowler.
The offside by Chris Cook. Be something of a sensation if Claude Henderson were to make a comeback.
Well, he is a director of cricket.
So it's pushed down leg side by Parkinson, and Swindell's whips off the bails, but no appeal, as Chris Cook's back foot was firmly at home. So a slip and a catcher on the drive on the offside. Parkinson bowls and Cook stretches forward. Plays to that man, Buren Hendricks, in the catching position. Not quite silly mid-off. Short extra cover-ish, but there is a cover saving the single and a cover point on the boundary as well, as Parkinson bowls, and it's driven by Cook, but again intercepted by Hendricks, and again no run. Over 8, -2 on the board at the moment. A few overs of Parkinson will help address that for his side, as That one is slightly short and smacked away by Cook, but finds the point sweeper, so it's just a single.
How do you want to work this now then, Nick, with 11 overs to go? Richard come back in? Or
I don't have any writing requirements today because Fionn is taking on those duties today and tomorrow, so I'm easy.
Well,
we've got a 6 o'clock bulletin to do on here, so that's
I'll vacate the premises, the room, so that Richard can come back.
Last ball of the Parkinson over once he's got his field where he wants it, which will now include a leg slip for Gorvin on strike on 9, and Gorvin pushes forward with the deadest of dead bats. That is the end of a reasonable comeback over from Claude Henderson, alias Callum Parkinson. 281 for 5. The deficit is now 39 runs, but Glamorgan really have had to work for their runs in this evening session. Leicestershire have got a couple of LBW decisions in their favour, which they probably deserved, but maybe just quite not the two that were given out. So, law of averages works out. 281 for 5, Gorvin 9, Cook 12 or 49. Mulder continues from the River Taff end and bowls to Cook, who shoulders arms outside off stump. There's no session in the commentary box is quite complete without us getting the headphones in a tangle at some point. Richard Ray back alongside me here on BBC Sport Online. If you want to tweet us with your closing thoughts on the day, Fox's Cricket 22 for Richard. As next ball is defended by Cook on the offside, and Nick Webb 2017 for myself. And Leicestershire, well, the bowlers digging in, must have had maybe a rocket or an arm round the shoulder at tea time. Whatever it was, it worked.
They've certainly been better, haven't they? But huge amount of disappointment that not all the chances have been taken. That was an awful drop behind the wicket of Chris Cook. Absolutely straightforward.
As Cook drives this one back down the ground, and that is another 4 runs for the former Glamorgan captain. Slightly overpitched from Mulder, who can't afford to do it at his brisk medium pace.
He stared back down the wicket as that one went past him, Vian Mulder, and Harry Swindle's kept his eyes firmly to the ground.
This bloke shouldn't still be here.
No, he shouldn't.
Cook dropped on 9 by Swindell's off Mulder. Cook is now on 16, so not too much damage done yet, as Cook plays the next ball to point. And there's no run. It's fielded by Rishi Patel, the top scorer for Leicestershire.
Mulder had one for 139 coming into this game. He's now got, therefore, one for 191. But he's had catches dropped off him, that being a particularly egregious example.
Good word. Now getting a little gloomy again, as Mulder is in and a leave by Cook, and that looked close. Mulder head in hands. There's quite a few balls have come back in. That one
hard to tell from
just outside off stump maybe, but no more than a few inches from the bails.
Need to see a replay from behind the bowler's arm, really. But it did jag back a little bit. Getting as much movement now with the old ball, maybe a bit of reverse, or certainly managing to get something off the pitch. Mulder.
285 for 5 Glamorgan, 35 runs in arrears. As Cook is forward defending. Back to the bowler, end of the over. Well, one decent blow by Cook in that over. He doesn't look in the most fluent of forms so far, but survival till the close and the chance to profit maybe with a Hopefully the sky's a bit lighter tomorrow morning will be his aim. 11 overs left, if we get there, as we keep saying. But so far the umpires haven't looked too fussed about the light.
No, and as you say, Eddie keeps telling us it's going to be 2 glorious days to come, Saturday and Sunday, so we shall see. But so far, not a ball lost in the match, as Parkinson is in from the Cathedral Road end and bowls, finds the thick outside, well, thickish, outside edge-ish of Andy Gorvin's bat. It runs wide of the reaching Kimber at slip, along the ground all the way down towards third man. Mike runs in pursuit, and 2 runs are taken. Gorvin into double figures, onto 11 now. Did he get 3 then, or was it just 2? No, it was just the 2. Parkinson in again. Gorvin is forward, pushing it out into the offside. No run. Must have been perilously close to being legged before wicket off his very first ball, Andy Gorvin, but he survived. We think possibly with the help of a tiny little inside edge. In goes Parkinson, bowls, he's forward, front of middle, out into the onside it goes, the ball.
Temperatures over the weekend, 18-19 Celsius tops in Cardiff, sunny intervals for most of the time. So a bit brighter than today, in other words, and a bit warmer.
Perfectly acceptable as Parkinson is in. Nice loop, but no turn throughout. And forward is Gorvin defending.
Benefit of Welsh rugby fans, Scrum 5 cameras will be down the road at the Arms Park for Cardiff against Zebre in the United Rugby Championship tonight.
Parkinson is in, drops a little bit short, Gorvin goes back, looks to force out into the offside, gets it a little bit wrong and ends up playing it out to Hassan Azad, who's at extra cover. Parkinson in again, bowls, nice line, nice length, but again, no turn and an off stump, it's pushed out into the offside.
Second slip on his knees there.
As they're kind of required to be within a certain distance, aren't they, or something, as long as they're wearing the helmet.
They have to be helmeted, but they're just trying to get low down, and if one does just scoot along or just up from the ground, obviously.
Rishi Patel was the man under the lid there. End of the over, 287 for 5. Just 33 behind now. Glamorgan could be level by the end of the day. 10 overs remaining.
They could, if Leicestershire can take a couple more wickets. They'll be reasonably satisfied with dragging the day back, as new over from Mulder sees Cook shouldering arms. And Leicestershire may be content to contain until the new ball, but there's always a risk with the new ball that things speed up, ball goes faster off the bat, and the run rate can increase again.
If we do get all the overs, I wonder if they'll take it with just 2 overs to go. Probably. It would be difficult, isn't it? You've got to get your bowlers, opening bowler to bowl just 1 over apiece.
Yeah.
Or leave it with Mulder and the other one.
Mulder bowls and Cook drives. Poor shot. Didn't get the pitch through to Swindells it went. Cook looking to smash it somewhere through the covers.
Mulder must wonder what he has to do to take a wicket. It's not enough to find the edge, Vian. You have to do it a couple of times, it would appear.
Only 67 for 2 in this evening session so far, which has been going on an hour and 40 minutes, so Leicestershire getting some degree of control. Mike and Wright with a wicket apiece, Mulder looking to add to them. Just the 1 slip for saving the single, as Cook will take a single out towards square leg. The ball just rolling past the feet of umpire White. Cook to 17, 288 for 5. Will they bring in an extra slip for Gorvin? Yes, is the answer to that one. So they go from 1 slip to 2, with Patel slotting in at first slip and Kimber staying at second. And now there are 5 saving the single, so they're very much looking to attack the inexperienced Gorvin. as Mulder is in and bowls, and Gorvin plays that one down to gully. No run. On the back of 130 odd runs unbeaten over the 2 innings in the second 11 game at Newport last week, Gorvin earning his selection in a Glamorgan side that's had a couple of problematic positions this season. Salter doing his best to fill the opening problem. Byram is due to play for the seconds next week. Joe Cook has not convinced in an opening role so far, as Gorvin punches that one nicely through deep extra. He'll pick up a couple of runs. There may be a third there if they fancy it, and indeed there is a fairly comfortable third run as it's picked up just inside the wide long off ropes. 291 for 5. Gorvin onto 14 not out.
Nice shot by the youngster. Cook. Final update of the day calls, I'm afraid.
Oh yes, so it does for me as well. But I have to stay here, and Richard has to pop next door. 291 for 5 as Cook plays that one out into the offside, fielded by Steele at cover point. No run. Gorvin 14, Cook 17, 291 for 5, and Glamorgan trail Leicestershire by 29 runs, with 9 overs potentially left in the day's play. Glammy podcast saying the decision to go with all-rounder Gorvin instead of a batter Tom Cullen or Billy Root still in the balance. Well, Gorvin is still there, so he can tip that balance in his favour. Potentially, if he stays there and develops his innings tomorrow. But Parkinson trying to remove him tonight, and the first ball, no shot through to Swindells. And Parkinson now has posted a silly point instead of his second slip, and instead of the leg slip that he tried a couple of overs ago. So Gorvin stretching forward in defensive mode. So this last session really has gone quiet in terms of the run rate, much to Leicestershire's delight after they were spanked all round Sophia Gardens in the afternoon. As Gorvin's driven that one through mid-wicket, he'll pick up a couple of runs. I don't think he'll reach the boundary. The sliding shot is by the ever bubbly Evans, and they take an easy 2. 293 for 5 as Glamorgan approach their third batting bonus point. But having scored so quickly, there's so many overs left. Gorvin stretches forward and defends on the leg side, and there's no run. 293 for 5. As these two look to rebuild, they came together on 267. Gorvin stretches forward, makes sure he kills the spin, plays it very firmly down into the ground. Parkinson could do with trying to get the ball to pop a little bit. Debutant Andy Gorvin facing up to Callum Parkinson and pushes that one down to backward point. Another over safely negotiated as Glamorgan try and maintain 5 wickets in hand to push on potentially on day 3 and try and get an advantage in this game. Leicestershire looking to get Glamorgan out with not too much of an advantage.
Return to bowl, Chris Wright.
Chris Wright, the main strike bowler, 3 for 61, is back into the attack, which suggests that Not saving him for the new ball, which is 6 overs away. Second new ball taken after 80 overs of a county championship match. Right, warming up gently. Doesn't seem too much discernible haste among the Leicestershire fielders to try and improve their run rate. 293 for 5. As Wright is in to bowl to Chris Cook, who just turns that one gently up towards mid-on. Maybe he was looking to turn the wrists on it a little bit more, because there's a big gap on the leg side for him to milk singles. In fact, there are only 3 saving the single at the moment. 4 Leicestershire? No, 4. 3 on the offside and 1 on the leg. As Right in to bowl to Cook, who will work that one into a gap, but I think he was distracted by the bowler going flying, and Chris Wright ended up prone. I think he's alright as he drags himself back to his feet.
Seems to be. The light is now as good as it has been all day. The sun is just about out. So the umpires vindicated in their determination to keep them out there. Looks like we are going to get every over.
Right from the River Taff end to bowl to Chris Cook on 17 not out. It's one way of preventing a single falling over. As Cook cuts that one hard, that's another way of preventing a single, with an excellent piece of fielding by Patel at backward point. No run. 293 for 5 Glamorgan in reply to Leicestershire's 320 all out.
Parkinson is. Has your update been? Or have they forgotten you? That was
who knows?
A Mediterranean gesture of from.
At least we weren't talking about cakes when they came to us
from Wales International NWeb.
Right, charges in and bowls, and a swish and a miss from Cook outside off stump. Cook 17, Gorvin 16. Glamorgan progress has stalled since tea, and I think they would settle for this partnership getting through to the close, even if Glamorgan don't take the leads tonight, as seemed likely at one point. With North East and Carlson, who both scored at around 67 runs per 100 balls, or 4 runs and over, if you want to put it in simpler terms. Wright is in to bowl. Cook does work this one into the leg side to take that single. Oh dear, there's a complete misfield by Parkinson, who lost his feet, and there was probably a second run there, but they didn't risk it.
Bright sunshine across the ground now. Bit weary, Leicestershire's fielders, unsurprisingly. Though they haven't been out there for the entire day. They batted on for, what was it, best part of an hour this morning. 285 for 8 at the close last night. And they dragged the score up to 320.
So Glamorgan with their noses in front in the game, but not decisively so, as Gorvin dabs a single on the offside. It's fielded by Kimber, running round from second slip. 295 for 5. Gorvin 17, Cook 18.
The fact that Wright is bowling now rather implies that Leicestershire might not take the new ball, which is due 2 overs before the close of play. Parkinson and Wright talking as Wright walks back to his position at mid-on, putting his long-sleeve Leicestershire sweater back on. Parkinson, meanwhile, will continue from the Cathedral Road end. He's rather lost his hair more quickly than Matt Callum, who is in and bowling. Forward goes Andy Gorvin, who is looking increasingly comfortable out there, really. The youngster, he's 17 not out. Chris Cook has never really looked comfortable.
No.
He's played some good shots throughout the innings, but he's always been looked a little shaky. As in goes Parkinson, and trying to clip him away on the leg side, got something of a leading edge there. Young Gorvin, and it was in the air as it went back past Parkinson. It was well to his right, he couldn't get across, and it was only sort of a couple of inches in the air, but certainly a false shot. And Parkinson grinning. Now he's grinning, he wasn't at the time. He hands on his knees. Turns, is in and bowls. Gorvin is turning that one down the leg side, and neatly as well. Steele is going to have to chase back from backward square. Puts in the slide, picks it up. Gorvin and Cook turned as though thinking about a third, but both seeing the ball in the hands of Steele. Both held up a hand to each other. 297 for 5. Third batting bonus point. 3 runs away, obviously. Another wicket for Leicestershire to pick up another bowling bonus point. Parkinson is in, drops a little bit short, and back goes Gorvin. Plays straight back down the pitch to Leicestershire's left armour. Into his 15th over of the day. So in he goes and bowls. Oh, lovely delivery. You could see the revs he put on that. And it did, I think, just turn past the outside edge. Maybe, but he just played down the right, just straightened a bit. Swindles took the bails off just in case. The thing has just come up on the screen saying 5 minutes, well, switch it off unless you press something. So I don't know which button to press. It says press any button. There you go.
There we are. That'll do.
In goes Parkinson and bowls. Nice delivery again. And Gorvin leaves this time. And it isn't so very far from hitting the stumps. Far enough, though. Bounces off the gloves of Swindles. Not taken cleanly. 297 for 5 with 6 now overs remaining.
So Glamorgan plodding along. Leicestershire would desperately like at least one more wicket tonight. Otherwise, Glamorgan will have a pair who, not quite set, but at least have been in some considerable time if they do bat on in the morning. 30 runs they've added.
First innings lead of a sort of 100. Would be well worth having, wouldn't it?
Here comes right then from the River Taff end. Bowls to Cook, who drives to mid-off. Fluent enough, but finding the fielder. 297 for 5. Gorvin's now overtaken Cook. But I guess it's one of the benefits of experience to know maybe when you're not at the top of your game, and just to hang in there and fight another day if possible. Here comes right into bowl. Cook leaves outside off stump. No run through to Swindells. So the story of the day, Leicestershire resuming on 285 for 8. Lost the wickets of Chris Wright. Caught Cook, bowled Hogan for 18. And finally, Callum Parkinson run out by Marnus Labuschagne for 27. Third run out of the innings. Hendricks was left not out 5. Labuschagne 3 for 65 was the most successful bowler didn't bowl today. Right in to bowl, outside off stump, and Cook flat bats it away for a single down to deep point, 298 for 5. Glamorgan have lost David Lloyd, caught behind off Chris Wright for 6. Marnus Labuschagne caught at long leg off Ben Mike for 17. Andrew Salter caught behind off Chris Wright for 26. That was 63 for 3 just after lunch. Then we had the main event of the day, if you like. The stand for the 4th wicket of 182 between Kieran Carlson, who was eventually trapped leg before by Chris Wright for 91. Sam Northeast fell leg before to Ben Mike for 84. Wright is in to bowl and beats Gorvin outside off stump through to Swindells. So Leicestershire first slowing down the run rate after tea and then getting those two well set batters, but their efforts to press home that temporary advantage have proved just about fruitless so far, although there have been opportunities, with Cook dropped behind off Mulder on 9. Wright is in to bowl, and Gorvin tries to force to mid-wicket and finds the fielder there. 298 for 5. It's quite a contrast with the tempo of the afternoon's play, isn't it?
It is, rather. But that afternoon session has brought Glamorgan and David Lloyd some sort of valuable time, really, for these two to dig in a little bit, try and take them through to the close. Come back tomorrow with 5 wickets in hand. The score's about level. Pretty strong position for Glamorgan.
Wright is in to bowl. Gorvin stretches forward, defends to Wright, who tries to backheel it onto the stumps. Misses. Cook was well back in his crease. Anyway, 298 for 5 as we meander rather towards the end of day 2 here at Sophia Gardens. 22 is now the deficit.
3 overs until the new ball. If they take it. Where's your money? Would you take it? Nothing much to lose, really. I mean,
you've already got Wright bowling, so why not?
Yeah, if he's okay to... He'd have to bowl 3 more to this evening, but he's bowled 17. Might as well make it around 20, Righty. I'm sure that Parkinson is saying. Not 15 for Parkinson, none for 40 as he runs in bright sunshine now and bowls, and Cook drives pleasantly out to the sweeper on the cover boundary, who's Bjorn Hendricks. Swindles holds his gauntlet up in front of his eyes because he's looking west into the sun as he takes that one on the full. Looking west towards quite a heavy bank of cloud up towards the Caerphilly mountain. But at the moment, bright sunshine. Parkinson is in, drops a little bit short onto leg stump. It was a slightly tired delivery, but it was almost a slightly tired shot from Gorvin, who's in, one feels now, playing for the close mode, and he just pushes it out to mid-wicket where Evans is the fielder. Parkinson bowls, forward goes Gorvin, back down the wicket goes the ball. Nice line and length. No real turn for Parkinson. The odd one might just have straightened. He is in and bowls, and again back down the pitch it goes. On the walk rather this time is Gorvin. Leg slip and slip. Patel. That leg slip, padded up, helmet on. Kimber at a conventional slip, not padded up, not got the helmet on. In goes Parkinson, bowls. Gorvin's waiting for that one. He's not on the walk this time. Defends, thick inside edge. Dribbles towards leg gully with Patel. Not exactly in hot pursuit, just jogging.
Lukewarm pursuit.
Calmly after it, yes. 299 for 5. They're going to get past 300, you would assume so. Parkinson is in. Forward goes Gorvin, defending on the offside. This time, picked up by Mulder at backward point end of the over. Single from it from the very first ball, and that is all it yielded for Glamorgan. But they are now just 4 away from getting through to the close with 5 wickets in hand.
Well, after the afternoon session that yielded 162 for 1, Leicestershire really back in the game to a certain extent.
So what's this yielded then?
79 for 2.
Yeah, 79. But, yeah, it's the final totals at the end of the day that count, and bottom line is the run rate is still pretty close to 4 for the innings as a whole, 3.83. And Glamorgan can be, and will be, I'm sure, pretty pleased with this position.
It was a spectacular afternoon session from the home side as Cook driving, plays off the thick edge down to tell at backward point, still with the pads on. Not worth getting those on and off, of course, but the helmet that he has to wear at leg slip is now tucked with another one behind keeper Harry Swindells. So right turns, the light perfectly adequate now, and Cook brings up the 300 by clipping that one off his legs. Down to square leg, amble through for the single, and Glamorgan have their third batting bonus point. 6-4 to Glamorgan on the points at the moment. Leicestershire need another 4 wickets for their further 2 bowling points.
They should get one of them, but they might be beginning to wonder about the third.
Where are we? 79th over, so another 30.
Yeah.
Another 30 overs. Lots can happen in that time. Glamorgan, if the innings is still going, would have hopes of having 400 on the board. Right bowls, and Cook defends up to... Gorvin, rather, defends up to mid-on. Parkinson fields no run. So the field for Gorvin still involves 2 slips. 3 saving the single on the offside, 2 on the leg side. Third man is back. Fine leg is back. No fielder at square leg, so something of a gap there, if right were to stray. But Gorvin drives straight, and there's a good sprawling stop by the skipper at mid-on there. May well have gone through for 4 if he hadn't fielded that. But may not have been top marks for elegance, but it was for effectiveness. Callum Parkinson with the captaincy duties, with Colin Ackerman out through injury. And Parkinson, although he hasn't claimed a wicket, 16 overs, 0 for 41, has certainly done the holding job. Right into bowl and beats Gorvin again outside off stump. Through it goes to Swindells, who put down a catch to potentially get rid of Chris Cook when he was just on 9. So that will be Leicestershire's principal regret from the evening session, I suspect.
Yeah, nothing potentially about it. It would have got rid of it.
Too many words, yeah, sorry.
Unfortunately, he couldn't, assuming that it had been given, but the click of a ball on bat was very loud.
His next delivery outside off stump comes back a bit, but after it had passed the stumps, as Gorvin played no shot, and very, very late movement before it reached the keeper. You see him then, almost like a sharpish off spinner, the action of the hand as he delivered that one. Chris Wright really developed that delivery. Put some revs on the ball as it went down. And it cut back sharply, as a couple have done, just hasn't quite started it in the right direction. So Parkinson, 3 overs to go in the day. It's gone a little bit gloomy again. We'll certainly get this one though, and I would imagine we'll get the last 2 as well. Jogs in from the Cathedral Road end and bowls, brings Chris Cook forward, pushing it out towards point, and the single is taken, although Mulder picked up and threw the ball at the stumps. Cook, as a good batsman should, ran between the ball and the stumps and duly intercepted the ball inadvertently. Completely accidentally.
Yeah. But you don't have to change the way you're running to avoid it.
As long as you don't change the way you're running to get in the way.
Yes, yeah, indeed. Parkinson is into Gorvin, thick inside edge, as he plunges forward at that one, drops it down towards short mid-wicket. Swindells comes out from behind the stumps and fields. Just 19 behind. Glamorgan, 5 first innings wickets in hand. Parkinson in, forward Corvin. Thick outside edge again. He's struggling a little bit, the youngster, because he's switching to such a defensive frame of mind, I suspect, as much as anything. But he's getting something behind every delivery. Something wouldn't, that is. 301 for 5. 15 balls left in there, or 15 deliveries left in the day. Parkinson is in and bowling. Back goes Corvin and works that nicely through square leg for 4. Nice shot. It was a little bit short and it was leg side, and he went back and didn't try and hit it too hard, but he timed it really nicely. Just whipped it away, made sure it was wide of Steele, who could only turn, and given it was hit across the very wide Sophia Gardens square, it didn't lose any pace as it ran over the ground and across the ropes down there at deep square. 23 to Andy Gorvin, 305 for 5, the deficit just 15. Parkinson in for, but a little bit of bounce, and he's taking the bottom hand off the bat there as he plunged forward, managed to fend it down towards short mid-wicket, but yeah, a little bit of something extra for Callum Parkinson.
Yeah, with the very oldest of old balls as well. Just one delivery before the potential to take the new cherry.
Sending Ben Mike back to long off, or halfway back anyway, and bowls then a fairly flat delivery to Gorvin, who just turns it calmly to Patel at short leg. End of the over, and Parkinson is miffed. Miffed in the extreme, I think you can describe Leicestershire's captain as he takes his sweater and cap from the umpire and walks off, a little sloping shouldered, a little dejected perhaps. Hasn't been a great session. 2 to go. What are they going to do? Umpires are having a chat. They may not give them the option. Oh, it'd be a shame to lose.
Really? At this stage? They've been through worse, I think, actually, today.
Which implies they are going to take the new ball. It has gone gloomy, and we are done for the day. Ladies and gentlemen, we are not going to have the last 2 overs, so very much one feels Glamorgan's day. They finish the second day on 305 for 5, just 15 behind Leicestershire, with an awful lot of power to add, Nick.
Absolutely. We'll come back from 11 o'clock tomorrow. The forecast good for the weekend. Glamorgan will look for a decisive first innings advantage. Leicestershire will look to minimise that potential first innings advantage, but despite some game bowling from Chris Wright with 3 wickets, Ben Mike's picked up a couple. The centrepieces of the day, the 2 Glamorgan batters, Sam North East 84, Kieran Carlson 91, a stand of 182 for the 4th wicket has put Glamorgan in the driving seat at halfway in this game. They're 305 for 5, 15 runs in arrears. From Richard Ray, from Edward Bevan and myself, Nick Webb, a very good evening. We'll be back from 11 tomorrow.
Ladies and gentlemen, with the light having deteriorated, it will be possible to have the final 12 deliveries this evening, but we still have 2 days of this contest remaining, with play resuming at 11 o'clock tomorrow morning. Once again, thank you very much for your company today. Diolch yn fawr iawn. As you shortly prepare to leave Sophia Gardens, please remember to take all of your belongings with you and to make an unhurried and safe departure from the stadium. We hope you've enjoyed your day here at the home of Glamorgan Cricket, and we look forward to seeing you soon. If you can't be with us tomorrow or Sunday, well, we hope you have a safe onward journey and keep following this match online. Once again, many thanks for your company today. Good evening. Nos oitha.